Almost baby level. Hello, everyone! In case you are new here, if there's ever a level 2 hype train, the polka must flow until the hype train is over. Hello! 2 more minutes of beautiful polka. Sentinel rework revealed today, correct. Which I probably should have up. Hey, Kiko. I'll say hi to everyone in a second, I think. One more minute of polka. At least Steve is doing the rounds. Is Steve here? I know Steve. He was in Rax's channel. Wait, Rax is playing Last Epoch? No, Rax playing PoE 2. Aaron, please talk to Hog. I legit was going to strangle him. See previous comment. I'll look at it. We done? All right. Yes, I saw your comment. I don't think they're going to do it. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Who's here? It's going to take me a minute to do all the good afternoons. Raven, Skip, Vamp, Chicken, Beta Optics. Good old Beta. What's up? Guilty, Sith Lord, Tink. Hello. VC, Nash, Kiko, Exatheus, Battle Bunny. Hello. You have to talk to Hog. Last night, he got an Aaron's will in a Nemesis and dismissed it. He asked what it was and dismissed it. I've been I've been tearing out my hair trying to get that. He doesn't even care. What's up? Isn't there a stream today with Talkative Try? Yes, today we'll be watching Talkative Try's podcast and Zizarin's GGG podcast. Those kick off in an hour and a half, 90 minutes. I love kicking it off with polka. That's right. Cold, what's up? Hog got an Aaron's will. No crap. He's never gonna use it. Never. Sith Lord, hello. Hogan, what's up? Start with the stream with polka. I like it. Well, there was a hype train. I feel like I had to. So you got a job to do. I'm aware. I'm aware. Everyone's dancing. Who else is here? Dragashot. Hello. Dude, what's up? Have you seen Hog's video? Yeah, we watched it twice yesterday. And he was watching it because we rated him all throughout his channel. Another day. One less till Last Epoch. 9 days. 9 days. I just realized I had it on mute. Was wondering why there was so many dancing. What's up, Otter? Hello. Coringa, what's up? Jesus, what up? Who else is here? Big guy, tea time. Hello. Hello. Necro, hi. Sentinel reveal today. Got it up right here. Yeah. Copy. Hello. I know I missed some people. I'm sorry. Alex, Breathbeat. Hello, sir. Do you think Paladin Shield throw with Ignite bouncing off Manifest Armor Ignite would work? That sounds like fun. Oh, no. It's the Harvest Lich sound again. Buckle up, sir. Barkley, what's up? Iron Forged, hello. No, he was going over the news article, though. Who? Oh, Rax was going over the news article. Got it. He was overviewing the changes, yeah. Bad timing, great timing. He said he's going to create a Heartseeker build that will make you crap your pants. Of course. I told you, 95% of creators are going to go Heartseeker. Robo, what's up? Alaith, hello. Blatant, hi. I think I am here. My Sarona, hello. Yeah. Oh. They're gonna think I'm spoiled. I haven't even said hi to everyone yet. What do you mean I am spoiled? You're spoiled. No. Homemade pizza. Oh, I'm not spoiled. What? Like we said, spoil. What? What? Connor, what's up? Gen X. Scoobot. Hello. Scoobots can never win a giveaway because his name has bot in it. I'll never hear the end of it. Mark Fisher. Hello. Hello. Spoiled rotten. Robert, what's up? Thanks for waiting to eat it in front of us. It just got handed to me. No, it didn't get handed to me. I woke up early and I cooked it, and I made it. And then it was warming, and during the warming process I had to start stream, and then the wife just brought it. So really, I did it. Sure. What? Guys, come on. I bet you made the dough from scratch too. Of course. When is Zizarin's interview? All right, let's answer some questions. Everybody, I know I missed half of you on the good mornings and good afternoons. I apologize. I'm sorry. We got to get cooking. Here we go. Today, we've got Talkative Try with Mike, Carve, and Judd. That kicks off in 1 hour and 41 minutes. So 1 hour and 41 minutes, we have Talkative Try. We will watch this for exactly 1 hour, okay? Once it hits 4 p.m. Central, we will switch over to Zizarin's stream, and we're going to watch Zizarin, Mark, and Jonathan talk about the current state of Path of Exile 2. So we've got 2 podcasts today, and we'll be watching both of them. We'll be watching the mess of PoE 2. What? No, it's not a mess. Okay. EHG is cooking right now. Man, is EHG cooking right now. I'm gonna miss Try's stream. I'll have the recap. I'll have the recap. Greetings from South Africa. Hello. Dark, what's up? Oh, doo-doo too. You guys, I said it yesterday. I'm gonna make a decision to take a break from Try's stream because supposedly Zizarin is gonna ask to their face, who is this game made for? Like what is the target audience for PoE 2? Like what happened? What? I just have to watch that live. I have to watch that live. So we'll watch an hour of Talkative Try. Then we'll watch Zizarin, and then we'll watch the end VOD of Try. Meltdown might continue. I know. I just have to watch it. I don't care about GGG, man. But try is getting itemization. I know, it's fine. Split screen. Yeah, we'll just have a split screen of both. We will watch both of them. Just one we might not catch the end of. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, so I am going to eat. I know we just started stream. I apologize. When I'm eating, just so you guys don't watch me eat, because it's kind of weird, we'll watch a video together as I eat. Then we're going to cover the last Epoch news. Oh, look at the gorgeousness of Heartseeker. So we're gonna watch a video together for a little bit. Then we'll cover some last Epoch news. And right now I am logged in to my Lich machine gun. Can we go into the future? No, we cannot. This video has been sent to me twice. I can only imagine what's in it. So, yeah, I can only imagine what's in it. I'm sure everyone will get a kick out of it, or you've already seen it.
I'll put it this way. Look. If Jonathan made PoE 2 and Chris made PoE 1, Chris made the game I love. Jonathan did not. Like if you know, like if one dev made one, like if one team lead had the vision for one game and one team lead had the vision for another game, the vision I like was Chris's vision, because PoE 1 was fucking awesome.
The devs need a reality check. They don't understand. Even though we keep telling them what we want, they don't do it. They need to learn their lesson. We're the ones that pay for this. Without us, the game would not be successful. If we band together and unite, eventually they will understand what we want. We need to keep trying.
Trevor, I don't know. My wife
this
just handed
actually
it to
has
me.
a real cause for concern for me, because it is real and it is being kind of swept to the side, and it makes me question whether or not he is actually playing the game. Like a lot of people are complaining about, do these guys play the game?
I know for a fact that the people at GGG play the game. I know that for a fact. The thing that has changed is not the devs playing the game. It's the man at the top.
It really should be a lot smaller, and I don't believe adding checkpoints is the solution. Like, look at this. Is this, like, really what we want?
Is it really that big?
No. No. Is that real? With all these checkpoints? That can't be real.
Holy, that really puts it
Yes.
into perspective.
How about an IRL checkpoint? And that's the checkpoint where the game becomes good. How about that? Can I checkpoint back to where PoE 1 was their main focus?
But wait, did last Epoch add any checkpoints in the update? Never gonna get old, man.
Down to for me is that I don't think they are building the game right. It's made me kind of realize some shit, that I don't think they're building this game through the campaign to be much of an ARPG. It really does feel at this point, based off of a lot of other people's complaining and feedback and what I've been thinking about, it really does feel like it's kind of a story mode game at the moment.
Yeah.
Which is like fine for the first playthrough, and it feels good, and that's why we all kind of...
See? Somebody in my chat said I was being too harsh with that question. That's on my sheet. I'm like, is this game even being made for playing more than once? That's like literally one of my questions. And people are like, you're being too harsh. I'm like...
No way. No way Zizarin asked that question today. Is PoE 2 meant to only be played once as a live service action RPG? No way. I will believe that when I hear it. No way.
I'm not.
100%. It's the mentality of like forcing combos. Like, bro, you should be able to play the game like fucking doing whatever ability you think looks the coolest and feels like this. Oh, a lightning spear? That sounds fucking cool. You should have to just pick that and play it, and it should be able to do 80% of what someone doing some optimal setup could do, I think. Right? You should be able to pick an ability that looks cool and just fucking... It may not be ideal, but you shouldn't need to like fuck... Oh, you get... Like Mathel said, in order for me to fuck some ass, I had to get fucked in the ass first, and then I gotta do a backflip, and then I gotta fucking parry a guy, and then I gotta chuck down an orb, and then do a thing. Like, no. You should be able to just pick a fucking thing and just be like, alright, I want to stab this guy with my lightning spear. And it shouldn't be optimal, and it shouldn't be the best, but it should work.
I cannot stand the leveling in the current patch. So I feel like I wasted like 5 to 6 hours because then I still have to go through it on Cruel again anyway, and it's just so mind-numbingly boring. It is so boring. Like, I can't even say it's challenging because it's really not. It just feels bad to play.
Oh, shit.
Like, the challenge is in not falling asleep or rage quitting out of frustration for how long it takes to kill normal fucking mobs. But I'm gonna push through and keep grinding it because all the changes they made to the endgame sound like such a significant improvement that I'm really excited to get there, and hopefully that's where it starts to shine. But they have completely ruined the leveling process. Like, Act 1 through 3 has been truly miserable. Absolutely miserable.
That's the best. When a top creator says the game is miserable.
Sizes are perfectly fine. It's just monster HP. Well, I can one-shot all the goddamn monsters, and I'm not having an ounce of goddamn fun because this thing is bigger than my goddamn... I'm at the beginning!
How's the launch going, Darth? I rotate in between feeling pretty good and malding. Like, I kind of go back and forth. Like, I was feeling like pretty good on like the start, and then I hit a wall somewhere, like I want to say like mid Act 3, and I started malding.
Nice try,
and then
Trevor.
And then I got a good hammer and like one shot the Act 2 cruel boss, and I started to feel pretty good. And I hit Act 3, and then suddenly everything just felt like I had 50 times the life as the Act 2 final cruel boss. I'm not really sure why, and I started malding. Then moments like, you know, Karm was like, "Hey, try this reach tech with Bone Shatter." I tried that. I was feeling pretty good. And now here I am fighting a white mob, and I'm actually wondering if the Hammer of the Gods is going to kill him. So, yeah, going back and forth.
So this is my exact same shadow. This is in Softcore Trade, Astra Mentis, 2 Sockets Fallen. Well, I guess the socket doesn't matter. Legacy Ingenuity, Legacy Adzeres, you know, Giga Jewels, right? All that shit, right? This is like, I'll never, ever, ever, ever get this, right? I'll never get this gear. Like, I'm not actually playing a new league. I'm just playing like an early access version of the game that I don't have to play for that long because we're just testing early access. Like, fuck me in the ass, fuck me in the ass, fuck me in the ass.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. What's going on? You like my build, guys?
Let me play the game! Let me fucking play the game! This is so fucking dumb! I actually can't even, like...
It's actually 10 out of 10. This is so... I hope Mark and Jonathan like see that a clip like that and they just both simultaneously alk LFG.
That's
That's true, yes. But we're talking about pretty objective measures. If you look at the ladders, like in the hardcore ladder, like 10 of the top 10 is playing warrior. So
this was a great video.
Now, this is not entirely true. This is not entirely true. Let me see if I can find the imager. It's 9 warriors and Ben. It's 9 warriors.
The vision. Oh
and Ben.
my gosh.
Urutu?
Oh
Sure.
my gosh.
GGG.
Non-stop charging. Dude, this guy doesn't even have a cooldown. Zachy, that guy doesn't even have a cooldown. He's just a monkey who just jumps on me non-stop. It's just like jump, 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 jump. Motherfucking leap slam, motherfucking warrior from BOE1 in a monkey costume. Huntress is basically KFC. Instead of selling chicken, you want to sell dick.
It's not real.
Instead. Because your chicken doesn't taste good. Just make good chicken and people wouldn't want to ask for dick anymore. Just make good chicken.
Word it this way, PoE1 players. I want an effortless game, and I've said this for like 5 years. PoE1 players, what they genuinely want is an effortless game that takes no effort, and they always win no matter what happens. And just to get like, you know, constant gamble systems into the game.
What an analogy.
Just admit it, you know what I mean? Just genuinely admit it. But that's what you want. It's fine. There's nothing wrong. Like, that stuff can be fun, you know, but, like, don't get me wrong. I enjoy a lot of those aspects, too, but just admit what you actually want out of PoE1. You want an effortless game that takes no effort to play whatsoever. And you always want to win no matter what happens. And you want all builds to work no matter what you do.
That's
but
him
simultaneously,
relaxing.
you want to feel like your build's special. Even though all builds, you know, end up clearing everything, the whole screen, whatever, not what, you know, what fucking not. Just fucking admit it, man.
Pisses me off the most is that it is at the cost of PoE1 dying.
This was supposed to be in the
If PoE1 was
subathon.
developed unhindered, I would not care the slightest that they still need to cook PoE2 for a while.
You're right,
which it
it
will,
should have been in
at
the
least
subathon.
another year.
Thanks, Quill, sir.
We've had one
Thank
league
you.
release for an entire year now.
I'll be honest, man. I want them
Say
to.
it, Quinn. PoE2 insert 3-letter
Yo,
word.
I'll be real, bro. I'll be real. Like, the fact is, PoE2 does exist, and it is out, and they are actively developing it, and I want it to pop off. Hopefully, it dies. Yeah, no, I don't want some schism fracturing
Does
of like two
EG
communities.
still
I
talk
prefer
to
they just
GGG
all
or
on PoE2.
communication is broken down? I haven't
And
asked.
again, worst case scenario, they PoE1ify it, right? And then we just get an upgraded version of PoE1.
What? Guys, if they reduce damage by 90%,
You know, I don't know if you guys pick up on stuff like that. You know, it's not just verbal communication, non-verbal. He's literally like, he looks so sad. His eyes are shut. He's rubbing his head. Oh, they just look miserable. Just miserable.
what? Guys, if they reduce damage by 90% and then increase it by 60, you don't only lose 25%. That's not how it works. Because the value baseline
He went
is
back to
different.
playing Bizarre.
When you go and lose 90, you're now at 10. If you increase 10
What's
by
up, Wicked?
60, you're at 16.
Eric, do you make a better commercial for LE than PoE2? Of course.
She's like killing me. I don't even know how. Can I get this right now, bitch? Where you at? Yeah, she's there.
Suffer!
Skewer!
Knock it down, bro. Knock it down.
I need more time. Rip! Tear! Break!
Unkillable.
Mim!
Oh, should I just become Quinn? Oh, shit! Wait.
Look at the life regen. I know.
Let's play PoE 2!
Accuracy rating. 31 cold res. 35 lightning res. Life.
Like it can
nice
work.
craft.
It's not 0.
Not bad.
It worked. Wait, it actually worked. It actually worked. It did. Yo, I got a new weapon. Wait, that's fucking cracked.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
I will not complain because that is not useless. No part of me is complaining about that. It might be time to respec and get the crit because that adds 50 flat, which is like 1/3, maybe. That's pretty decent. I'm never gonna upgrade this. I'm done. I'm literally never gonna upgrade this spear.
Tax
It's never
speed.
gonna get upgraded. There's no way the spear gets upgraded.
Augment. Transmute times 20. 10 regals. Fucking go!
Oh, this is all positive stuff now. I was like, where's all the yelling? No, this is all good stuff now.
Just straight up fucking Smith right in front of that fire.
We want slow gameplay. We want meaningful combat. Let's make Roa where we just run around all the bosses and all the monsters at lightning fast speed with no penalties, and we just chuck full screen AoEs at everything. This is worse. This is worse. And they literally just came off of a league where like, hey guys, yeah, heralds are not acceptable. Like, we don't want you to play cookie clicker with heralds. We want this to be meaningful combat. And then fucking Roa mount, fucking lightning, fucking spear, like the second day of a fucking league, and you're like, what the fuck did you nerf heralds for? Why?
Happy that GGG delivered on their promise to give me meaningful combat. I have more speed than the human players. This way I get to reach them. They try to run and dodge roll, but thanks to the new 3-second stun mechanic, I can hit many of them eventually. There's a white mob. I love that almost every support gem or unique item comes with...
Okay, listen. I can't believe I'm about to say this out loud. I might be more excited for Zizzarin's interview than the EHG interview. Probably because I already know about itemization. Man, I hope Zizzarin asks some hard-hitting questions. That's what I want to see.
With upsides for us mobs. For example,
Traitor,
their multiple projectile
sellout.
support
What?
got buffed
Me?
from -20
It's me,
this damage
guys.
to -35.
Guys?
This made combat...
He's going to?
This made combat against range characters so much better. If they'd barely do any damage to us mobs. Honestly, I was concerned that there was one
I'm losing my
rogue
LE
direct
status now,
nerf
it's
to us
gone?
white mobs in the 20 pages of 0.2 patch notes. And my armor got reduced by 30%. But then I remembered that armor is shit, so it's okay. For 1.0 release because of money. I mean, success.
How much betting did they patch
Because
it on
of
LE's
success.
launch? No.
So I get to keep my power and stunning to death those pesky human players until at least August.
Don't say that.
Thank you, GGG, for making PoE 2 a wonderful game to be a white mob in. I already recommend the game to my other white mob friends from games like Last Epoch and Diablo 4 to come try it. Oh, that's really bad for white mobs there. It sounded that players get to experience all the fun. But here, GGG prioritizes my fun first.
Can't
so
wait
I
for
will continue
Vision
to be
Boy
a
later.
loyal
Oh,
white
jeez.
Act 3 white mob in PoE 2. Thank you, GGG. Bro, I don't know what he's saying, bro. What's he saying here? What's the white mob saying? He's glitching out.
No? Oh shit. What? What the? Help! Help! What's going on? Help, help, help! What's going on?
The worm? It's the worm!
Stop! I can't attack, I can't attack.
This is the Vision.
Do you think he, I'm gonna crash out, dude. Okay.
To play softcore. He's not pussy to play softcore. Oh, I wanted to tell you something.
You guys might not have caught what's
happening.
happening. He's waiting. Path of Exile 2 doesn't have an auction house, trade house. You have to go to someone's hideout and put the stuff up. So they're in a party and he's waiting for the trade to happen. And just sitting there.
Do you think he, I'm gonna crash out, dude. Okay.
To play softcore. He's not pussy to play softcore.
Got botted?
Oh, I wanted to tell you
yes,
something.
I saw
Burley's.
Hog's video.
What
We
was it?
watched it yesterday.
He knew. You know what I mean?
Done. That was a good one. That was a good. I'm glad my wife brought food. I'm happy we were able to watch that together. Aaron, hope you recover quickly since it looks like your legs aren't working. Oh my gosh. I'm sitting here eating, relaxing, drinking coffee, watching the new reaction video, and then you know, people make me stand up. All right, let's stand up. Oh yeah, I'll link the video. Sorry, I got you. Oh. Now I can see right out my window. Now I can see right out the nature cam. Yes, it's still very bright. And I know there's weeds. You don't got to bring up the weeds. We haven't gotten to the weeding season yet. My eyes. My eyes. 200 hours feels like forever. No, it's not that long. What is the green stuff? Don't do that. Don't bring up the green stuff. Don't do that. You had all morning to do weeding. He's trying to blind us so we don't notice he's not standing. I'm standing. I'm standing. All right. Thank you all for your patience today. We are off to the races now. We have Talkative Tries EHG podcast coming up in an hour and 13 minutes, so 73 minutes. And we've got Zizarin talking with GGG about the Vision in 2 hours and 13 minutes. So, should be a pretty good day. Should be a pretty good day. Okay. EHG dropped Hype Week Day 2. Hype Week Day 2. Vision boy, big day. I need the popcorn. It will be a good one. I wonder how many people would be playing Ellie today if they launched with their first date. That is an excellent question. That is an excellent question. Now, I have been thinking about this, and you could disagree if you'd like. I don't think there is any better marketing that Last Epoch could have gotten. I know we should be playing now, we should be subathoning now, all the events and stuff should be happening, but it's like the big guy went to step on the little guy, but instead of stepping on them, they stepped down a landmine, and the landmine blew up, and that explosion, the explosion lifted Last Epoch to the top of the mountain. I mean, it really is like, when you talk about the pieces falling in a certain way, like, just so much good publicity. So much good publicity. David versus Goliath, right? Hey there, I have 2 questions. I tried to follow your build on Beastmaster Wolves. Just curious, are you supposed to like chance your legendary weapon and stuff? Second one is I'm super bad. If I died level 40, try Necronic Res. I don't fully understand your question. What level are you? EHG are going to be the winners here no matter what. Last Epoch is now the last ARPG. No. We're not taking that far. We're not taking it that far. But I guess we're just going to talk the whole day. We're not going to play or do anything. Just kidding. So on social media, I continue to get roasted because people are like, dude, you should keep your comments on PoE2 to yourself. You should go look at your own Steam charts. I just can't wait to just take this link and just turn it sideways and never mind. The question is, what does this number hit? What does this number hit? I know, for the love of God, let the servers run smoothly. 60,000? 660,000? I say 150. I say 150 to 200 would be unbelievable. 300, 100 plus easy, 400. It's not going to hit 400. Trust me when I say, obviously, the bigger number, the better. There's no way we get to 400. I just don't see 275, 169, 200, 100, 200, 300, 680, 120 to 150 would be comfy. 130 to 150, 175, 690, 500. Higher? I think 150 to 200 is fair. Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. Oh, PoE 2s. Aaron, no, I would post thread with teasers and such compiled, trying to find all the info on shield throw. Thanks. The only thing I could really think on off the top of my head is they said shield throw, you can take a node where you could spam it. It no longer has a cooldown. You're going to say 360,000 to 870. Now remember that when it comes to Path of Exile 2, This does not include console, and it does not include their own launcher, right? Because we don't have access to that data. But when you talk about how rough this update was, they shed 60 to 65% of all of their players. But I don't think that's the big one. This continues to be the story right here. This is the story. On the last 10,000 Steam reviews, it is currently sitting at a 41%. Dangerously getting close to falling under 40. This is the story. 40 or Riot? Oh my gosh. I have a question. Carver things like Uber Abroth, 500 plus corruption. How much content requires a character to clear 500? A decent amount. A decent amount. Yesterday, the lowest I saw yesterday was 80,000. 80,000? Maybe 90,000? 90,000. If they'd listened to people from the start, it wouldn't be this bad. What's up, Windfox? The review score was way worse when it launched 315 Expedition League and they nerfed the crap out of the game. People were not happy. I've been standing up. So anyways, yeah. Vision Boy is trending. No, it isn't. I really want to start with the minion build. We have to see updates, but is the Golemancer still able to do hard content? It is. It is. I would be very happy if this number hits 150,000. Okay, 150,000 is. Let me rephrase. 150,000 is my expectation. Okay, I would be very happy if it hit 200. If it broke its own record, oh my gosh, I don't know. We'd have to do something fun. We would have to do something fun. That would be sweet. We are so ready. Can the servers hold though? That is the question. Can the servers hold? What if it's gonna go free to play? This game? No, this game's not going free to play. It is not. Okay, are here you guys ready? Hype Week Day 2, Sentinel rework and Heartseeker coming to Last Epoch April 17th. This post, if I read the whole thing, it would probably be the entire stream. It is such a long post they put in the table of contents. Look at it. That's how long it is. Next season, it'll surpass. Hype! I just want them to hold 20,000 concurrently. Hopefully they can. All right, here we go. Heartseeker. Now, I put this in my video. Heartseeker will legitimately be the #1 played build and skill for the entire season. This will be the equivalent of mana stacking Source. Or, what was another big one? Wraithlord. Wraithlord's still really good. This will be, you'll go to Rax's stream, you'll go to every big streamer. What are they playing? You'll all be seeing this the whole time. And, you know, I'm not saying it's not deserving, but you're not playing Heartseeker. No, I've chosen not to play Heartseeker. This community that I've now polled 4 times have overwhelmingly told me not to play this game. Play this skill. Okay? So here we go. With Heartseeker, you will find new mechanic in Last Epoch, Recurve Chance. Recurve works differently from other repeating attacks such as Shield Throw and Shurikens. Basically, the way this skill works is it'll hit the enemy, and then it'll bounce through them again Guided arrow in Diablo 2. That sounds like the skill for me. Why not play Heartseeker? It's not as good as expected. No, it's excellent. I don't know how to say this. Every time I say it, it sounds so weird. And I know that. The fact that everybody's playing it makes me not want to play it. I know it sounds stupid. I know how stupid that sounds. But you're gonna have 100 creators to watch play Heartseeker, and we will be doing something different and unique. So that's the best way I could describe it. It's the best way I could describe it. I feel the same way. That's exactly how I feel. Yeah, I agree with that. Awesome. Okay. It's not stupid. It's fun to do something off meta. Right? Yeah, I'm too cool. I'm too cool. All right, so this is how recurve works. Starting with the default 100% recurve chance, each time Heartseeker strikes an enemy, its recurve chance is multiplied by 0.8. This means that at baseline, the recurve once. So every time you shoot, it'll automatically recurve, and then it'll go to 80%, 64%, and so off. But you could boost your recurve chance so that it hits lots of enemies. And you can get it very, very high. Join me, Void.Hammerthrow. Oh, man. Handsome Ben, that is hilarious that you said join me with Void.Hammerthrow, because Ben Diesel, the guy that always tells you that the only one Ben could be here, his favorite build is Void Hammerthrow. That's pretty funny. I read this post twice now, and it looks very strong and fun. Thank you for this. You're very, very welcome. Meta is everything. Another day, another stream. What's up? We'll break up all this reading too. I've got stuff to show you today. Oh, that's because there can only be one Ben. Is there a way to play Heartseeker in LE like we do in D4, basically acting like a basic skill? Like spam skill? Yes. Where is he? Working, probably. Okay, let's talk through some nodes. I'm not going to rush through this. If anybody needs to stop me, just highlight a message. Okay. Very, very cool node, okay? Recurve has a 66% chance. It can never fall below 66%, which means, you know, if you flipped a coin and you flipped heads 30 times in a row, technically you could recurve, you know, that many times. So if RNG is in your favor, normally it's in my favor. This is a node I happen to like on my current Heartseeker build. Okay. This is a node I don't like on my Heartseeker build. Arrow of the Ravager. Heartseeker has an additional chance to recurve and deals 50% multiplicative damage, but now has a cooldown. You don't want this skill to have a cooldown. RNG is never in our favor. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Don't say that. Nimble Threads. Heartseeker has an additional chance to recurve based upon your dexterity scaling. This is also another node that I use in my build because we're stacking as much dex as humanly possible. RNG is in Aaron's favor. What? Wait, RNG has favor? I thought RNG was just the thing that always punishes me. No. No, I don't like cooldowns. That's right. Directly using Heartseeker arrows have a chance to grant mana and health on hit. I don't even remember who asked the question, but if you want it to be like a generator skill, it literally says right here, generator as support. You can use Heartseeker to maintain mana. Guys, there is no streamer client, okay? There's no streamer client. And if there was one, I'm not on it. The dev stream kicks off in 59 minutes. The dev stream kicks off in 59 minutes. Yeah, it's 59 minutes. PoE2 needs a little bit of a reality check. Show me your settings then. No, okay, this setting, this setting that says streamer mode, it's it doesn't give better drops. It's this. Okay, listen. So there was swamp gas on Venus, and the swamp gas on Venus radiated through the clouds, and then I got blinded, and then that's what caused the click to make. That's what checked this box. Venus swamp gas. Yes, go on. Now you get it. You guys get it, right? Does someone have a correct countdown till tries interview? Yes. 58 minutes. 8 minutes. Swamp gas did Aaron's brain insane. You guys, you're not ready. You're just not. The swamp gas isn't there. Okay. We continue with Heartseeker. What now? Can you explain that from the beginning? No. You have to watch the VOD. Aaron has dementia. Continuing with Heartseeker. Heartseeker hits have a chance to apply frailty and shred armor, but no longer seek out other targets. Now, I don't think a lot of people know this, that your Heartseeker, once it kills an enemy, it's like a minion. It's like a minion, and it goes and hits another one. You take this node, it no longer does that. Straight through. When Heartseeker target dies, you shoot puncture at a nearby enemy for each recurve it would have triggered after that target died. Now, this node, I love. Heartseeker is a awesome single target damage dealer, but it's not the absolute best on clear speed. This makes it a monster on clear speed. That's what makes Heartseeker so often, is it's like the best of all worlds. So let's say your recurve would hit the enemy 8 times. What you shoot one Heartseeker, and that Heartseeker took 3 hits to kill the white mob. If it would have done 8 hits, that means that one shot shoots out 5 punctures. Now imagine that, but you're shooting Heartseekers faster than you can count. It is... I don't know what they're gonna do with this one. You can't even like really see anything. It's just like a sea of punctures. And of course it uses the puncture skill tree. That's overpowered. It's so good. But on the flip side of that, right, you're gonna have 5 skills, and one of your skills will be puncture, and puncture does nothing for single target, because when you're fighting a boss, example like Aberoth, you have no enemies to kill, right? Fun detected. Nerf it! Oh wait, that's PoE 2. Wow, that does sound fun. Don't tell GGG. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is awesome. This is awesome. We continue. Frozen Splinter. So not only is Heartseeker an awesome meta skill, its base damage is physical, and it can trigger puncture. You can also turn it cold, which has tons of support, and you could turn it fire. So it is my opinion there will literally be 3 meta builds. Obviously, they all won't be the best, but I mean, one of them will be the best, but there'll be 3 ways to play it. Cold, Dragon Fang, and physical. Yep. Fun, but the vision. Minions base Forge Guard is alive or still dead. Totally alive. Totally alive. Sorry, I've forgotten. Is it possible to increase the max resistance beyond 75 in LE? No. Mine will be the best. Battle Bunny, not your husband's. Vision boy. Okay. Heartseeker. So on top of that, right? Meta skill, insanely strong, awesome for single target, awesome for clearing packs. You could use it as a generator. You can turn it cold, and you could turn it fire. On top of that, you could turn it into a throwing skill. Recurve chance with Heartseeker, +3 throwing damage per 5 dex. Heartseeker now counts as a throwing skill and scales with throwing damage instead of bow. You are limited to 1 active Heartseeker. Oh, and I forgot to mention, this also automates Heartseeker. If you have no active Heartseeker and are in combat, you throw one at nearby enemies every 3 seconds. I'm going to get that unique. So now, just think about this for a second. You're fully spec'd into Heartseeker and you're fully spec'd into Puncture. And you're running. Every 3 seconds. WTF, I need that. There's too much fun though in this one. Guys, there's way too much fun. I think this one. I think maybe. I don't care, we need it. What's up, Ben? Auto Bomber Seeker. Barkley's getting it. Hi, Luz. So what you would do on this one, it
Any
says
chance
limit.
detonating arrow gets some love? Would like to make a lightning arrow type build.
Okay, off the top of my head, I don't know anything about Lightning Arrow, and I'm sorry. I have a level 90, 300 corruption, Heartseeker marksman, and I've been mainly focused on Heartseeker. Some Forge Guard as well. I thank you for the sub. I don't know anything about detonating arrow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now, this does have a 3-second cooldown, but what you can do with this is you can get a 50% multiplicative damage on your Heartseeker through Arrow of the Ravenger. So there is, yes, you can't spam Heartseeker once you automate it, but you can turn it into like a massive shot. That's what she said. So there's some stuff you could do there. There's some new stuff. New builds and tier lists will be up. We're working on that stuff. We have 37 build guides, 37 build guides on actionrpg.com. We have the Curse, Frozen Sentinel, myself, and we're going to get some Babbling Bike builds. The goal is every build will be up to date for Season 2. But we can't do that. We can't start that process until we have the patch notes on Friday. Can't do that till we have the patch notes on Friday. This is a family stream, Aaron. The volatile reversal changes look so cool. But it's crazy. Multiplicative damage gone, though. Yes. Yeah, it's a completely new skill. Do it now, you coward. Where did Frosty LaRue come from? You guys didn't tell me Frosty's here. Hey, Frosty. Don't say hi to him. Frosty, did the baby come yet? Everyone, Frosty's going to be a new dad. He's expecting his first kid, baby girl, this Saturday. Not yet, any day now. I will be playing a seasonal character. Right now we're thinking Beastmaster. Best of wishes, Frosty and Lady Frosty. If it happens mid-podcast, I'm going to throw up an LE logo in the backdrop so I can leave. Yeah, but don't turn your camera off. That'll screw everything up. Not that the podcast screwing up is more important than your child's birth. It's just, you know, there was some swamp gas, and that, you know, never mind. Never, forget it. Forget it. I'll more than likely play Rogue Heartseeker. It's a good idea. Keep digging, Aaron. What? Elvia Frosty, do you think when the baby is older, you can teach it to level your fishing on WoW. Wait a second. What's wrong with Frosty LaRue's fishing on WoW? I didn't hear anything about this. I didn't hear this. The hype boys, what's up? Get up, be right back. Having a baby sign ready for OBS. I'm being baited. Is that what's happening? Oh, I get it. I get it. Fishing is boring on WoW. I just realized that GGG should have released 0-2 on April 1st because it's a bigger joke than announcing Diablo Immortal at BlizzCon. Oh my gosh. We're gonna see what they say today. Okay, everybody, we are an hour and 11 minutes into the stream. We have covered the updates for Heartseeker, and if anybody has any questions, I can answer those. We're gonna take a 2-minute break. We're gonna take a 2-minute break to support a friend and colleague. There was something there was some historical footage uncovered, and it was dropped on YouTube yesterday. I just thought maybe in case everyone didn't see it. 2 minutes. Enjoy.
Loose Cannon Production.
That's hot.
Thank you, Mike. I don't know what he was thinking. Hopefully we can fix this mess.
What is that music? Oh, great. Now we get to hear about the vision.
This guy thinks he's gonna stop my vision. I got news for him.
Yeah. I'm taking all your player base.
Release the prisoners.
That's right, boys. Mike is here to save you.
Hold this. Just what in the hell are you doing? I demand answers.
Tortured player release. You tortured the players. We are releasing them.
What about my vision?
Your vision sucks. The players are all leaving. Stop at once. You had your chance. Mike is taking the player now. We want money,
This is
not
madness.
pain. Fix your shit and get back to us.
If we let the players go, who is going to test the goddamn game? I haven't played it in years. We need them.
We found out about your plan to smash last Epoch. It will not be tolerated. You've lost your mojo. Sorry, not
Oh
sorry.
yeah? Hey, you. You think you can just steal my player base and interfere with the vision? They don't want your good loot filter. They don't want your good crafting. Your quality of life features don't matter.
Uh-oh.
Seamless controller to keyboard swap isn't a cool feature.
What did you just say, Vision Boy?
I said, when they find out I stole your endgame, they will come right back to the vision. It's the meaningful combat they crave, not the loot, not the fun, just the vision.
Before this war is over, I'm going to stomp on your vision.
Nobody wants to play a fun game with build variety, good quality of life, better loot filters, good crafting and engaging combat. They just want pain.
You'll see. All your streamers and players are coming, April 17th. Your vision is trash. Maybe Waste Management will sponsor you. I'm out. Peace. Let's roll, boys.
Okay. Everybody, that was some historical footage. This was found yesterday, and it was dropped onto the intranet. So I just wanted to historical Oscar nomination. This is gold. I know. My friend Hog TV makes awesome parody content. So good that we're building a section on actionrpg.com for Frosty LaRue and Hog. Link to the video is right there. So show Hog some love. Show Hog some... I can't stop laughing. I know, it's pretty funny. It is pretty funny. Everybody, Talkative Try and EHG, the last Epoch dev stream kicks off in 44 minutes. 44 minutes. In an hour and 44 minutes is the Zizarin GGG interview. Parody, is that real? That was real life. Okay, I meant Hog's other parody videos is what I meant. I didn't mean that one. That one That one is in the historical record, so. I can make cool videos on top of fishing. Yes, he can. I don't have a treadmill, so I'll do my kettlebell set while standing solitary with you. Sounds good, sir. Since you're probably going to get on the treadmill, we'll get the treadmill going when we're watching the podcast. They scheduled it right after Ellie again. Guys, I don't know if it was intentional. We've already gone down this rabbit hole of conspiracy theories, but this April 8th, 3 p.m. time was scheduled, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And GGG's interview with Zizarin that was scheduled a couple of days ago is scheduled at the same time. So it's 1 hour difference. Zizarin's is at 4 p.m. So I don't think it was planned. It was probably just it was probably, we are not fools, obviously planned, so disgustingly obvious. I'll jump in for a spicy question to GGG regardless. Anyways, I'm sure it's fine. If it wasn't planned, how could we then be tribal over video games? Exactly, Exile. 40 minutes to Ellie. GGG is Darth Vader now. They were the ones who were supposed to bring balance to the ARPG scene. I mean, technically, doesn't Vader, you know, bring balance back at the end? So wouldn't that mean they come full circle? No, it's not planned. Ziz said so in his Twitter because he was planning the interview. There you go. Yeah, it's just a coincidence. Do we have pricing for the supporter packs? No. You don't understand, Aaron. PoE is dead now. No, Vader can at least kill white mobs. All right, let's continue. Sentinel rework. Now, this paragraph is basically saying that Sentinel is going to have a lot of new toys. Now, I do think if you planned on, let's just say you planned on grinding last Epoch for a month. Let's just say 4 weeks, I'm going all in. The best decision you could make as a content creator would be to play Sentinel. Because since you can respec your mastery now, you're probably going to get access to 30 different builds just from Sentinel because it's so refreshed and it's got a lot of new fun toys. Spam the like button like explosive zombies. Good afternoon, sir. Hello. Yes, there is pricing for the supporter packs. I asked Mike on the Ask the Devs channel and he said $10 to $60 for the whole series. Yes! Hold on, I gotta validate that. I have someone in chat saying you said supporter packs will be $10 to $60. Is that true? Thank you. Tell Mike to make it $69.99. It's on Reddit? I posted a screenshot from EHGK message about the supporter pack prices. Well, now you gotta send it to me. I don't go to Reddit. I try to maintain my mental health. Wait, did I say that out loud or was that in my head? No, I said that in my head. I said that in my head. Okay. Volatile reversal. Do we have spoilers? 60 would be great. 60 would be great if that's true. I would be very happy about that. You just want the capybara, right? Guys, best LE cosmetic skin. What do you say? I think it's this skin. I don't even know what the hell it is. Get out of here, streamer mode. Gosh. This Sentinel armor. I like this one. I can send you a picture. Where do you want it? You got to send it to Discord. I thought Try was doing a podcast. It kicks off in 38 minutes. 38 minutes. What are the chances in all reality that GGG drop a game-fixing patch on the 17th? Okay, people keep saying that over and over again. And I just want that. I just don't want that in my brain. EHG and GGG's podcasts are at the same time. Wait, what? They're not. I thought they're 1 hour apart. Hold on a second. I don't know what time 10 p.m. BST is. 10 p.m. BST. Just freaking hold on a second. $3 p.m. my time. Okay, yeah, so it's an hour after. It is, so it's right. It's an hour after. It's an hour after. Zids needs a timer or a pin. Why can't everyone just use GMT? Normally I tell people I'm on mountain time and they just like, yeah, we're like real funny. And I'm like, no, I'm on, that's what Idaho potato land is. It's mountain time. You guys just don't know about mountain time. You don't know about it. We are special here in the UK. I doubt a game fix for PoE 2 will save them from losing players to LE. Progression is fantastic on last Epoch, and I've turned on its head on PoE 2 this time. Fake time zone? What? It's Miller time. Uper, what's up? The joke we said is that since there was the little people are getting mirrors and the economy's screwed up because of the exploit, they'll make a decision to take the community's feedback, reset the league and the economy with all these new changes. Map sizes, smaller, enemy health, bring back the fun and the blasting, and they want to relaunch the early access Dawn of the Hunt, April 17th. I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I'd play Ellie anyways. There would be riots. I don't know. I have no idea what I would do. Guys, you guys ready for this? Gosh. I really really like this studio. I like them quite a bit. Okay. Everybody watching, YouTube, Twitch. If you guys did not see, I got to break this down. You guys got to understand the importance of this, okay? Yesterday, EHG dropped their new supporter packs. They dropped what they're going to be, okay? So you got the Woven Traveler, the Woven Templar, the Woven Vanquisher, and the Woven Legend. Okay? Follow me for a second. Now, for example, the Woven Legend also gives you 300 of the Epoch points, which is $30 in in-game currency. On top of that, they've implemented a new strategy for supporter packs that if you buy the higher tier, you get the lower ones. All right? So, if you buy the highest one, you get the other 3. You buy the third highest, you get the other 2. You get the second one, you get the bottom one. So, the Woven Legend that gives you $30 in in-game currency and all 4 supporter packs. $60. Yesterday we were saying it'll probably be $100, $150, maybe $80. $60 gets you $30 of in-game currency and all 4 supporter packs. Compared to, you know, I know they're not on the same, the $480, the $480 GGG pack. Enjoy. There was a rumor going around that this pet would automatically pick up gold for you because it has the little gold sack on the back. Unfortunately, this rumor is not true. But the capybara is coming in the supporter packs. When its launch day comes, try to support via Nexus. Thank you guys so much. Yes, all the supporter packs. It's always an ask, not a tell, of course. But all the supporter packs are available. Well, they will be available through my Nexus store, just like you're buying them through Steam. Obviously, it just supports the channel. But yeah, support EHG. There he is. I'm still standing up. Trevor, I want to get like a punching bag would be cool, but I thought it'd be better if it was like frozen meat or like, you know, like not frozen meat, not frozen. Never mind. Forget it. That's right. No, I don't want to look at you. Oh no, I lost the post. So funny, I have so many screens now. I have crap just everywhere. Put Vision Boy on it? Oh my gosh. Diesel. Hey, Ben Diesel. Ben Diesel. The other Ben said, Aaron, you should roll with me season 2. Ben Diesel, you're going to love this. He said, you should roll with me season 2 with Void Hammers. I was like, what are the odds that both Bens want me to play Void Hammers? I swear, I'm not kidding. You could go look up in the chat. I literally commented on it. I was like, that's too weird. I was like, what are the odds of that? What are the odds of that? It's because you won't. I do not plan on it. That is true. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We are moving on with today's Hype Week post. This is Volatile Reversal. We're going to now be talking about Sentinel changes. We're done with Marksman. We're now talking about Sentinel changes. All right. Brow, stop being jealous of GGG. He is. Do we know the original Deluxe Ultimate upgrades? And will the prices be reduced? We don't know. I know they're going away. The old supporter pack top dog was $50, but it only gave you one supporter pack. So the new one is $60, $10 more, but you get all 4 supporter packs and $30 of in-game currency. It's like, obviously I'm not saying $60 is nothing, but the whole point of a supporter pack is to get behind the studio and help them. Very reasonably priced for what you get compared to others. All right, here we go. Brand new Volatile Reversal. People always say how many new skills are in the game. I always say 2 because this might as well be a brand new skill. Volatile Reversal, a combo ability that jumps forward in time to target location and performs a melee attack on arrival. Recast within 3 seconds to jump backwards in time from your original location to perform a melee attack. So you could ping back and forth and do attacks with Volatile Reversal. Okay? And here's a little clip of it. Man, Brow, the new visuals just look so good. Even in this little clip, I'm looking at it. Oh, it's so clean. It's very, very, very clean. I like it. I like it. Providing both engagement and disengagement in one skill, Volatile Reversal offers new engagement opportunities to Sentinels and new synergies and build options. While maybe notice that this skill offers added void spell damage through vitality scaling, the skill only deals melee damage by default. And this vitality scaling is offered for optimal spell-based sub-skills in the skill tree, becoming viable with 5 points spent in the Void Knight tree. So did they change the engine? They did an engine upgrade, and then with the new update, they put in new lighting, new shaders, new optimization. I don't know, a whole bunch of different changes and tweaks. It looks really, really good. So all Sentinel skills, just like previously, all Sentinel characters will have access to Volatile Reversal. So that does not change. Oh, that's a big move, updating the engine. So I just want to be clear. I don't want to set up some insane expectations. They moved from Unity 2019 to Unity 2021. They have to go up systematically each version of Unity, and the newer version gave them a lot more tools. They've unlocked the ability for FSR and DLSS. I'm not saying FSR and DLSS is coming in this update, but there's a ton of new dev tools they have in the background now. Do people not know how difficult it is to change engines? They get asked all the time, hey, are you planning on switching from Unity to Unreal Engine 5? And every time that question's asked, you know, Mike is very respectful. So he just kind of smiles and says, if we made the decision to do that, it would probably take us 3 to 5 years because we would be remaking Last Epoch from scratch. That's what he said. So, yeah, it would be Last Epoch 2. Correct. It causes me pain as a developer every time I hear that. I wonder if they use the extra time for more WASD. You want to know what they use the extra time for? Something we weren't getting, and now we're getting because of the delay. And if there's any Epochers out there, you just don't know how much you're going to appreciate this. They've updated pickup radius. They've updated pickup radius for the entire game. So I don't know if you guys know this. In Last Epoch, historically, you literally have to be like on top of the gold. Or you go to pick up an item, you literally have to like run on top of it. So the one thing that they have added is bigger pickup radius. How big? Bigger? Finally, I don't have to stand on top of everything. Correct. Yes. I don't know if they've done anything new with WASD. I don't know. There's a Hog in the chat. Hey, Hog, we watched your video today. So I've been reading all this info that dropped today, and we broke this up with a new historical video that's been unearthed about the Vision, and we watched that together as a community. I don't know if you've seen it yet. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I don't know if you've seen it. Again, yeah, there's a lot of people that didn't see the new historical video that released, so, and knowing that we're gonna watch Zizarin and GGG, I just thought it was worth it, you know. Do you know what would be even better than damn pickup radius? Gold, Vision boy. Would be even better as the capybara picking up the gold for us. That would be better. Who's getting the popcorn ready for Vision boy? I know, doesn't it look so good? I literally, this 3-second clip made me completely think about, why am I running Beastmaster and not Sentinel at the beginning of the season? This 3-second clip. Anyways, let's continue. Specialization. Volatile Reversal also offers its own full skill tree to customize how you want to utilize it in your build. Make it a high damage engagement option, maximize traversal potential, or support other skills to further expand its potential. Because Beastmaster is fun as hell. I do love Beastmaster. You guys talking about size mattering? Here we go. Hog comes into the stream and just immediately, you know, does his thing. It would have been better if you could ride the capybara. No, because if there was only one mount that was purchasable, that was for one character, that might, you know, I've seen that done before. You know. Hog's joystick clip. What does this? What is this clip, Guilty? Guys, Hog's joystick anywhere. I would recognize Hog's joystick anywhere. I was reading chat. I was reading chat. Frosty LaRue put up chat and I read that. That wasn't my own thing. I would recognize Hog's joystick anywhere. You see? Frosty wrote that. See? Sure. Oh. AI editing tool? Come on. Come on. Nice editing, guys. So that's what you're gonna do. Oh my gosh. Youper, don't look at it.
You done messed up, Aaron!
Lying isn't a good look on you, giggity. Never safe when Frosty's online. You... That AI voice splicing is getting pretty crazy. Good old... Oh my gosh. Why lie to us? Did wife see this? Guys, come on. This is Frosty's doing. He got me to read this. I shouldn't have read it. Aaron got frosted.
The lie detector test.
What are we doing?
What was a lie?
What's happening?
Play.
16 minutes. 16 minutes until Talkative Try takes over the stream for the EHG. Get this clip out of here. Who the hell posted? Guilty did that? Time for the Vision Boy movie? No. No. Professional streamer. Oh, brother. Okay. 10 more minutes. We're going to cover the post, and then we will switch over to the EHG stream. Can't blame me this time. Time to pull out the ban hammer. Blurp it? No. No. 10 minutes of polka? Try looks nervous. Hey, Try looks pretty nervous here. Hmm. 10 minutes. Oh gosh. Will you guys get out of here? He said he was very nervous. Okay. I'm going to do a 2-minute poll. 2-minute poll. This is a Twitch poll. No, we don't need to do a poll. That's silly. You guys, should we continue with covering the news and then watch Try, or would you guys rather just switch to Try now? It starts in 15 minutes. Switch to Try? Might as well switch now. All right. No. We're gonna watch the EHG interview. It just doesn't start for 15 minutes. Wait, he's unbearable. Oh, geez. All right, we'll check in on the current numbers for a second first. Look at that. We're setting new 24-hour peaks in last Epoch. Almost at 3,200 players. It's pretty good, right, guys? GGG. 186, 200. The LE surge, it's happening. What are Wolson's numbers? Hey, when we started playing, this number was at 60. We've added like 30 concurrent players. We've added about 30. I'm one of them trying out Beastmaster. Woohoo! Try looks nervous no matter what he does. Yeah, Judd. No, it should be Judd Mike Carve. I think it's Judd Mike Carve. Don't quote me, but I think they brought Carve on with Try because Carve's probably the most knowledgeable person from EHG to like make sure an expert is there. All right, has this moved at all? On 10,035 reviews of Path of Exile 2, 41. It has not moved. The review score on 10,000 reviews is still 41. It has dropped the overall review score to 76. Not Mike? Okay, no Mike today. No Mike today. We'll cover the rest of the Sentinel rework later. All right, this can all go away. This can go up here. Giveaway is good. All right. No lie, no lie, no lie. This is going to be great. This is going to be great. Come on. Just so you know, I'll reposition my camera so that we're not in anybody's way. There's going to be 4 people on screen, so I'm sure I'll be in the wrong spot. Get rid of the blurp timer. Aaron, what do you typically do at the gym? I try to go 3 days a week. Chest and tries, buys and back, legs and shoulders. Thanks, honey. We don't need to look at you. What? What do you mean? I'm gonna get on my treadmill right now. All right, everybody, it's dev stream time. Dev stream time. Sorry. You guys think we should have done a bingo card for this one? He does Zumba. I got my little notepad here on the right screen. Ready to take notes. Picture. Oh yeah, don't need that. Okay. Right? I think the flexing is for the wifey. Duh. Why didn't Hog put out a new video today? We could have been watching it. he only flexes for joysticks. Great, I'm glad I put that clip up. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Suggest a poll. Does Try mention his dad? Why would Try mention his dad? All right. Poll. Someone suggested a poll. We'll try. All right. We'll try and mention his dad. Yes, of course. No way. Poll at the top of chat in Twitch. This is a poll recommend. This is someone paid channel points to run this poll. He always mentions his dad or brother. Okay. Yes? I just sent you a pic. You sent me a pic. Poll at the top of chat. Make your voices heard. New nickname, Joystick Boy. Rejected that poll. Guaranteed? Landslide? All right, what? Everybody, I apologize. I'm being honest. I'm going to manually run an ad right now. By manually running an ad, it should turn off pre-rolls. I'm doing that right meow. What are these ads? This guy is pure evil. Me? I better not see an ad. I pay you for YouTube. All right, I'm on it. Do I have control over that? All right, everybody. Talkative Tries podcast should start in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We'll see if he's on time. We'll see if he's on time. I am set up. I've got my notepad ready. I've even got my treadmill. We're going to do a little exercising. And of course, reacting live. 5 minutes of polka. And just FYI, when Zizarin's Grinding Gear Games interview drops, we will switch to that one. Okay? And then we'll come back to try to finish whatever he was talking about. Big Bear. Tech, the bear's head is cut off at the top. I know. Oh, okay. Fix it. Long time since I was this excited about a game. That's what I like to hear. It's barely there. Come on, we're not doing the bear stuff, guys. Get that Cappy next to the bear? Hell yeah. Aaron, what do you think they should Ellie work on next first? Finishing skills.
All right. Judd, Ross, Carv, let's start with you, Judd. Quick sound check.
Yep. Test. Can you guys hear me? Testing.
How was it? Judd, good? Did I do an okay job? Can hear Judd. Judd is good. All right. You're good. All right.
Perfect.
Ross, let's do you one more time.
Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Was he a little quiet? He's good? Little low? Let me adjust you a little bit, Ross. I got you on my end.
Nice.
Perfect placement.
All right. All right. Go one more time, Ross.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Better?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's listening to your voice very intently. You're good? All right, Carv. We saved the leaker for last. Let's go.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Hello. Test. Torilla. Is this working?
Don't cover the logo.
Carv the goat is good. Carv better behave. Yeah. All right. I think we're good to go, everybody. I'll do the silly intro and we can hop right into it. Goodbye, chat. It was nice knowing you. Okay.
All right, there we go.
3, 2, 1. Greetings and welcome, travelers, to a very special episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the amazing team behind Last Epoch, Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, to talk all about this latest update coming to the game. It has been 9 months. They have been cooking, and I thought it would be an awesome way to introduce all of you and to just break the ice if all of you could talk about your single favorite feature that is coming in Tombs of the Erased. What are you most excited for? Can we start with Judd? Let's start with you, man.
For sure. Yeah, we have a lot of heavy hitters coming in Season 2 in this regard. I'll speak to one that I'm personally really excited about that might not get a lot of coverage elsewhere in the conversation. So for Gamepad, we've actually updated every single skill's targeting logic across the game, and they're just way more intuitive to how you'd want them to play. So, for example, if you were playing Ballista in the past, it would be that you would, if you were focusing on an enemy, it would actually summon the Ballista on top of the targeted enemy, which would aggro the enemy and probably surrounding enemies, and they'd swarm your Ballista and pretty quickly dispatch it and kill it. And that's not exactly how you'd want Ballista to be played. With the update, we've made it to where even if you're focused on a target enemy, it'll act more appropriately, where it'll cast it to the side or outside of the group of monsters, which is a way better situation for Ballista. We've also updated all the mutations of skills, so anything inside the skill trees that actually might change the targeting logic or more desirably have the target logic change. For example, things like Atera's Blessing, there's a node called Purge, which cleanses ailments off of allies. And with the update, if you do have an ally that has an ailment on it, Purge and Atera's Blessing will prioritize healing that character instead. Those are just a couple examples. Every single skill in the game has gone through this treatment and been touched. And there's also, we've updated it to have some target memory as well. So, for example, if you're a ranged character, imagine that you're a mage and you're casting Fireball. Previously, it would be that if you're casting Fireball at an enemy a couple times, they start to chase you, you start to kite it, you start to run in the other direction. What you would previously have to do is flick your joystick to the left, run away, then you have to flick it back to the right and start to, sling the spell again and flick it back to the left. In the update, we will memorize the target in which you were casting the spell at previously. And as long as there's not a new target recognized in the direction that you're facing with the gamepad, it'll just quickly turn around and cast the spell at that previous enemy, which makes it just way more fluid. And so a lot of really great gamepad updates coming in Season 2. There's even more changes to support this, like the inventory management updates that we have coming. And there's a lot more updates that we have coming for gamepad in future seasons as well that are already well underway. And remember, if you guys like playing on gamepad, it is something that you're able to hot swap to from keyboard and mouse, which is just a
Oh, damn,
real cool feature
Hog,
to
you
have.
hear that?
That's really exciting. I know a lot of people love the options, and there's a lot of, I think like older gamers too that really like the ease that gamepad provides. So that's awesome that you guys focused on that, man. It was very.
That was for sure a dig at GGG.
Right now, yeah. So,
oh no,
Ross?
yeah, that was me indicating the RSI that you get from
Definitely.
playing these
Oh
games.
yeah. I think half our
Shots
team has
fired.
terrible carpal tunnel from picking up a whole lot of loot over the years. So yeah, I mostly play with
Judd's
gamepad,
firing shots.
just due to that.
100%. All right, Ross, what are you looking forward to, man?
Yeah, personally, I'm most excited for the procedurally generated tomb and cemetery side zones that we've added. In Season 2, there are a few features that would be developed specifically for long-term use, and this is one of those. What we've built allows the studio to both release new content faster and improve existing content. For example, let's just say in future seasons we add new areas that are tied to seasonal mechanics, or we want to improve existing areas like dungeons or base monolith echoes. The new system we've worked on enables to do that a lot faster than previously. Specifically in relation to Season 2, though, we haven't had side zones in Endgame before, and tombs are really the starting point for all of the new Endgame content that we've added. These new zones feel good in terms of not being too large, not being too small. There's no loading screens when going back and forth. We've got new enemies, bosses, and rewards with them as well. With the extra time we've had, we've actually made some solid last-minute improvements here too, like rotating the layouts to navigate areas better with WASD movement, which we're also adding this season. So basically, you're always traveling in a direction that's comfortable for WASD in terms of the exits and entrances from areas. That sounds like a small thing, but it's great if you're using that control scheme. Note that future zone
They did update WASD recently.
Content too in this regard as well. But yeah, for me, looking forward to playing all the content this season, but the procedural generation system has me the most excited for, the future development.
Size of zone,
The
firing
WASD
shots.
change sounds
Hit 'em.
big. I know what you mean. It sounds small, but it makes a massive difference, especially if you're grinding through these many times over and you want to try out the beta. And you got an extra few weeks to work on it, so WASD should feel a little bit better than it was going to on that April 2nd initial launch.
Absolutely.
Ooh, I'm excited for that. Awesome. Okay, Carve, let's close this out. What are you most excited for?
There's a lot of things, but my price is probably on the Weaver 3 because it allows me to do a lot of cool stuff in the monolith, like not have arenas anymore, and a lot of target farming for items. So
Wait a second,
mine
you
is,
don't like arenas either? What?
I do like arenas. I don't like them in the monolith.
Okay.
When I do arena, I'll go.
Very cool.
some
I
ladder.
saw that Mike leaked the entire tree on stream last week. That
Yeah,
was
we might
bold.
maybe look at some nodes today, potentially at some point.
Oh, okay. Exciting. Well,
It's
you
too hard
guys,
to
before
focus
we
and be
dive
on the
into the
treadmill.
main topic of today's chat, which is all about itemization, and you have a bunch of exciting things to share, I had one question that I just wanted to ask all of you. Because personally, I've played about 150 hours of Last Epoch. I'm not a blaster by any means, but I usually bounced in the end game. And I think that a lot of other players shared that sentiment. But in these past 9 months, it sounds like you have done tremendous work on that end game loop and just providing new options, not only in terms of content, but itemization as well. Did one of you want to tackle that? What is this new end game supposed to feel like, supposed to do and accomplish?
Yeah, and so in terms of the goals, in short, we wanted to improve endgame, respond to player feedback, and set us up for future content. And you can split all these between short-term goals and long-term goals. So I'll start with the short-term goals. So looking back, Season 1 added a pinnacle boss, which the game lacked. It didn't feel right that there wasn't a satisfying endpoint for endgame in this regard, both in terms of difficulty and narratively. So this was great content, but it didn't add much to the endgame holistically. So the primary short-term goal with Season 2 was providing more content broadly at endgame, giving players more to do and allowing them to sink more time into min-maxing their characters. We knew we wanted to provide some element of player agency in terms of influencing the monolith. That's the Weaver tree that Car was mentioning. We knew we needed new bosses, new enemies, and we wanted to tie in more endgame itemization and crafting into the monolith. We've only really had that with the Eternity Cache, which is more in dungeon, so not specifically tied to the monolith. We were also keen to add our first side zones to Echoes as well, as that experience just didn't exist before. And then the secondary short-term goal there was responding to player feedback. So that includes a lot of changes like overall game balance, so buffs to underperforming skills and reducing the power of a few extremely overperforming skills, improving the balance between ward and health, adjusting enemy damage over time, and by adjusting I mean reducing it, and making changes to boss ward, and we've also added a bunch of quality of life features that people have been asking for, things like auto stashing, mastery respec.
Hey, I have this hat that
so
Judd's
all
got.
these short-term goals are around basically wanting to keep players more engaged with the end game. So exactly as you're saying, Try. In terms of long-term goals, that was simple. We knew we needed to develop a procedural generation system for long-term, as mentioned before, and we also wanted to add in mechanics in Season 2 that would also integrate well with future seasonal
You
content
guys
of the
hate
game.
that.
So things like the Weaver Tree and Woven Echo influence, those features will likely make an appearance when we're talking about future seasonal mechanics. So yeah, to recap, improve endgame, respond to player feedback, and just set things up nicely for the long term.
The Woven Echoes look very interesting, especially the post from the first day of Hype Week yesterday.
Spectre kills skill cosmetics.
I'm just
start on
very
the
excited for the
17th.
special encounters and reward types that are locked behind those. And I know this, wasn't in my list, but Uber Avarath. Okay. How hard is he? Has anyone in the office downed him easily? Or is this like
Uber
we'll leave it to the
Avarath.
players to try to down
That's
this dude
close.
eventually?
He got it. He was pretty close.
Carve, have you downed him?
Yeah, but I don't think there's been many people who have done it.
Did you did you do it ethically, or was it a little bit of a dev build? Giving yourself some power.
I've done both. I've done both.
Awesome.
I think we've had some community tester members that have done it.
Yeah. We have people spend a lot of time testing that fight. Should be pretty bug free, so that's good.
Sweet. Okay. Well, that's exciting. I'm really excited to dive into that end game and the rest of these item-related questions. So let's kick it off with that end game itemization. So first question I wanted to touch on is, how much control over your end game do you now have with itemized or craftable end game encounters? And as you just said, they will be expanded continuously.
Have I
so do
killed
you have
Uber
any,
Avarath? No.
ideas of what you want to do in the short term?
So most of Season 2's endgame content is via Woven Echoes, which are items that drop, and then you place them into the Echo Web. Note that these Woven Echoes aren't craftable as such. You're not sitting there and re-rolling them, looking for specific modifiers and things like that. In terms of setup, all you need to do is insert them into the Echo Web and run them. Some Woven Echoes have corruption requirements to be able to place them, but that's about it. So in terms of influencing the monolith, in terms of its rewards and encounters, most of that is done via the progression in the faction and usage of the Weaver tree rather than modifying Woven Echoes directly, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
In the past, we've talked about itemizing monolith modifiers. We even come up with a fairly concrete plan for that. But for now, we're more keen on keeping Echoes easy to run with pretty little setup. One element that we will be using more in future updates, though, is Woven Echo influence. So, when placing a Woven Echo, there'll be a circular area, and that area will influence nearby monolith echoes. So, as mentioned before, when we have a new seasonal mechanic in future update, perhaps you'll be able to use Woven Echo influence to add elements of that mechanic to surrounding echoes and things like that. But yeah, to summarize, you influence the experience in the monolith through the systems provided by the faction, rather than crafting on the Woven Echoes.
Got it. Okay. No! And Uber Avarath is the top tier Woven Echo, correct? Is there anything that's kind of close to him that requires a really high corruption to fight?
So I think it's like 500 corruption or something that you need to access it, but it's way more difficult than 500 corruption is. So we just the same with normal Labyrinth, where we give you access to it earlier than you probably are ready for it in many cases, just because we don't want to make you slog through like a long time and then you just instantly kill whatever comes your way. But in terms of difficulty,
PoE 2 hours
Abaroth
is
is still
better.
probably the second hardest encounter in the game, unless we like start thinking about pushing very high corruption and then you doing this Woven Echoes there, because some of them do scale.
Slogging
with
through?
modifiers
What do you
and
think that has to do with it?
But in terms of like the earliest you get access to, Abaroth will be the second hardest fight still. Then we have Uber Abaroth, and there's some bosses coming back that people have wanted to see and some not wanted to see that are gonna be regarding some corruption.
You're obviously talking about Lagon, right? The ones people don't want to see, right?
No, there will be no
like
Woven
Lagon?
Echo with Lagon. Okay, there's no Lagon there.
Awesome. Okay. I have not been stuck on a boss in an ARPG as long as I was with Lagon. And then when it clicked, and I've been able to down him easily every time. So it took a little bit. All right. He's not that bad, guys. He's not that bad. Okay. Thanks for that answer, Ross. That's awesome. Okay. This next one has to do with something that the community brought to my attention. So there's a bunch going on with legendary potential in this update. However, lots of people have expressed that if you find an item with one legendary potential, it's kind of useless. It's kind of a feel bad moment. So are there any additional options coming for lower legendary potential items, like the 1 LP items that I just mentioned? Or are those going to stay as like that could have been a 2 or a 3, right?
Yeah, so we're adding a couple of new features to help with the sort of, as you're saying, the life cycle of uniques. So let's just say you've got a bunch of relatively common uniques with low legendary potential. Previously, that was unfortunately the end of the road for those items. However, with the new endgame crafting options via Woven Echoes, you have a chance to redeem these items. So for example, one Woven Echo has a crafting reward that allows you to insert a bunch of unique items with legendary potential and mass re-roll the values on those items. So that has a low chance to improve the legendary potential of those items and a higher chance to effectively fail and set the legendary potential to 0. Note though that if that does happen, you can of course use the Nemesis system to improve that and see what happens. You know, you might get lucky with the affixes that are chosen there, or you might regain the legendary potential there. One additional note on legendary potential is that it is of course weighted depending on the unique in question. So for rarer uniques, 1 legendary potential is already great. And it's even more powerful now with a recent change to the Eternity Cache that I think Judd and Mike have hinted at previously. So hopefully Carve is set up to demo that for us just now. He has been granted immunity to show things at this point, so he's safe. You know, his career, no problems there.
Okay, awesome. Sounds good. Carve, go for the screen share, and we'll swap you on
everyone.
over.
Yeah. And before I actually show what it is,
okay,
we can do a tiny bit of talking about why. Because there's let me know when you have.
I think it should be good. I'll look at chat one more time just to make sure it's all set. Chat, can you see the leaker's screen right now? Good to go. Go for it, Carve.
We're just teasing here. All right. We no leaking here. So, you know how you have these very good items that you get your 1 LP on, and then you probably farm it a couple times before you actually hit your T7 int or whatever you want, and then you somehow get lucky and you get 2 LP, and you feel like, okay, I just got a massive upgrade, because 2 LP is better than 1 LP on the item that you already have 1 LP. Then you farm basically the same item, maybe a bit better than you used on the previous slam, and then you just miss. You just miss. You don't get the T7 at all. And now your 2 LP that you felt like was an upgrade is basically going to the trash bin. Well, there's a use case for that in Season 2, but that item doesn't really go to the trash bin anymore because we are now allowing you to select 1 affix as a guarantee. as long as the dungeon that you do is at least tier 2. So I got lucky, and I have a 2 LP red ring here, so I can just guarantee the int there. And then I get something extra cool.
Oh.
And this does mean that it's also easier to get one affix on your legendaries as well. For example, you don't really need to farm on average 4 red rings anymore to get that. You just slam it there now on the first attempt. Unless, of course, we allow you
Is that the good vision?
Go full RNG mode, and that just still picks it at random, because streamers need to show that they're good at the game.
You can bypass it and do full RNG mode
for us
if you don't want
peasants,
it.
We can just force the one affix.
That's the vision.
The other affixes for like 2 LP, 3 LP are still gonna be random, of course. But yeah,
that's awesome.
It's gonna help a lot.
Drop start
People
on
are
the 17th.
freaking out. They're very, very excited for this change.
That's awesome.
You may have maybe deliberately missed out one potential thing that could happen here as well, Carv. I maybe left that.
Oh yeah. So you know how you when you're crafting your normal items in the forge, and sometimes you get this nice sound, and instead of getting +1 tier, you get +2 tiers with the critical success. Now there is a very, very low chance when you're making legendaries to get critical success with Eternity Cache 2, which then just takes another affix from the item. So this could have been 3LB, but as with just getting legendary potential on uniques, the more powerful the item is, the less likely you are to crit success, and it's very rare to begin with. But so don't expect it to be happening on your red rings anytime soon. But there's a chance, though.
Critical success coming
Do we have
to
some numbers
legendaries.
on that chance? Like, are we talking, 1%, 0.5%?
Low enough that you don't really think about it, and then if it happens, it happens, and you're happy.
The vision.
Oh, sweet. Well, that's pretty awesome. Should I take the magic away, Carve?
For now.
Yeah,
For now?
we'll have to prepare another thing soon.
All right, we're going to take the magic away, everybody. Okay? I'm sorry. We'll see more magic in just a second. I promise. I promise, everybody. All right? There we go. Okay. Magic is gone for now. That was pretty awesome.
Back.
Yeah.
Did you guys miss me? Guys?
Sweet. Thanks for sharing that, Carve.
Guys?
Okay.
Yeah, we've been excited to share that one.
I was seeing more huge W's in the chat than I've ever seen before on a live stream. Pretty awesome. Okay. So after that, wow, that was a big one. Okay. I think this was the most requested question in like Discord, on the subreddit.
MG
when I was doing
2025.
some prep sessions on YouTube and Twitch. People are also curious about idol crafting. Okay, they're like super interested in additional details.
He does not know
on
why it's good.
how that's going
He
to
knows,
work. What
maybe.
these idols are going to look like. And I know you did elaborate a little bit on idols in yesterday's post. But if there's anything else you'd like to share here today with everybody watching, feel free, go for it. What's going on with idols in season 2?
Yeah, I can just show it in action quickly.
Oh my gosh! Oh,
Because
he's leaking again. Okay.
He's fast.
Oh, he's going again. Okay,
Yeah,
you
I'm
guys.
fast.
Here we go.
stay
Here we
on
go.
the
Here we go.
screen for this
He's
one,
really
right,
fast.
guys?
We're back in game. Go
I
for it,
better
man.
get out of here.
Yeah, so when you complete tombs or cemeteries, or some of the woven echo versions of these, you'll see this little thingy here on my left side. And this is where you get to place your class-specific idols. So here I have a couple that don't have any enchants yet, and then here I have a couple that do have.
Okay.
So you simply put it here. I'm in a cemetery, so I have 2 uses. If this was on a tomb, it would be only be 1, and I'll just enchant it. It'll give it a new, usually a low tier. So this gave me a tier 2 enchant. These can go all the way to tier 7. and then it gives you some Weaver's Touch as well, which you see on the top on the item.
I know, Bike.
So it has 4 Weaver's Touch, and just like Weaver's Will items, you can just go slay enemies and it'll upgrade, or you can use that's the wrong rune, that rune. You can use Rune of Weaving that will then convert some of that. In our case, it put all of it, and it just upgraded. So now I have a tier 6 of that. That's really interesting because generally you would actually get the second affix there as well. So that's an interesting coincidence. Let's see if we can get it on the other one. There we go. So here we have 2 new affixes, and they are tier 5 and tier 1. So you're missing,
you can have 2 tier 7 affixes on your
tiers.
idols.
If you're very lucky, just like with Weaver's items, like Weaver's Will items, you can get up to double T7 here, which in Weaver's Will items would be like quadruple T7, but that's obviously very rare. So
yeah,
I'd expect people to get like tier 7 and then like tier 2, 3, maybe 4 on top or something like that. And of course, I didn't get what I wanted. Both of those affixes are kind of useless for me. So what I can do is for 500 Memory Ember, which is the currency that you can farm now for the faction, you can re-enchant this. So what it does, it just removes the existing affix or Weaver's Touch, and then it adds a new one. Could really lucky or unlucky, coding the same one, but and then you can just keep doing this.
Let's
so
see
when
how
you
long
get
it
your
takes GGG
perfect
to swipe
normal
these
affixes,
ideas.
then you'll just keep re-enchanting until you hit very high Weaver's Touch and the correct affixes on the enchant affix, and then done. So this is going to be a big sink for the Memory Ember.
And Memory Amber, I was just going to ask really quick, that's only found in tombs and cemeteries, or can you find that in other, instances
They're already
throughout the
taking
game?
notes for Scissor and stream.
You can find it elsewhere too, but I would suspect most of your Memory Ember comes from doing tombs and cemeteries. And yeah, I believe these were also already teased as well. You see these little other idols here.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, since we're putting more power into class-specific idols, the normal, like the 1x1 and 2x1 and 1x2 idols would get left behind. So in these tombs and cemeteries, you can find new subtypes of these smaller idols. You can find minor, small. I think minor was
Did you guys see
small
it?
Lagonian previously, so we renamed that. And you see there's a different color affix on the top. So these idols have an exclusive better affixes compared to the non-Weaver version of these idols. And you will always be guaranteed to get at least one of these better affixes on these, and sometimes you get 2. And most of these are hybrid affixes,
18
better
best
versions
base
of
health
the existing
on a
ones, but there's
1x1?
also some new affixes here that I don't think. Yeah, Firepen and Minion Firepen is a new one. And then the increased health here with the health on kill is basically the upgraded version of the increased health on the stout idols that currently exists. I think it goes to 6%. Yeah, 6%. So there's some pretty good Weaver idols too.
Bunny's dead.
That you can find.
Yeah, it looks like it. Now, people are pointing out the uses on the Woven Enchanter. Is that tied to anything, or is that a base amount for every time you clear one of these cemeteries?
In tombs, you get 1. In cemeteries, where I am currently, you get 2. And then some of the higher end Woven Echoes can grant up to 4. I think there's 3 and 4 for one of the higher ones.
Whoa, look at those Woven Echoes right there. Oh, that was interesting.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Wow,
We've also got nice icons on them.
Screenshot.
I really like the icons. I mean, your cursor could slip like a few inches, maybe.
Do it, Garb.
This one isn't specific to itemization, unless we are thinking corruption as one.
Ooh.
your ults. But yeah. There's some
Okay.
there's some cool things in there.
That was a good slip. I liked it.
That was a good slip.
Yeah.
I didn't even remember which is where, so that was actually just a random one.
And yes, the plus icon on those Woven Echoes tells you that you can get a Weaver Tree point by completing that Woven Echo.
Okay.
The hammer implies that it has a crafting reward at the end, and the skull is a boss encounter at the end, and then the rest of them are more varied.
Click on the
We're
big thing right there.
We are actually in a
Click on
cemetery
that.
of reweaving right now, I believe.
Click on that.
Where one of these rewards is, not all of these Woven Echoes are going to be awesome for you. You might not like them, some of them. So what you can do is, you can just toss them here and exchange them and hope that you get better ones.
You can exchange them all at once, and they'll come out with 3. Oh my goodness gracious!
EHG
You don't have to
is
do
so
3 at a
good,
time.
dude.
And it didn't waste that. Yeah, you can just fill this up, and it's just like puts them all there.
Well, that's pretty nice, if I do say so myself.
and it is pretty satisfying. And we're leaking some more here. Teasing more. Yeah, I love how it's just like looks. There's like a little rhythm there too. Yeah.
Oh, there's a little sound effect that we can't. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm currently muted here, so
yeah, that's good.
There's no sound. Yeah.
Very cool.
He's in Heartseeker. Fire.
Well, that was beautiful. Thank you for showing off those idols, Carve. People appreciate it. Oh wait, should I?
What was that?
Hey. What was that?
No. I'll just. It's just the exit back to the.
Oh, okay. All right. Here, I'll stop watching, and the magic will stop for just a little bit longer, you guys. Maybe some more magic will come on in.
I believe I need to prepare more magic now. Yeah.
Oh, more magic. Okay. Awesome. Sweet. That was beautiful. Okay. It is. I'm sorry. It's just making me giddy how happy everyone is in the chat. You guys have done a phenomenal job. They're freaking out. Okay. So, moving on from idols. Now, in the Ziz and Rax interview, Holly did a great breakdown of set crafting. And lots of people are happy this made the cut for season 2 because it was like teetering on the edge there for a bit, and bam, revealed set crafting's in season 2. So, on that, since this is the itemization talk, is there anything extra we can dive into when it comes to set crafting and what players should expect on launch day on the 17th?
I'm messaging Carve right now.
As I'm preparing here to get my showcase of shattering them, guess I can talk a bit. So, set items they're kind of problematic in a way where if you can't modify them in any way, it's like a dead end item, right? You either use
Carve
it or you
will
don't.
be on my pod. The same 3.
Obviously, there's different ways to make them.
Carve won't be. It'll be Mike.
Be useful or
Judd
modify
Ross
them.
and Mike.
We didn't want to just do legendary potential, but for set items because we already have that. We might as well do something other cool because we got ideas.
The best set system in the history of ARPGs. You're about to
allows
see it.
us to basically not have set items be a dead end in that sense.
Like a dead slot, like, oh, there's no movement anymore. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Now you will most likely keep improving the set items that you have as you'll find better ones, and you try to get higher tiers of the set affix because they have all the way to tier 7, and I'm ready to share some more again.
Oh, you are? Okay, we're swapping over to the magic screen again.
Can I
then.
stay in the middle this time?
Here we are. You're good to go, Carve.
Yeah, so I am at the end of the Great Bridge. Where we see this nice little green glowy thing.
What's this?
Where you can put your set items. Obviously, I didn't have my set items with me, so I'll just open my stash from here. This little nice button. And see.
Look at all those red rings. Oh my gosh. Did you guys see that?
I don't remember what the key combinations here are. I'm just going to do it this way. I'm pretty sure you can do it manually, but there we go. Shift. That's the button.
You can access your stash like an
again, we see a couple uses, so you can just fill this up. And then you do that, we get the really cool stuff here, and we have a bunch of affixes on the ground, and each of these affixes, so they have their name. Like this is Corsair's Blood Call. So this is only going to work on helmets. And we can probably craft maybe some set items. Maybe I'll show you some.
Create
that would be cool.
your own
Villatrias,
sets.
maybe. Everybody likes Villatrias, right?
Yeah.
So just like any other affix,
here we go.
You can just craft it there now. And now this is a Villatrias Downfall Reforged. Each of the set item, we pick basically 2 modifiers.
What?
Yeah, and this is now a tier 1. This would actually be a very good contender for just sealing off, because you get the shock duration per int, and then you just get the base conversion for Meteor. And then you can just craft other stats there again. But some of them are really powerful at tier 7. But there are items that... There are sets that would be way too good if the set affix would also be great. Because Villatrias has the spell damage per int, and if you can see it, we actually had to nerf it. It used to be 1 spell lightning damage per 1 int, but we had to turn it down because it was just so good when you were able to craft this on a very high-end base with other exalted affixes as well. Is there any specific set Chad would want to see?
All right, chat. Come on, spam a set. Let's go. What do we want to see? Go, go, go.
Release the supporter.
Okay, I see Shattered Lance.
Yeah, I saw 2 instant. Oh, wow. A lot of Shattered Lance.
So you get your added health regen, and you get some gold damage, and...
Bear!
Yes, we also had to cap the amount of increased damage you can get from Shattered Lance, because the buffs to health regen. So it is relatively easy for very specific masteries to get that. And I actually, if you hide very quickly, I can show you the tier 7 of this.
All right, yep, I'll hide. All right. Here you go. The screen's gonna look funky, everybody. We're kind of hiding. Let me stop.
I'm doing some magic here, quick.
There you go. He's doing magic, everybody. Okay.
Am I?
Yeah, you're good.
Hidden?
We can't see.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Actually, I don't actually know how to hide this. Let me. Which one is it?
I can just. You know what? I can just stop sharing quick.
That's there you go. Yeah, that works too. That works too. Yeah. I was gonna do some hiding of all.
Create your own sets. Oh, it's so good. So good. We could talk about what you could do later.
Yeah.
All right, we're good. All right, here we go.
What the hell am I doing
so,
back?
That is your tier 7, and obviously all of the other affixes here are tier 7 as well, because magic be magic. So it can grant you up to 30 added melee cold damage. This is kind of interesting because you can also craft added melee cold damage as a normal affix as well, so you can get basically twice. But obviously the big thing here is the set bonus being just very good. Yeah.
Wow.
Some of these are pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, we're really excited about being able to add set items more now that we have this system in place. So if the community has any ideas for really awesome set items, do feel free to plug them in the forums and Reddit and our social accounts.
Golomancer
really
needs a set. All right, I'm going to start working on that ASAP.
We have set items because it was a dead-end item slot previously.
How did this come up? Were you guys just workshopping super hard to try to come up with this new idea, and you didn't want to step on the toes of legendary potential, but you knew you didn't want set items to always be BIS for some builds out there, right?
I wonder if this one is actually one of those ideas we've just heard in the community, and we just kind of workshopped from there as a base idea. Yeah. This might be one of those. I'm not sure. I don't remember. We've had this idea for quite a while.
Yeah.
It's a lot of effort to make the system, and this is a lot of new affixes with a lot of new numbers. It took a long time getting all the numbers in there for this. Just manual work. It took a long time.
People
and
are
figuring
asking,
out which of the affixes we take from the sets as well.
people are asking a crazy question. I'm not sure if this is allowed or not. They're asking, can we slap this on uniques?
No.
No,
No, with
the set
LP.
affixes. No,
Yeah.
no, the set affixes cannot be added into uniques.
Okay, great. Also, people were asking for the last bear. That was the other one that I saw being asked a lot. Is that one we could look at?
Which slot? There's a couple different slots.
Oh gosh, which slot? First slot. First slot wins.
Armor.
I don't
That's
know,
perfect.
Chest slot. Go for it.
Endurance, physical
This
damage,
slot is
leached on
endurance
hit.
with leech. Oh, this might be one of those sets that we actually buffed and we changed the bonus. I'm pretty sure the bonus is better now than it used to
Oh
be.
my gosh.
I might be this. I'm not sure if this is one it.
Yes,
I don't
is.
think it used to have endurance threshold per strength. which it
Correct.
now has
Endurance
for 2Ds.
thresh per strength is new. That was no
And
one's
obviously,
supposed to
3P
know
set
about
being
that.
30 strength here is still massive. So this is one of those another of those affixes that you might end up just crafting as a tier 1 and then just sealing it away and then crafting another T5 on top.
Yep. That's awesome. Ooh.
Do I? As you can see, some of these. So this is a suffix on the body armor. It's a prefix. So is it the suffix or prefix? Just depends on what the stats kind of make sense to, and in some cases, put it where it has to compete with other powerful affixes. And here we get health regen, well, increased health regen per strength, which is a pretty good, especially because this is just tier 1 right now. I think tier 7 goes all the way to 3% strength, if I remember correctly.
Helmet.
So yeah,
Awesome. Okay.
we'll definitely see some set items being used.
100%.
In season 2 for sure.
But yeah, there's a lot of affixes we've added this season. You know, there's the set shards, there's the affixes for the idols, there's the champion affixes. There was a lot of work to do there, and there's more coming there as well. Can't say too much though.
Sweet.
There's been a lot of affixes have been added in season 2. Yes.
Chat, you got to calm down. We're not going to ask them to show all of the set affixes. It's not happening, okay? We got to leave some for April 17th when they launch the game. Come on.
April
Come on,
11th.
guys.
April 11th.
Yeah.
All right.
There's some cool stuff in there.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Let's let the magic go away. Just for a little bit, though. I'm sure will return momentarily.
I'm
Here you
back first.
Okay.
Maybe we'll do another,
the bear set is
teaser
redone.
at the end or
I
something.
forgot to
Who knows?
mention
okay,
that.
okay. All right.
I
We'll have to
just-
see.
maybe.
We'll have to see.
I
If
forgot
chat
to tell
behaves,
everyone.
Maybe.
Chat, you have to behave, okay? Or no teaser. You heard Carve. Oh, it says there we go.
The
All right,
11th
Cam's
is my
good.
podcast
Okay.
where we're doing
This
this,
next
me and
one
Frosty.
was one that I thought would be a little interesting, given how much QOL is in Last Epoch. I appreciate that massively. I can like stay in the game when I'm looking at everything, whether it's theory crafting a build or anything of the sort. So is there ever a chance we'd get an in-game compendium of unique items with possible drop locations, since there are specific places
Just
where certain
look
items dropped in
stoned.
Last
No,
Epoch?
he's fine.
It might be an awesome quality of life, an incentive to go out and hunt for these cool items, you know. I know you can go on the wiki, right? Some players really like everything in game, though. Is that something you guys have ever thought about adding?
Yeah, we're really keen on things like this. Keeping players in the game is definitely something that we aspire very heavily to do. We do this through things like having the game guide in game that has just a wealth of knowledge, including even things like damage formulas, and then also things like the Merchant's Guild Bazaar that keeps you in game without having to go to any external resources to target items or players like that. So keeping players in game is a really big goal for the studio. So this is something that's just right up our alley. Maybe this takes shape as something like a bestiary or something of that nature. I think long ago we actually had a decent mock-up for a bestiary. And I do think that this would be a very good value add, especially as we continue to add more and more unique items that are attached to certain activities or behind certain boss loot tables. So yeah, I think that's something that we absolutely could and would benefit from doing. I think we have something. What is the number of uniques that we have now in the game after this patch? We're gonna have over 300 or something like that, guys.
A lot, yes.
It's a lot.
More than that.
Yeah,
And
it's a
more
lot.
will come.
They're adding over
It's
30
getting up there.
for this
So
update.
yeah, I think
30
it's something
uniques.
that we could
and
absolutely
build your
do.
own set.
If anybody has any suggestions on how you guys would like to see that implemented, again, we would be very happy to take a look at that. And if it's something the community wants and it's something that we can achieve, yeah, it's something that's again right up our alley.
That's sweet. Exciting. Now, you're all over 300 unique items now. With every update, are you guys looking to hit like a certain number or threshold of uniques added? Or is it more like, hey, if we have good ideas, we're going to try to make them work. And if they make it through all the sprints and everything and they're good to go, we'll ship them.
Sure. Yeah, I think we want to be adding uniques enough that it hits a wide number of players, play styles, character builds, et cetera, and with the amount of masteries we have, that number is of course a little bit larger here. So we're trending to have kind of a similar amount for each of these large updates, and I think that's something that will continue to stay at that level or increase over time.
Oh, wow.
They are things that implementing a unique item is really. It's fairly low lift for the amount of payoff.
Is Rax
and we really,
watching
really
this?
enjoy doing
I didn't
it. They're
think
just
he
fun
was.
things for the team to actually go and brainstorm and implement. So yeah, it's something that we definitely are not going to slow down on making unique items. And now that we have set items in a better spot, we'll start to see the variety of items like this vary a little bit more as well.
Good to hear. And I might have totally missed this in the press already
I was
released.
listening to it.
Set items, are there any new ones coming in this update, or is that for future updates?
I don't know if there is any more new ones coming because there was such a large effort in getting the
So
set
getting all the affixes,
crafting
yeah.
across the line.
Right.
It was something that we were, I mean, it was probably towards the third week of March or something like that. We were like, can we get this across the line in time?
Oh my gosh.
And we did. We slid into the garage door as it was closing with the set crafting, but very glad that we did. It's something that we've been really excited about, something that we've had on our minds for a very, very long time. We've always been pushing for certain uniques to exist inside the game. Like we've had this idea for a beekeeper's set. For some reason, we as a studio love bees, and so we have lots of bee items in the BPS builds. And so with that, we'll be able to implement some of these fun ideas that the team has been talking about for, at this point, years. So.
Okay. One more total tangent question. You love bees. You seem to love capybaras too, and so does the community. Could there be, I know there's a cosmetic coming in the game, but maybe you actually weave that into gameplay at some point in the future. Capybara army sounds pretty cool too.
Okay, I like
Do you
this
guys wanna see
idea.
an army of capybaras.
I like this idea.
Is that what chat wants?
Beastmaster.
Very possible.
I bet the animation team would have a really good time with that. I'm not sure if we're gonna do a capybara swarm of enemies. We'll see.
I had to throw that in there. Okay.
For sure.
Everybody's spamming yes, God, yes. Okay.
Replace wolves with capybara.
Okay, this next
Yes.
question is I'd say one of the age-old great questions of ARPGs. And it's like a hot button topic in the genre right now especially, and I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on it. So, some ARPGs rely on best in slot items being picked up off the floor or being crafted. Are you happy where Last Epoch currently sits on this axis, or do you think it'll move more and more toward the best items being crafted from scratch as more items are available? Of course, there are lots of different systems in Last Epoch right now that allow, dropped items to be incredible. But with all this awesome stuff implemented, is it going to, lead more toward that crafting end? What do you guys think about it?
Yeah, the short answer is that we don't want to make you spend, hours and hours on just in town crafting items. We'd rather want to see you go slay some enemies and find items and then improve them. That's why we have like the Acolyte stuff, for example.
Good job. He's doing great.
Like, you cannot craft it. You still have even with the new crafting items, like the runes, you still have to get those exalted items to drop before you can modify them further. So,
honestly, for not having any knowledge of the game, imagine being in this situation. He's doing pretty good.
Pick up an item base and then you craft it from the ground up to
Okay.
be the best in slot. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case. We value finding items a lot, and then just allow you to modify them in different ways.
Well, yeah, minimal downtime is nice. It's like the Woven Echoes, right? It's you're making choices on your tree, and then you're just running the Woven Echoes. You're not spending time, trying to craft and go to the bench and do a whole bunch of stuff there too. So that's nice. Playing monsters is fun. I would agree with you. And then having those awesome hits of dopamine when you get those awesome slams. So yeah, that sounds great. Okay. So here's another one that I'm curious about. So in your eyes, is there an ideal mix of unique items and other rarity gear? Or is it truly a build by build determining factor? So kind of meaning like, do you think that full unique character builds should exist in your game en masse? Or are the best in slot items almost always going to be those highest tier non-unique rarity?
This is an interesting one because we are not like very specifically trying to make you always have like a different item rarities on your gear. It's more so some builds just end up working with a hybrid of having some Exalted in Season 2 sets and then legendaries. Maybe in the future we'll have some items that further incentivize you to stack, I don't know, different sets or something like that, or Exalteds, and you get bonuses from that. So yeah, I don't think we are very specifically trying to make sure that never happens. Yeah. But with the set rework now, we're definitely going to be seeing less of full legendaries than before, which is, I'd say, is definitely a good thing. But that's more so because set items are now just, again, good in to use, not so that we want you to always have a mix.
200,000 concurrent players
are going to be eventually just
200.
I'm
raising my expectations.
And in the future, we might just get some other, rarities that go in the mix. Who knows?
Definitely.
So we like to have open, our options open.
Yeah, more options is always good. Now, something that we've been seeing, throughout this chat, we saw a little glimpse earlier. Woven Echoes. It sounds like everybody's very excited about the introduction of these. So I'm curious, what other cool itemization changes might be coming with the introduction of Woven Echoes in Tombs of the Erased?
Yeah, we could spend another 2 hours here, I guess, because all of these, there's a lot of changes that
36
do a lot
Woven
of things.
Echoes.
Even
36.
if we ignore like the Woven Echoes for 6 things,
325
I can probably show you a couple. I have one actually prepared already.
Already prepared? Okay, magic happening. Here we go. I'm ready.
Yes.
And I'm out.
And I believe Ross mentioned this earlier. At the very beginning a bit, where having some things on those, 1 LP, 2
Look
LP,
at that lighting!
Like for example, let's take
Aberrant,
Tongue of the Aberrant Seer, for example. This is a item that is quite likely to be able to roll 3 or 4 legendary potential compared to a lot of other items like Red Ring, for example. But if you find this with 1 LP, this is basically a dead item. This doesn't really have a use. 0 LP would be better, because you could just toss it into the Nemesis deck and hope to get something good, or it would have to be at least like 3. So, one of the things coming this season is the ability to reroll the LP.
Here we go!
On uniques that have at least 1 legendary potential. And if it doesn't go up, it's going to go back to 0. And again, so what happens here is it basically considers it as finding the item again, and then it checks for the legendary potential. If the legendary potential is not higher than the item when it's here in the Woven Potential bench, it's just going to go to 0. And then you get another chance to upgrade through the Nemesis deck. But sometimes you get an upgrade, and that's pretty cool. don't expect your red rings to get extra LP again, because they are already very
true
unlikely to get it with LP to begin with. But there's a point where, let's say that you're playing a build that has 2 red rings and you have your tier 7 already on both of them. So the next upgrade would be to get a 2 LP version, right? So now there is a chance to get that. So when you find that 1 LP red ring, it's not a dead item now. You have a chance to get it, like make an upgrade. Well, 2 chances. First here, and then when it most likely fails, on the egg from the Nemesis. So I'm gonna expect some of these are gonna go to like 2 LP, and all of these are gonna go to 0. But yeah, here we go. As you can see on the side here, we have some crafting, like affix shards, and that is because Weaver is. She doesn't want to take all of your things, so when she takes away your legendary potential from items, she'll give you back some affix shards. So
they're so good.
All of these obviously went to 0 LP, as one would expect. Most of these are probably going to be 0 as well. Let's see if we get... Yeah, there we go. 2 LP. But most of these are 0, which then allows you to then send them back to the Nemesis egg, and you might get 1 LP back, or you might get legendary affixes and whatnot. So now we have a method for these items that don't really do anything to have more chances to be useful.
Right.
And then another cool thing, which was teased, I think, in the original trailer, that people thought was going to be this, which was the unique reroll. So I can probably go set that up, actually, real quick. I'll just stop my screen. The Frost or Judd can probably talk a tiny bit while I'm going to do that.
Go. Good. We don't want to reveal any secrets. It's pretty exciting.
So in the update, we have 36 different unique woven echoes coming.
Oh, wow.
We just recorded the patch video. I recorded that, and we're at the patch video. Just the high-level overview of this patch is over 20 minutes long, and I try to condense it as much as possible, but there's just so dang much going into the patch.
What?
That,
20-minute patch
long.
video
In the
coming?
patch, I say there's 37 woven echoes, and the team called me out on it. So I apologize. There's 36. We'll get to 37 very shortly. I promise you.
Yeah, just, slam in on the work for that 1 extra echo. Just put it in,
I agree.
Okay, I'm ready again.
All right, you ready? All right, go for it.
20-minute patch video coming Friday, I guess?
Okay, so this is the thing that you saw teased in the very original teaser trailer, which has a sacrifice and a reroll.
Oh.
So this allows you to have another, So this allows you to sacrifice a unique or set item, or reverse wheel item, to reroll the implicit. So in here, the movement speed would be an implicit, which already is the highest roll, and then the actual affixes as well, which also happen to be max because this is a dev modded item.
See, Carve's actually cheating.
The cool thing here is that remember all of the red rings that went to 0 LP.
Mm-hmm.
If I go to Nemesis egg, then they're most likely to get like some bad affixes. So what you can do with those failed legendaries is you could put them here. Like for example, here I only have this is a very bad example.
Takes one to know one.
I could imagine that the tier 7 int here is like a tier 4 or something like that. So I could use this to re-roll the values here. And obviously because this had everything perfectly rolled before, stuff went down. But this is a way to basically those failed legendaries to spend them and hopefully like over a longer period of time, or just the first time get lucky and improve your items. So this is another way to slowly improve your items, and obviously this has some restrictions. So I cannot reroll 1 LP red ring with a 0 LP. It has to have at least similar power level. So in this case, it would be badly rolled 1 like affix legendary red rings, most likely.
Got it.
But this is another way to keep like slowly upgrading your items.
Imagine
had
an
a lot
item
of
like
people
Herald of the
ask for ways
Scurry.
to,
You can make your wolves into squirrels.
be able to
You can
do
re-roll
something
the big
with,
ranges.
with uniques, because sometimes you get lucky, you get 3 LP or something like that, and then all of the other rolls on it are terrible. Now, through the Nemesis Egg, which I think is probably the best way to get
Now, which one do
legendaries
I
with
watch?
like 2 affixes for something like red rings, like the more rare items, because it has a relatively high chance to just add affix on both of the rolls, like both of the upgrades, and you can just use those as a reroll fodder now, which is pretty exciting. So all of those badly rolled legendaries now have a purpose. No,
That's
kinda have a
great.
purpose.
I mean, well, it's always good to have a chat. Obviously
again,
it's a bit of a
here,
contentious,
obviously, you can open the
contentious launch
cache
in some
through
ways
the,
this time, so I'm sure there's
the
going to be a lot
crafting
of questions
window.
about that. But, it's always good to have a chat.
It's
Yeah,
been
awesome.
just put the stashes
No,
here.
I
what the
do have
hell
a
am
lot
I
of questions.
supposed to do?
Yeah, you don't
We'll
want to
just,
dirty up
get
the
right
place.
into
Looks
it.
beautiful.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on. And obviously we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger.
We're
but
watching both
I'm
somehow.
asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that. Once again, I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that there isn't really.
All right, fine.
Yeah, and they'll drop items with.
All right, Ellie.
With experimental affixes, and then you use Rune of Research to seal that, and then it has a chance to drop you a Cliff of Insight, which then can be used on a normal prefix to turn it into an experimental affix. And there is a deterministic way to figure out which affix it turns into. But it requires you to go to third-party places, because it's not. You can figure it out, but there's a lot of just trying to keep track of how much fortune potential the item has, and what is the combined amount of tiers, and different item bases have different rules for it. So we wanted to streamline that, and that
Rax has a great video on how to do that if you want to do that in the next 9 days.
yeah. So what's happening is we are removing both Rune of Research and Cliff of Insight entirely from the game, and we are replacing that crafting in a Woven Echo, and it's going to be a lot more straightforward. There's obviously going to be some randomization around this still. It doesn't guarantee you to remove a prefix, because it has to remove a prefix in order to make room for another one.
You missed
we
log
don't
out.
let you craft
I can't even
the affix without some sacrifice there.
So much I can't even start.
I think I'm finally done here.
I applaud you, man. Able to talk and do all this magic behind the scenes. I see your mouse hand moving like mad. Go for it. Oh, goodness.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So here I just run one of the Bone Echoes that has the device that I'm not gonna try to pronounce. Someone with better English can do that.
Thaumaturgy.
Yeah, thank you.
I had to look that up when I was recording the patch video. I was like, how do you say this?
Yeah, so what you'll do is you put either boots, gloves, or a belt here, and you can just pick the affix that you want to put onto your item.
Oh, there is such a leak
there's a couple
right
things. So
now on the screen.
It has to have 2 prefixes, and then it randomly replaces one of those prefixes.
There's a leak on the screen.
And puts
who sees it?
The experimental affix there.
Not the bees.
Try
Or did I get
some!
kicked out?
This is definitely not a teaser, but at least one of the experimental affixes has been changed. So the experimental zombies one is now bees. There we go. It took one of the affix out and it put bees somewhere in potion use there. Because bees are awesome, right?
Oh yeah. I think that was one of the first uniques I got. I didn't understand what was happening, but I was annihilating everything in the first few acts, and it was just the bees. You know, it wasn't even a minion build.
Yeah, the beekeeper's gloves, I think. Probably.
Yep, that's it. Yep.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
so now it's a lot easier to get experimental affixes in items. One thing that, obviously, since we don't have Rune of Research anymore, which was a guaranteed seal, regardless of the tier on the experimental affix, this, I think it can give you an exalted affix, but the better way here is to just simply use the Rune of Havoc, right? You have an item, you have like a suffix, exalt or something like that. You craft the experimental affix, and then you just Rune of Havoc and hope that it hits the experimental
they will
affix.
be
So
number
it's a
one in
lot
itemization.
Easier, like a lot easier. And
They're
more
taking the
streamlined
crown
to
for
try to
itemization.
get,
Number one.
High tier experimental affixes on the correct item basis, because item bases are very important.
I'll be bare. Oh my god.
Very cool. I see a few quick questions on these in the chat. Can you seal this mod?
Yes, with Cliff of Despair.
Yeah.
You can still seal it, but obviously that means that you cannot seal higher than a tier 4 experimental affix anymore. But so the absolute top end amount of tiers on an experimental item has gone down, but it comes with a trade-off of being able to actually craft them on items that you want way more easily now.
Very cool.
You
And
might
then
actually be
another
using them now.
Can you put experimental items or experimental affixes on exalted items? I think you may have mentioned that you could. Was I wrong?
Oh yes.
can.
And that is how you're most likely going to be having exalted experimental affixes, because you just craft the lower tier.
I knew
Like,
this would
for
be
example,
good, but this good? Huge W.
Tier 4. So I could technically be able to Cliff of Despair this, but the odds are pretty low. But more likely you'll have an exalted belt here instead, and then you just use Rune of Havoc, and then you hope that it switches the tiers to grant it on the experimental affix instead. Also, there's a champion affix on this belt that I just now realized. And they're always, they are always sealed. So those cannot be put onto legendaries either, just like with set shards. But these can drop naturally as exalted when you slay champions. So that's pretty neat.
Awesome. This looks sweet.
I think we might have one more.
Yep, there's one more.
One more
Orden's Watch.
crafting,
Yeah. And then you can stand down, Garth.
Yeah, I'll go prepare that. It will take me.
All right, you're gonna prepare that for a sec. All right, sounds good. Let me stop watching.
Yeah, I think one indicator that you're doing well with itemization, I think, is when you run out of colors for affixes. You know, as a UI designer, I'm looking at these things thinking, oh my goodness, like the next type we add, what color is it going to be? That's what I'm stressing about.
Yeah. Best itemization in an action RPG, LE.
Gotta rethink that whole
We'll quickly be going into the Diablo 2 era where it's like gold versus yellow and like the just tiny shade difference there.
Okay, here's a terrible idea. Don't take it. Change the font type for certain affixes now. Okay, there you go. Get some wacky font in there.
No,
you know?
Judd is very particular
if you're
about
running
his
out of
fonts.
colors,
Very
go for that.
particular.
That'll piss people off. That's probably a bad idea.
Yeah,
He
we'll
cares
probably
a
use
lot about
iconography in
font.
some capacity there
Yeah.
when we run out of colors. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody knows that, but we actually commissioned a what do you call them? A font foundry to create our custom last Epoch font. and it was one of the guys who actually made the Roboto font face that is very, very popular. And that was a really big treat to both Ross and myself because we both have a user interface background. So being able to create our own font for the game was just super, super enjoyable.
That's a good piece of trivia. I saw, maybe it was a meme, but I saw that fonts are quite expensive, actually.
Judd looks angry at the suggestion.
Yeah. It was a decision that we had to make. It was.
We almost used last Epoch's custom font for actionrpg.com.
Yes. Worth it, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw, Judd, but people were saying you should just create that extra woven echo as an echo full of meteors. And, you just got to somehow run to the other side of the echo to complete it. That's super simple.
It's the easiest way to convince me of adding anything into the game, and the team knows it, and they weaponize it against me. If they ever want to add something, they're like, well, we'll have it cast meteors. And I'm like, yes.
Judd's favorite skill is meteors.
Yeah, we did have a couple of fun woven echoes that we did have to cut for scope reasons at the end there. Maybe they will be reintroduced shortly. Who knows?
Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay, I'm good to go again.
I'm not taking my screen off again.
I don't remember. Did we tease this one? Did we reveal this yet?
All right, I'm in the way. Never mind.
Well, if we didn't, then this is pretty exciting for some people. So, attributes, or more specifically, strength, dexterity, int, and attunements. Now, there's some builds that would want to have int on certain item slots. For example, if you, for some reason, wanted to play a Primalist as a low health build, and you wanted to use Exsanguinous. Now, class-specific items, such as the Sentinel body armor here, doesn't actually naturally drop with that intelligence. So if you wanted to farm for the Primalist build, for example, what you would most likely have to do, because there's a bit of waiting on finding class-specific items. If you're playing Primalist, you're going to be finding Primalist body armors, relics, and helmets more often than those places that can actually roll with intelligence. So, to help out those wonky builds that people want to do, we have added a way to swap the attribute between int, dex, strength, and attunement on items, regardless of that. So we have a nice tier 7 strength here.
I just fainted.
You know what? I want it to be int, and now I have a tier 7 int on a Sentinel body armor. So,
but you can brick the item, right? It just might delete the item. Yeah, there's a chance of that? No?
No. all it does, it costs 1 fortune potential to do it. Obviously, you cannot do this.
It costs 1 fortune potential, so you just can't switch it over and over
because
again.
They don't have fortune potential.
So smart.
This allows you to play on a build or a class that cannot find specific attributes on their class-specific items, such as the helmet and the body armor, and then you can swap it to slam it onto your legendaries. So, or you don't even need to, slam them on the legendaries. You can just, if you want to stack int on a Sentinel, you can now do that with this on Sentinel basis.
I'm seeing some technical person saying, well, what if the item has multiple stats on it? Are you just able to select which stat it is?
Oh, what if it has strength and attunement on it?
Look at that. Look at that QOL. You guys thought ahead. Look at that. That's sweet.
I'm pretty sure we had the case where we had the base and then we tried it and then somebody had found an item with two attributes and they're like, wait a minute. And then we had to adjust.
Rewind.
I'm pretty sure this is one of those cases. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Well, that is pretty cool. There's a lot of stuff coming with the Woven Echoes, you guys, and I assume there's what?
Break.
We saw 3.
Ad break.
Say again?
It seems. Ad break seems to be, going right now.
Oh, an ad break. No. Oh, dang. Okay, can we stall for a few?
Yeah, we can stall.
I bet we can.
I'll turn it into attunement in the meanwhile.
Okay.
We did discuss adding a resistance swapper as well. I think
We
it
did.
was divisive, more so than the attributes. That's what I remember.
What are you guys starting on the 17th? Because you guys are going to log in, right? Any favorite
Heartseeker,
class?
100%.
I'm so torn between Heartseeker and either a Paladin or a Void Knight. I can't decide.
Not having to stop to cast Devouring Orb sounds really fun. I really want to do that, but I cannot do that over Heartseeker.
Yeah,
I'm hearing the PoE2 stream is a disaster. We will watch it.
Yes.
You guys are drawing me in with the Sentinel.
We will watch the
Yeah, we're
Zizzer
back.
stream.
Okay, they didn't get to see what happens if there's 2 attributes. You just get to choose the attribute, guys. They were smart. Big shock. EHG was smart,
A
everybody.
large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counterplay, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So, and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE 1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that.
Sorry, they're on an
so
ad
it's not
break.
like, I don't say it's not a core attribute, but it's kind of not compared to the other 4. And we wouldn't be allowing you to get Vitality on basis that it wouldn't roll normally, because that just puts more pressure onto your prefix as well, because now your prefix can also provide you health through Vitality. So we don't want to put too much pressure on there.
GGG got KO'd.
Right. All right. Well, you just showed off 3 awesome Woven Echoes. No more spoilers for Woven Echoes. That's the set. The rest we can experience on game day.
That seems sensible.
We have a lot of good ones. We have a lot of good ones for sure.
Excellent. Okay. All right.
Do
We're
you want
cutting
to
you off,
briefly talk
Carl.
about the? Sorry, do you want to talk about quickly about the resistance stuff? I see he mentioned the chat a couple of times about the resistance swapping, because we did discuss it, but we didn't end up allowing the resist swapping. And then the main thing here is that we already have a very robust, very like flexible crafting system. There's a lot of different ways you can swap your affixes. You have your Rune of Removal, you have your Cliff of Chaos. So there's a way to seal off affixes to then make room to craft stuff. This is the attribute specifically is a totally new way to create builds that didn't really exist before. Versus resist swapping just makes it a lot easier to cap your resistances, which isn't really necessary due to the way our resistances work, where enemies penetrate some of your resistances, which makes it a lot less deadly to not be at rest cap. And then we also have idols that are pretty flexible at providing resistances, and the new Weaver affixes also provide a decent amount of resistance, you can see here. And might be the first time ever where you can get minion resistances too.
Oh.
I don't think you really had minion physical resistances like that. There might be some very odd cases where you could provide them.
That 2x1 has 23%
Minion
physical
players
on it.
rejoice.
Yeah.
At what tier?
Okay. Well, I will take the magic away. Thank you, Carve. That was beautiful. See?
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Okay, we have a question right here. It's kind of a philosophical question about itemization in Last Epoch. So, how often do you expect players to be upgrading their items? Is it a goal to have players find at least 1 or 2 GG items while leveling they'll end up using for a long time? Or do you want players to be constantly churning and getting new item upgrades, crafting different affixes on them, and the like?
No endurance talk.
It's a good question. You know, and it's different per different stages of the game. So, for example, like in your early game, as you're going through the campaign, we of course want players to be exchanging their gear quite frequently and upgrading their gear quite frequently. And, you know, that's healthy. We want people to be experimenting with different skills that they might enjoy. They're unlocking their idle slots. They're getting items that actually go into their main slots and everything of that nature. So in the early game, it's very natural for the amount of upgrades and the upgrading rate to be quite high. That's healthy. When you get into late game, of course, that slows down just a
Nash,
little bit.
the person
But we
talking,
do still want
this
that
is Chris
frequency to be
Wilson
at a decent pace
of
because
Last
we
Epoch.
don't want you to feel like you're hitting a gear plateau too early. And a lot of the things that we're adding with Season 2 will help with that tremendously, as you know, some of these things that we've been showing off show here. I think it's important that even when you get into the late game, there always feels like there is a significant gap in power that you have versus what you could potentially obtain. Because when you get players to, you know, maybe like an 80% maximum power threshold, and your build is online, and you feel like you kind of have what you want to have your build at a complete state, that's where players really start to lose interest. And so as long as you have things that you feel really excited to chase, it can keep the excitement and the enjoyability of the gear progression lasting for a lot longer than, you know, if you're plateauing early. And that's one of the things that we're really focusing on with the implementations that we have coming in Season 2. Your question about, do we want people to be finding GG items in the, I guess we'll kind of phrase it as the campaign experience.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a goal that we have. I think if it were a goal, we would probably pretty easily be able to start to guarantee this to some extent, which I believe would be actually very unhealthy for the game. You know, the excitement of the game is the item chase, and as soon as you start to make it to where these things start to be guaranteed, that starts to cheapen the experience.
We
overall,
will
and that's not
watch
something
the
that we wanna do.
PoE2 interview, I
now,
promise.
when you get into like the mid game, say that you're like level 40 plus, it's very important that the potential to find a GG item exist, because you always want to feel like the next enemy that you're killing or the activity that you're participating in has the chance to drop you something that's just going to really blow things out of the water and make you feel way more powerful. So I think it's important that the potential for that exists, but I think it's important also that we don't guarantee it. When it comes to the campaign leveling experience, instead of, you know, ensuring that the GG items or making it very likely that GG items drop, that is something that our crafting system enables players to overcome challenges that they would be facing in a much more directed manner. So that's what we like to do to make sure that, you know, there's not challenges presented, at least in mid game or early late game, that are insurmountable.
Yeah, that's extremely sensible. You know, the only GG item I felt like I found was the Beekeeper's gauntlets when I was playing for the first time. I mean, I didn't replace those for quite some time. I couldn't get rid of them, but
yeah, it's a great feeling whenever you find something like that. You're like, heck, this is awesome.
Right.
This campaign experience is going to be really unique because I found this thing and I'm really excited to have this. But if we were to guarantee that, I think that, you know, that's not a good experience.
Yeah, totally agree. Awesome. Thanks, Judd. Okay, here's a fun one. All right. Lots of games have items that have huge downsides, like they disable item slots, they completely remove some vector of scaling on your build, but they also come with tremendous upsides. With you guys bringing in a lot of unique items into the game with this patch, with future patches, and maybe set items in the future, is that something you might be looking into leaning into?
I think it's fair to say we are keen on unique item design that revolves around the problem-solving aspect of balancing big downsides with powerful upsides. That just feels good when making a build. It makes you feel smart when you're working around those elements. You know, we already have build-enabling uniques with negative effects that you need to work around. For example, Zithara's Amulet, which disables both health regen and leech for a more multiplier for phase damage. I think it's fair to say, though, that we don't have any uniques that are truly wacky or iconic in that category, you know, where there are extreme downsides like you're talking about, like, say, disabling all of your idols and then a really game-breaking powerful benefit to offset that. I think of the 25 new new uniques in Season 2, I don't think any of those rely around downsides to work around. I can't
like how
say
you guys
too
are
much
talking
about
about
it,
the
but in
PoE2
future,
stream.
seasons, there may be more unique item categories or systems that allow us to lean into more risky territory here in terms of that design space. But, too early to share anything on that at the moment, unfortunately.
Are those the primeval items? Oh, I'm going back to last year. Is that what that category is called?
That was primordial.
Primordial.
and perhaps-
Oh, I'm so upset at myself. That was close. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's exciting to hear.
Close.
There's a couple items in the season 2 that do have downside kind of stuff. For example, actually I'm thinking about 4 amulets. There's 4 amulets. Well, one of the amulets has like 3 different versions of it, but all of those have like downside of you have to curse yourself, and then
the new Forge Guard passive.
And then there's the focus amulet that after some balancing during the CT testing and whatnot, looks a bit different from what it was teased on the back in I don't know how long ago, when we just like showed a bunch of uniques on the original like season 2 teaser trailer. So you are like focus normally doesn't allow you to move while channeling. So the amulet allows you to move while channeling, which is the big upside. But then the downside is that you're gonna be channeling. You're getting less mana while you're doing that. You're gonna have less armor while doing that. And then I think there's probably another downside that I can't remember right now. But we do have these items, but we don't have like Ross said, we don't have like this crazy, nothing happen. Like you can't do anything if you have this item equipped. I think the biggest downside item that I can think of that doesn't really even have an upside would be the veteran boots, which is basically just a challenge item. But yeah, we don't often make items that just completely brick your build like immediately or regard like absolute massive investment for it to be good. But a lot of the uniques we do change the way your uniques, your skills work, which then requires you to build them differently. So yeah,
they're always exciting.
Judd is
love having
cute, not gonna
problems
lie,
to
Lady
solve.
Medusa.
That's I love that
jeez.
designing uniques. So that amulet sounds cool. That's a new one you said, the focus one.
Mana guy.
Yeah, I can probably show it at some point. Maybe.
Oh, stall with one more question.
Yeah, there's probably
He's gonna show
something.
Archon.
Other thing we want to show, and I can.
Oh,
He's gonna
okay.
show
Well, I have a
Archon.
great stalling question then.
Power
Okay.
overwhelming.
I've seen it spammed in the chat. Everybody is looking at Carv's shirt, your hat, Judd.
What hat?
Real life merch store win. Is this even a possibility in the future? Maybe associated with supporter packs, which we're actually teased, not released yet, right? Just recently.
Correct.
Is this coming maybe in the future?
Yeah. I think the answer here is very likely yes. It's something that we really enjoy. The team internally is always asking for additional merch for sure. So it's something that as the team grows in size and we're able to support the logistics of something like that, I think we're very keen as a studio to start to do that. And if we do, it will likely take shape in terms of supporter packs. T-shirts are kind of the bread and butter there, but I would be really interested to see if there's other cool, unique physical type items that we could be creating. One thing that I've had in mind. And
Thanks for staying on this
This
podcast.
is not
You're welcome.
happening. This is not underway, so don't read into this too much. But I really want a physical Epoch. And
Yes.
have you seen those little desk items that use magnetism to float an item? I really want one of those with a little Epoch artifact. So if the dream comes true, we'll have physical merch at some point, and maybe we can even have some
Okay,
really cool,
now we have to
items
make
like
a
that,
real Epoch.
That sounds awesome. Got to make the dream come true, you guys. We want our physical epochs. That's great.
Absolutely.
We all want merch inside the company. Yes,
we do.
Yeah.
We do. The poor embroidery lady down the street. We're still
Tell
not
Judd,
a
yes,
large
I'm on it.
operation in that manner whatsoever. So there's
I'll
a
message
little
him right
lady
now.
down the street that does our embroidery, and we just give her so much work, just for the team, team.
Definitely. All right, Carve. Did we stall long enough with the merch question?
Oh yes.
Oh, we did. Oh, Excellent. Okay, I'm ready.
Fine, I'll go away.
Go.
You don't have to yell at me.
First of all, yeah, we can take a look at the. I believe this has already been posted on Reddit as a clarification because we had the old version.
Mana guide.
Like the mega thread. So we have shown this already. I think this is actually the maximum rolls you can get on the mana guide now. And this basically turns focus into. You could say it's like a warpath then, because now you're channeling and things happened. Around.
Power overwhelming.
This was very powerful in the original form. Like we had to nerf it multiple times because how strong it was. But yeah, that's it. And then other things on the Caesar and somewhere else we might have shown cocooned items.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, so cocooned uniques. I believe the only way to obtain these is just it's a echo like objective. So normally one of your echo objectives like slay a champion or exalt mage. Oh yeah, these are new ones. And then like the boss or complete like the beacon and stuff like that. So one of the new
I'll do it tonight.
New objectives is to slay enemies until you find these cocooned uniques. And so when you try to put this on, it just reveals a random unique. And we're getting really lucky with just everything having LP, it looks like.
Identified items.
Wow.
These do have a slightly increased chance to roll LP.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly how much, but you are more likely to get LP on these.
You got a 3 LP.
And yeah, I can't wait to see these reveals a full stash of cocooned items videos. I'm ready. Oh, there's some uniques here. I see.
Oh, we gotta look at them.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I mean, if they're rolling, it's
that
fate.
This looks like a new unique, which was one of my mentioning where just stacking curses helps, and you can get curses.
Don't worry, you don't need scrolls. No scrolls to identify them.
Being a warlock, basically, a lot of the curses on warlock basically require you to be a warlock to get them, because some of them come to skill trees or from the some skills. So if you are playing Acolyte but not a warlock, such as a necromancer for minions, you can get some other cool curses for them. So yeah.
Okay, dude, that item art.
No
oh my
scroll of
gosh,
identity.
that's incredible.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
He also got a mana guide.
There's a couple different versions. I think there's 3 different versions of this.
Oh.
For each curse.
So there's a Bone Curse, Inflicts Penance, Decrepify, and then Acid Skin is the last one. These are kind of cool. And I think we might have mentioned something about the Weaver tree. We might want to look at.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, go for it.
Yeah.
Do you need some time to prepare?
No, I can just.
Oh,
I can
wow.
just
Here
open
we go.
it.
Okay.
Oh,
I
crap.
can just open it. So yeah, we have a lot of cool customization, and it might look like a small tree at first, but most of these just have multiple points you can put in them, so you can.
Did Carp just freeze?
Oh, I think he did.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you guys didn't shut him down, did you? Did you cut him off?
We pulled the plug on him. We talked to HR. We're like, pull the plug. He's showing too much.
Oh, see.
No.
He was unveiling everything.
I believe there's like.
Oh, he's back.
Yep.
Oh, he's back.
And since we are talking about itemization,
Carve, can you hear us?
You're back, Carve.
yes, I can hear you.
Oh,
Okay,
cool.
you were away for about 20-30 seconds there.
Oh, he didn't.
You had
out
ended
that
at
much.
like it looks like it's a small skilled small tree.
Okay,
Multiple
yeah.
points.
Yes, most of these points you can put multiple points in them to get a higher benefit of what the node provides. Like, for example, you have some loot lizard spawn rates. They come from caches. You can get some more lizard tails and guaranteed unique item whenever you unburden loot lizards. Since we don't slay them, we help them. And since we are in an itemization discussion, we might want to take a look.
Yeah, it's going to YouTube.
Or discuss some of these a bit. So we have
imprinting.
We have these cool nodes in the tree that allow you to imprint an item in there. So, for example, do I happen to have some? Let's say that for there. So you can imprint these items into the Weaver tree, and then when you do specific things, for example, in this one, when you get echo rewards, you have a chance to get similar items to what you have imprinted here. So for example, it could provide bone amulets because that's the base. It could provide uniques because it's a unique. In the cases of exalted items, etc., or like legendaries, affixes that are there, or a combination of them. There's some limitations, like for example, you can't get boss-specific uniques. Like if you put
I told
allies
you
here,
guys.
or like any of the Uber
There's a
uniques
lot coming.
here, they will not drop randomly.
All right, I'll go away again.
I'm not sure if we currently are excluding them from here, but it is explained here. But so these allow you to greatly enhance the ability to find not only the base types, but also the item type, like the subtypes. So not only not a ring, but like a iron ring or a silver ring, for example. And I'd expect to see a lot of these imprints with some stuff like red rings and whatnot, in hopes of people getting those. And we have so this is armor and jewelry. Then we have one that is armor and weapon, and then we have weapon and jewelry. So you can't just put red ring on all of them. We had a long discussions about how we want to do that, or if you want to limit them. I think currently there isn't a node that would allow you to have an idol in here, but that might be something in the future. We'll see. And then this one on the top is an interesting one, because this is specific to slaying champions, and the item that you have here has a chance to drop the item that comes out of it with one of the affixes as a sealed one. So there's some cool potential stuff you can do here as well.
Yeah, and worth noting that you're imprinting these items, so you're not losing the ability to equip them. So if you've got your red ring and need to keep wearing it, it's imprinting it. You're not losing it.
Yeah, as you can see.
Okay.
Let's take this. Let's take this as an example. For example, here at the Fang, when I put it here,
Interview is a dumpster
it is still here.
fire.
So you don't
Oh
actually
my
lose it. So yeah, it's just there, which is cool. And then you can. I think we revealed this already, but you can imprint 2 Woven Echoes. So if there's some particular Woven Echoes that you really like, you can imprint them. And then they will just spawn on your Echo Web. Obviously, more rare and rewarding ones have a lower chance, but they are pretty cool.
Like Uber Aberath you can put on here?
Yes.
Rarity matters.
Yes, if you imprint 2 Uber Aberoth Bone Echoes here, you are able to just randomly get Uber Aberoth
Hello
in your web. Yes.
Oh boy.
Well, that's pretty sweet.
And like you talk about the customization, so a lot of things why I really like this is you can do things like you can convert some of the rewards. Like for example, this one. The cliff is no longer a reward. It's now something else instead. Then we have the obvious no longer getting arena echoes, which is cool. There's a lot of interesting things here. Oh, we're getting ads again. It looks like.
Getting ads again? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm
Stall
seeing
for a
chat
sec.
spam.
Dang! I ran as many ads as possible. Everybody. I'll wait to ask my next question then about this. Judd, what games are you playing on your Oculus?
You know, I haven't touched that thing in a long time.
No way.
No, I haven't. I haven't. I have an Oculus 2, and that's the 3. And when I use those, I usually go into this app called Wander, which is basically like Google Maps, but you can do it in VR, and so you can just like go anywhere in the world. It came with a specific game that was cool. It was like a dungeon hack and slash type game with some level of itemization. I have never been so sick in my life.
Hey guys,
I like had to lay down. I was so physically ill after playing that game. I want so badly to be able to enjoy those things, but yeah, it's you get your VR legs after a while. Apparently,
Right.
I haven't gotten them yet.
Eventually, the tech will be there. Okay, we're back.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Get
chat. We
outta
just
here.
stalled
What?
talking about VR for a
What?
second. Sorry, Carve. The ads interrupted us. Let's go.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, so one of the reasons many of the reasons I'm very excited about VR3 is being able to not only customize what content you get, but also what you get out of the, just your normal everyday echoes, because they still exist there. So, for example, you can entirely remove all the glyph rewards, and it just gives you something else instead. And then you can do the same for arena keys, and then you can do the same for experience, and then you can say the runes, and suddenly you'll have a lot less possible rewards that most people think are bad. And we also have
Carve is
some new
showing a
ones.
lot.
Ooh. So if you want to like blast experience, you could just narrow everything down and like make experience one of the only rewards you can get.
Yeah, I don't think you can quite remove everything. But you can increase the stuff you get a decent amount.
I can't wait
And
to watch
then
that.
Memory Amber, the sync on your idols, farming your perfect idols and all that. So you can now have a Memory Amber as a reward for completing echoes if you take this. And I think there's another one for bow and echoes as well.
400,000?
I believe
No.
there's one specific for dungeon keys. Yeah, here. So we have the one that provides just keys, which can be dungeon keys, but this one is specific to dungeon keys.
Have we talked about portal charms?
Yeah, this can also give you those.
Yeah. We're implementing portal charms, and one of the ones that we think that people are really going to enjoy is it's a charm that you insert into the dungeon that allow you to portal directly to the boss.
Show the other
of the
charm.
dungeon.
They've
And we're
never seen
implementing a black market key trader in Upper Majelka, and you can trade any 3 dungeon keys for a portal charm. So people that have a whole lot of excessive dungeon keys will be lucky to go in and trade those things and be able to portal directly to the bosses.
That's sweet. Infinite boss gauntlet. Just go in and blast the boss. People love that.
Yeah.
There's
There's a lot of nodes
they
we
won't
could
show the other charm.
go over, but I'm not sure if we have time or we want to do that. Is there any nodes we should take a look at?
Did we just
Anything, you
kill
guys?
Nemesis nodes?
Ooh.
Kill Nemesis nodes, Carve?
I think they are, here. So yeah, we got.
Oh, I like that
we have
highlight
the,
function.
Easy
I just got to
search
shout you guys out.
function?
That's very clear.
Yeah, so obviously you just get
they're
more
good.
Nemesis. You want Nemesis, you can get more Nemesis. There's, I think, 2 Woven Echoes that have something to do with Nemesis. At least one that allows you, lets you farm them a bit more as well.
Oh.
Yeah, Nemesis escapes through a portal after being empowered. You get some. This is specific to the Nemesis weapon types, like weapon bases, that when you kill a Harbinger, it upgrades. So this was something that was quite
Weaver
hard
Faction's
to
the new
farm
one.
previously, because there was the only way to get the Nemesis specific weapons was by just getting them from Nemesis. So you had to banish them a lot to hopefully get the correct base. And then on top of that, you really needed to get lucky to get the good stuff on them as well. So this is going to help you farm Nemesis bases if your build wants to use those. There's one Scepter especially, which is really strong, the base grade Scepter. And then you can put them into your Tomb Cemeteries as well. Nemesis, that is.
Possessed Nemesis encounter.
3 points here. It's guaranteed that the human cemeteries are going to have a Nemesis that is possessed, which makes it stronger.
One of my favorite Woven Echoes is the Nemesis Tower, where you're climbing the tower and you have back-to-back Nemesis. People are really going to enjoy that one because you
now
get to
Judd's
see the
leaking
evolution
stuff.
of the items very rapidly.
Uh-oh.
My favorite, by far, just the Abyssal Trap, where Shade just pops into your Echo and wants to have a chat.
Random
That's
Shade
cool.
of Orvis can sometimes ambush
Yeah, as
you.
I mentioned earlier on, like one of the reasons we added a system like this is to ensure that when we're
Fresh
adding
meat.
new seasonal mechanics that we've got a method they are ready to modify and interact with that. So that's going to help us in the long term as well.
And do you think when you add a new seasonal mechanic, you might immediately add it to the Weaver tree, or will you wait to see if the community enjoys it and then add it post-season if it ends up staying in the game?
Uh-oh, Vision Boy.
Yeah, I think at the moment, anything we're adding seasonally is added to the base game. I don't think we're at a point where we wouldn't add a system like Nemesis
Lewis, we're
and then
gonna
take
watch
it away
it.
because it's too valuable. The game needs more of those random encounters. At a certain point, that would be the case. But we're probably a wee bit far out from doing that at the moment.
Nice.
Now that I was on a Shade, I got another thing I wanted to really mention is, and this is pretty relevant for items. So farming items from Shade. When we added when we buffed the corruption catch-up, so if you have one timeline at a very high corruption, and then you want to farm Shade at like a lower corruption because it's faster or whatever, safer. What ended up happening is your timeline went up in corruption because you killed Shade through the corruption catch-up. And then what you had to do is you had to do the Echo in the middle at the start to lower the corruption again, and then go farm another Shade. And it was just a really tedious, annoying little thing that we totally missed on that because we wanted to buff the corruption catch-up, and there were people who wanted to farm Shade at a very specific lower corruption than their highest is. So now if you take this node, you can farm Shade in that specific corruption, and it doesn't increase the corruption anymore with the catch-up mechanic. So any Shade farmers who want to do very specific corruption, here's a node for you.
Player agency, gotta love it.
Yeah. There's a lot of good stuff in here.
They've thought of everything.
Something maybe trivial popped into my head, Judd, when you talked about climbing the tower with the Nemesis.
Yeah.
Are all of these Woven Echoes new environments, like new maps? I know that might seem like little, but I'm just a big fan of new places, and I saw one that looked like it was on an island in the middle of the ocean, and some monster was swimming around. Are these all new or a mix?
I think the majority of them are brand new.
Yeah.
Oh,
the vast majority. Yeah, the vast majority of them brand new. Some of them are
That's
new,
big.
and also in the sense of maybe using the ancient era, which is more to come there. But yeah,
They're new.
I think the original plan was maybe to have more and reuse existing echo layouts. However, that didn't seem right to do at the same time as adding procedural generation and things like that. So yeah, we did put a bit more effort into have them feeling much more unique.
I love that.
Yeah, there's a couple very unique style Woven Echoes. And we wanted to. We had a lot of ideas for a lot.
No
of
leaks for Aaron's
different-
interview. Correct.
Totally different mechanics and whatnot. But I'd expect some of those to come in the future, hopefully.
Exciting.
Because we obviously needed to get all of the the must-have kind of thing, like all of the new itemization related Woven Echoes, and then just all the cool bosses and whatnot.
Right.
But we have a couple of really cool fun ones there. But yeah, I think it's time for me to take off the streaming again, so you can see our
there you go.
faces.
There we go. All right, you guys, that was beautiful. The Weaver Tree.
I'm back.
Now, before I get to my final question for all of you, is there anything else you guys would like to show?
How
for
long has
Tombs
this
of the
interview
Erased?
been? Almost 2 hours.
Anything else?
I think
Life-wise, the picking up crafting materials and having those automatically be sent to your crafting panel is just one of my favorite things coming with this patch as somebody who plays on gamepad.
Go away. Sorry.
People on
Fifth
keyboard and
wheel.
mouse will also benefit greatly
This
from
guy.
that. It's a very, very good update. And then the inventory.
Strongest
tabs,
guy on the
have
screen,
keys
probably.
And Woven Echoes, and your items be stored in different.
And the
inventory
oldest,
tabs. It's
probably.
a really good quality of life thing.
Definitely.
I have
Also,
read forward once.
if you're a veteran player as well, your monolith progression through normal timelines is shared with characters that have access to that stash, so it's less of a slog to get through the monolith. You know, if
You
you know
guys
what
like
you're doing
this
on
hat?
your alt characters, you've already got gear for them, and you know how to play the game, you'll be able to test more builds out faster.
Nice.
Did we mention that you will be able to use keys to respawn in dungeons, either at the floor that you were on or at the boss?
Oh.
We didn't. Now we have. Yeah.
Yes, that's a good one. That's a good one.
For all those people dying to
What?
that girl, I can't. Her name is escaping me. The Chronomancer girl.
What?
Jorah.
Jorah. Yeah. Oh god.
Oh, yeah.
Ask about a merch store in chat.
Now, again, on
I'm not
hardcore,
in
don't
the
do that. It's not going to save you. It's not going to save you. But for our
Respawn with
softcore
keys
players,
is super
it's
nice.
helpful.
All right.
We got some other cool things coming in as well that we haven't revealed yet, I think.
Ooh. I mean, it's going to be an exciting day, you guys, and I think we all know, there's going to be a lot of new and returning players flocking to Last Epoch for this massive update. You guys had, I think it's 9 months to cook, and you guys cooked a feast. Okay, do you have any message to all these people that are going to be trying out Last Epoch when it drops April 17th? Like, what is your advice from you three? You're logging into Ellie the first time, character select, you load in. What do you tell them?
Yeah, I think for me, I've got a very specific way of playing RPGs where, a lot of people recommend that you play Last Epoch without a build guide, just play yourself, learn the game that way. And I think that's a correct way to do it. I like to hedge my bets though. In general, I look up build guides and look up, skills being used to understand if I would like to play
Just
that type of
release the
content.
11th,
and then I'll
screw it.
bookmark that guide, but I won't use it, and then I'll proceed through the game myself. And if things work out, I make the same decisions as that, as the build creator, and I get to feel smart about that. Or if I'm struggling, I get something to fall back on. And I think for me, that's the way to do it, because you get to feel smart if you make the right decisions there, but you've also got a backup plan if things aren't going so well and you're having trouble scaling into empowered monoliths.
You want me to ask
piggybacking
Judd
off
what
that,
the vision of the game is?
Yeah, getting in there and just following the fun with the skill system and the crafting system that we have, you should be able to go in there and make a build that will at least be able to get through the campaign. And if you end up finding that you're in a challenging position and you're just not powerful enough to get past a certain progression
we'll
point,
see.
you can open the crafting panel and add some add some shards to gear. It's a very easy way to go and get through the campaign without having to follow a build guide or anything of that nature. Also, just in case people aren't aware, we have this really robust in-game guide. Press G to open that up. It's got an absolute wealth of knowledge and everything that you'll need to know to be successful in the game. So again, don't feel like you need to follow a build guide. I will say that there are a lot of really fantastic creators that put a lot of love and effort into making build guides that are really enjoyable and really good, really easy to follow. So it's great if you do like to do that. There's a lot of great creators that you can go and support in that way as well.
My two things would be to go watch a streamer because there's Twitch drops. To get
big.
some cool MTX.
That's a good idea.
And then the other one would be to keep your chat open to really live the through the all the fun and hype and everything that people are chatting on the and helping each other. And even if you're an offline player, instead of going full offline mode, you could go just through offline while having a chat to be able to chat with people while playing, to not feel so alone. Even though there's a lot of people who like to play alone, but I especially like to just chat with people.
All right, Kiko.
I'm gonna be chatting in hardcore for sure.
Awesome. You got to share your drops in global. You just have to do it. It makes the game feel so much funner.
Oh yeah, just link all the GG stuff that you get from Nemesis early on, because you can get tier 7s from Nemesis with on legendaries and whatnot. You just link those on chat and you're just like, oh, what is that?
You better not overlap
your
on our
hardcore deaths
podcast.
and
just
or
saying,
achievements will also be.
we don't have
in
anything to
chat
share
via
anyways
as well. That's something new to season 2.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's awesome. So you can at the start of a season you can feel, you can live vicariously through others. That's how I do it.
That is exciting. Love those.
I'm not sure if that has been told before. I'm not sure if that.
I think that's what Carv was kind of hinting around.
I was trying to go around the bunch. Yeah.
Wait, what did he say? I missed it.
We're really excited to get that across the line for sure. It'll be a good one.
I didn't hear
That's
what he
exciting,
said.
you guys. Well, if there's nothing else, thank you so much for your time. I think the number one thing being spam right now is servers take our energy. Everybody's so excited to log in. It's going to be a really big day, you guys. Congratulations on this lead up, and I hope launch day goes well. I really do.
Thanks so much, Try. It was an absolute pleasure getting to chat.
100%.
Oh, in chat,
I'll talk to you all later.
Death
I'll see you in game
announcements.
as well.
Hardcore death
All
announcement.
right, that's the cut for the YouTube, you guys. I'll just take off stream really quick. Thank you guys so much. That was a lot of fun.
That was fun.
Yeah, thanks. That was a lot of.
What the hell am I still doing here? Hey guys. Guys. Time for Chernobyl.
Go and fight the boss. Like,
you're in the way.
I understand there's a level of obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but when you're in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now. What am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution. And that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard, but doesn't solve it in another regard. And it's important that, yes, the runes are there to solve that problem and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy. It is not necessarily incorrect to say that hasn't, those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah.
Baited. This
yeah,
isn't
I also
last
think
Epoch.
part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just but this is the thing I would say about that is okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. It can just be the monsters. I don't think that it needs
oh crap. What?
There's an element here of you might just be
Hold on.
conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case.
Well-
The gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you're talking about also damage and like I said, speed. But okay, can you give me an idea then? On, when
that's
do you
important though,
think
because
the
one of
player...
the things that PoE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares halfway through Act 1 anymore. You actually do. And what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're changing around your gear through the campaign.
Oh, I got it.
And
We'll
results in
restart.
way more gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. There's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And you're just the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high. And so if we just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that.
Hold on, I got it.
If we
I
lower
got it.
monster power, then you're improving the we wouldn't need to do that. And once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear isn't exactly the right. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, let's do it.
See my leg? All right, there we go.
Audio test. I'm going to turn you up to 120. Let's test again.
Okay. Does it sound good?
Hello, this is Mark.
Let's see. Still.
Everybody that just watched Talkative Try's last Epoch stream, honestly, it was... I don't care what anybody says. Out of the 3 Tour of the Erased podcasts, Try's was the best. I don't care. You could say whatever you want about him. Out of the 3, his was the best. So, it was so good. We didn't even jump to this podcast. All right. So, I'm just throwing that out there. Nice job, Try. Okay. So much was revealed, and he did a good job moderating it. Yeah. Okay. Everybody, we are restarting Zizarin's Path of Exile 2 interview with Jonathan and Mark. I'm going to reset the stream from last Epoch to Path of Exile so that nobody pops in and says WTF. All right. Let's do... I already heard this is fireworks, so here we go.
A louder. Okay, I'll turn you up to 160.
Okay.
Try talking.
Can you... How's it sound now? Does that sound all right?
And how does this sound? This is Mark again.
Mm-hmm. We might be able to get it turned up on our end.
Well, I think now is good. I'm going to try to get a...
Okay.
Ooh. But I have echo when I speak, I think. Yeah, I can hear myself.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll just get our audio guy to fix that.
Yeah.
Standing time? That's fine. I can
All right.
stand for this. That's a good idea.
Try again now.
All right. Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I don't think I have echo anymore. How...
Great.
What's... How... I'm still louder than them. Yeah, maybe turn yourselves up a little bit.
Okay. Hey, Jen, are you able to get the... Sweet. All right. Apparently it's cranked up a bit now. Is that better?
How's that chat?
Is that okay?
Test. How is this chat?
Oh.
How is this?
All right.
A bit more. I mean, I can turn them up a little bit more. I can put them up to 170.
Okay.
All right. Try now.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that okay? Hopefully that's all right.
Okay, everybody's saying good. And my comparative audio to them is good?
All right.
Okay, cool. Everyone's saying good. I just hope my OBS doesn't crash during this. Like, I've had some, like, OBS issues lately.
Okay.
So, hopefully not. But yeah. I'm ready to start. I'll do just, like, a quick intro, and then we go. But, yeah. Thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of Point 2. This is Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of GGG. And yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's always good to have a chat. Obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions about that. But, it's always good to have a chat.
Yeah.
Why? I shouldn't be enjoying
I do
this.
have a lot of
Okay, hold on.
questions, so I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on. And obviously we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger, but I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that... Once again, we get this question a lot, right? Of just what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that there isn't really an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately we want to get the smooth progression where, you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. And you have to have that progression where you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. It really comes down to okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, what build is it? And then we'll be looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. We just have to go through these things one at a time.
Died on the beach.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that works. So it's almost the reverse there. And I guess I'm curious, what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or like when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
I actually haven't measured that on the current version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. Like the number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the amount of time, doing that, I might only do that that full run 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Much more often I'm either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But as I said, I don't know that the time. The thing is, the presupposition with this question is that that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign, and the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? It's the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So that's why when we're okay, people are saying we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's well, what amount of I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you, and that may result in the areas becoming shorter. But making it shorter is not it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. Is the game good, fun to play? So that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things, and that's I think what puts us a little bit when it comes to communication with the community, people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever. But at the end of the day, what we're looking at is just okay, you're obviously having a bad time. We want to fix that. So we're going to look at so what we'll do is we'll be okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good. We'll look at Act 3. We'll look at the reasons why it might be bad. We'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time. Or in this case, it definitely will. It's shortened it by a lot. And then.
We're not watching this live, so we can pause. The PoE 1 community obviously funded PoE 2, right? PoE 1 funded PoE 2. If you polled the PoE 1 community, how many of them would say they want a slower, more fun campaign? Isn't being able to skip the campaign literally the #1 most requested feature? Please, God, let us do something with alts, or I don't know. It just feels like 99.9%, 0.5. And again, obviously there's outliers, people that love the campaign and love playing slow. But I mean, even, EHG for Last Epoch get all the time hey, when are you going to have an adventure mode like Diablo? When are we going to be able to skip the campaign? When is that kind of stuff coming? And talking about, hey, we know it's not fun now, so we're going to take that feedback and make it fun. People just want to get to endgame. Not everyone, of course, not everyone. But a large plethora want good power progression and want to have a fun endgame.
But to me, it's the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're okay, this is bad, or and then you have to respawn, or the area doesn't, the area despawns and you're you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do, and so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Well, I guess a follow-up to that was I, along with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And
the thing I would say about that...
I would like to finish.
Sure. Okay.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are wondering if
the campaign, to be clear.
That was going to be my question.
That was not our intention.
So
yeah,
we should be more powerful than we currently are during the campaign then.
Well, that one I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because that comes down to Like, okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like the as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what a lot of developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like. Then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. And like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf the it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get like your items and stuff like that. Like just the really trivial.
Grab
easy
a
shit.
cold one.
Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah.
Speaking bluntly, right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both.
Well,
both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck up. Yes.
Those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for shit for like that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of and look, a lot of it is just because there's.
Not my words. Kriparian's words. Minions were basically nerfed by 90%. 90%. I mean, I get it. There's screw ups. I get it. If you live in a glass house, you shouldn't throw stones. That's testing. It's
a little bit of like it's early access, so we're allowed, but we like are firing from the hip a lot here. And the stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now? I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was, for some reasons, the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare, and then again.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't plan on pausing this every second. Anybody out there that's played Diablo 4, follow me for a second. Anybody out there that's played Diablo 4, you kill the whole screen of monsters, and there's only 3 monsters on the screen, and for whatever reason, it's always the little mini monster minions. Do you guys know what the hell I'm talking about? It's always those like final extra health, the extra health minions. It is the most annoying thing in Diablo 4. Like the worst trash enemy in the game is the hardest to kill. It's literally exactly what they did here.
And once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it. But it was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right. I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like we have to find where they are, because I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think like that one just means that
I can give examples.
There might still be issues.
Yeah,
sure. We'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're talking,
hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay, sure. But what I'm saying is that. So this is an example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But we are weaker now, right? A lot of skills.
But if you're saying that,
there, I'm 40 years old. I graduated from San Jose State University with the Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration, Concentration, and Management. When you are in a debate, a podcast, a discussion, if you start cutting people off, your loot, like that is the, like when you go instantly defensive and start cutting people off and not letting them get their point off, it is like the worst possible look. It's the even if what you're saying is correct, you got to let Zizarin finish his question, and then you could respond, hey, I hear what you're saying, Ziz. Just so you're aware, it might feel like minions are quicker, but actually they're the exact same from 0.1. So we're trying to figure out why everyone has this perception of minions being so much faster. Like, you know, and it becomes more of a discussion instead of a fight.
It's bad. I mean, that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like, you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are the main problem, right? Like, if you're seeing like clips.
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like, it's just 100% the case. Like, you cannot, if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no, like, they don't, like, effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like, I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now, there will probably be some areas, like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like, I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like, when you go to the last areas of Act 2, like the Faradin are just really, really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area. And so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning there.
To get more specific, like I have someone right now literally going through the areas, all areas in the campaign, and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast. Right. They're doing it literally as we speak up, and my intention after this is to go through. And so, like, I mean, a good example is like the Canopy, right?
Yeah,
the Canopy. Sure. The monsters are real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight, confined space, and it just, you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed.
I guess I'm a little.
If the monsters are too slow, you don't have to engage in combat. So we're going to make them faster than you so that you're required to engage in combat. Right? I mean, that's ultimately what they're saying. And what Zizarin is trying to say is, but yeah, you have to set up combos. How do you do it?
Well, just to continue with that, though, I just want to mention that, like, one of the issues we run into is, like, people will say, oh, you know, like, things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying, like, if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but like, it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like, we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise. Well,
I don't necessarily disagree with you that gathering killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like, it really isn't that great. In PoE 1, in the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like, I don't know how many years ago it was, like, what was it?
Overused word like you're not necessarily losing a debate log out if you use like all the time. It's just the way Jonathan talks. I don't know if it's his nervous tick. He says like a lot.
4 years or something like that. When was the Act 1 like thing? Like, we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player, and at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time. It just made the monsters feel better that we had there.
It's more of a bad
so like
habit.
You absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
If you're
it just shouldn't be that it's it's just that, like, you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE 2 in general, is that the target to hit is smaller. Like, because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into, is just that it's okay if okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively, it's like in PoE 1, there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player, because if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so what that also means though is that if we get balance numbers wrong, if a monster has double life by accident in PoE 1, it doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE 2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is way tighter in PoE 2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of level of sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things, is if we get to the point where a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of
okay. If you are building the game, let's just say for streamers, whatever, Zizzarin's the best player in the world. Let's just say he's the best player in the world. And you want to make sure that there are times where Zizzarin feels like he's going to struggle. You can't just make a game for Zizzarin, right? Because that's going to trickle down to the bad players, to the casual players, which is the game's going to feel impossible to play. You should actually let the Zizzarins just crush so that the larger majority of your population have a good experience.
So that is to me the reason, what I fear happening if we just say, okay, we're just going to lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily, maybe Monster Life does have to come down. If we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it, and that's fine. We will get to the point where that is fun, but we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for, ideally for everyone, right? It should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE 2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of people dodge rolling away from packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counter player, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE 1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that because of what you mentioned with the faster monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm like to have things to actually go and start to address. Can I get a gauge on what you think is where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the gate. Even the second zone, the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's pretty instant, where I don't feel like I'm getting that ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making monsters slower?
Won't that immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, doesn't it kill the game for them? What I'm saying is it's easy to say oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. A lot of people prefer the game to actually have some challenge in it. For example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play, and I do test runs of everything, right? And it's if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore. And that isn't helping anyone, right? I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's it has to be fun for me. And I know that if you if you get to the point of having everything just be trivial, it's well, okay, why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
there's just a lot. I just think again, thinking more on the specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus Canopy and Mana feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters.
Right.
You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start, and then you get to the like Halani gates, and it.
Sometimes, maybe we'll use the word pride. Sometimes you just got to eat crow. Sometimes you just got to bury your pride. Sometimes, sure, there is people that like slower gameplay. There's people that like Souls-like combat. There's gamers that like engaging in the campaign and listening to all the dialogue and engaging with the story and reading through the art books and the lore books. Yes, of course, there's people that like that. Yes. All right. Jonathan Rogers, you're at a 40% on almost your last 11,000 reviews on Steam. You have shed 60 to 65% of your total player base. Like, hey, if I'm Jonathan Rogers and Mark, I get up there and being like, listen, we made a mistake. Obviously, people are voting with their time. They're voting with their wallets. They're voting with their opinions. Discord's on fire. Reddit's on fire. Like, we obviously made a mistake. We made a mistake. We are owning this mistake. A large plurality of the player base is not happy. Of course, there are some people that are happy. And you just sit there and you apologize for 2 hours and you take Zizarin's notes and you say in the background, we are busting our butts. We've called everybody in. You're going to see immediate changes from GGG's side. And you just keep eating that crap throughout the entire interview. Whether you agree or not, you just sit there, nom, right? Because you're already done. So you're already done until your next update. Orange, you go into damage control. Like, that's what you do. Fighting with Zizarin, like what does that accomplish? Oh, you're just there.
It's like, okay, now everything's gone off the reservation.
The Faradin have a problem.
And then you get
and the Titan Valley as
I've seen a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that.
Right.
So that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought, Utsal, you've got Canopy. We're going to start, those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control. And you got heaps of this. So start there, and we keep working backwards until we catch.
PvT needs some real itemization crafting systems. They took almost everything from PoE 1, and now 2 feels like if you don't get a drop, gamble, or trader, you don't progress in your character strength, and it's boring and not fun.
As much as we can, and it's going to be a lot of different changes.
Once again, you make yourself the villain. Yeah, correct.
So one could be, okay, like, why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've, heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing PoE 1. I think, which I thought was a funny comparison.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. They need to. Not every monster needs to slow down, but like for example.
By the way, Mark is way better at this. I've met Jonathan Rogers. I spent time with him in Germany, and that Mark is way better at this. He's more calming. My team is already dissecting the game. He's way better.
Some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die
He's
quick.
laughing, he's smiling.
Or maybe the answer is, like, there's too many of them. And then in a lot of the cases, it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely. And that creates this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the things that my skills want me to do. And that is bad. And that I definitely want to fix that. And I want to fix that imminently. Like I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for, everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even like. Once again, you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that would be a big problem. So
now he's fighting with Mark? He's literally correcting Mark. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. This would literally be like this would be like Judd turning to Carve during the try interview and being like, Carve, you're wrong. Like, what? We can't do, like, Zizzarin's look on his face. Oh my gosh, Jonathan is correcting Mark live on stream. Oh my gosh.
So it's really just a question of like, if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really, really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think there's almost like 2 different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's
Are you going to make a video on this? I'm not going to make a video on this. I'll leave that to Hog. As soon as this stream's over, I got to tear apart talkative tries. And this, people just say I'm drama farming.
I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is. And the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases. And that point won't be in a situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like one button builds. Like as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting
man, that is such a good point. Oh man, that is a good point. That's a great point.
Completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like, if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also, it is also important that that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like, the monsters have to be able, like, there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that.
If somehow you could magically take the entire community, every single player for PoE 1 and every single player for PoE 2, and pull them, what would you rather have? Blasting gameplay or slower, more engaging gameplay? Combo abilities, mechanics, parry, dodge, block, right? What would be that ratio? 60-40? 70-30? 80-20? Like, if you pulled 1 and 2, what would that number be?
And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level.
95-5?
But like, it's always an amount, right? Like, there's an amount of that you need,
50-50?
and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
We've we've been talking about, like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things,
75-25?
Talking about the monster life is the main thing, which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing.
He's visually upset.
And like, we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we willing to do here? How are we willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like, there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like, kind of honestly, everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like, that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard, being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like, it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is... I know this is like way further away, but like, again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like, you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to. And a lot of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that, like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for, like, not wanting to.
I think what's so interesting about this is there's nobody that's going to argue that engaging content like isn't fun. Engaging content is fun. Zizzarin's trying to make a point early on in this interview. Zone 2, people are dying to the wolves. Is that really like Rax dying in the first zone to wolves? Is that really what you define as engaging content? I think they're just missing the point, like, so much over.
To get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like, well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. That is like an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument. I 100% want to focus on solving first.
Everybody, I gotta, this will take me 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I need to send an NDA to Frosty LaRue for Friday's stream. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. This will take me a second. You guys can't see. told you it was fast.
And then there's like certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that.
Okay, Town Portal Podcast, me and Frosty are having EHG on this Friday, and should be a lot of fun.
So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point.
No, it
so
is not.
I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially, even though warrior is or Mage skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where like with maces, it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is the shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like he may be a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've.
Nash,
you know, obviously Keystones have upside downside, but yes,
there's
true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides, where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2. Like, we didn't have that in PoE 1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree. But I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times. So it'll find its sweet spot for sure. And it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt. And so,
well, we're not talking case.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I said notables can be felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's got the downside, and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are good. So, like, I think it's the frequency of them in that part of the tree.
But I'm saying that you can find another way maybe to do that. But it's like I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like. That is a thing that you do get, that you know
that is important. And
this is how I'm going to be doing meetings with Aaron from now on. This just looks like success, exactly.
And now passive tree philosophy, yes, is that the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because. They're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more
Ziz
like,
isn't even paying attention anymore.
500 to 520% increased is going to matter less than the 0 to 20 and whatnot. But especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like you're like, I definitely now can feel the difference. And I would say,
listen, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I know everything. Has anybody ever been in that situation where you just want to like jump, take over that person and like talk for them? I just want, we heard your guys' feedback. The game's too slow. We're going to make it faster. This is how we're going to make it faster. I think everybody's going to be very happy with the decision moving forward.
A lot don't hit them.
Sorry.
Mark. Some do, some don't. But
that's all
we've been trying new things there. So.
I know.
Bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons. And you talked a little bit about that. You felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches? Or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period? Like changes are coming in 4 days.
Wait. Did Ziz just say, can you do updates every 2 weeks? I don't like that.
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like we get highly punished for that.
I know, Orange.
Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them. As you know, like as we can see. But like it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs. And so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening now because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of the league,
which we're
we just
doing.
can't do. Yeah, which we're doing now. Right.
I generated a relatively large list yesterday.
So-
Which I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like there are many builds, many skills that are underneath because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance. Like obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure, but like
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now. Now we can start on all of the actual like all of the positive buff parts, and so it's like like last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
we genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down. And then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like...
What do you mean he quoted Rod Ferguson? What did he say? Ziz is laughing because he knows it's BS?
Oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up.
Holy crap. Did you guys hear that? They were running out of time.
And make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down. And then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. But like by that point, it's kind of too late. And so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like, we thought we were, like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things. And like, it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte or Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and we're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can. And maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't, but like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a
2 days.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a
perfect.
funny
That's
thing
what I wanted.
because okay, like so like one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted that things we're working on post was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally that was that day.
Do you guys he is I've never seen Jonathan Rogers so upset. Do you hear his communication pattern? He is so pissed. He is literally wants to flip the couch he is sitting on. Seething is he is so effing mad. Oh my gosh, he's so pissed off.
It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like, the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on. We've literally had, like, that was one work day. You know, like, there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
Which we need to be more clear about.
Sure.
We'll try to be more specific about that. But yes,
I mean, the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like, I'm like, okay, we're going to look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime, we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like, the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just going to solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like, here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this, you know, and like, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's you know, like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you posted, you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, that's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like your second, I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like
a big thing that's missing.
Like, making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 League Step and stuff like that. And at least so far, we don't have that many alternatives for that. And our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver. So even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that.
I don't know how they're going to fix this. I don't know how they're going to fix this. There's always going to be a PoE 2 community. There's going to be people that love the way the game it is now. I don't know. This is a bad interview. It's a bad interview. It's really bad. It's really bad. Nash, I'm not saying they won't fix it. I'm just saying this is not a good look. That's all I'm saying. You have to see it. Listen, if this was EHG, I would be screaming through the microphone. It's unprofessional. Jonathan is the founder of GGG. He knows what he's doing. No PR department. Aaron, they want to the grace of early access while charging like you released a game with $35. I cannot say this enough times. There is going to be a part of the community that do love the vision of Jonathan Rogers and Mark and what they are trying to do. I'm not an idiot. Maybe I am an idiot. I know there are people that like what they are doing. I'm just simply saying I do not think that is a majority. I don't think it's a majority. I don't know.
But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like, what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like,
what are you talking about? Gosh, what are you talking about? Oh.
this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts, so and they are very large even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matlan waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower. But I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it longer. It is just a lot of these zones are very long.
Like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix.
I would venture to guess 90-10. Should zones be smaller in PoE 2 and you only survey the PoE 2 community, forget everyone else, I bet you it's 90-10, maybe higher. Easy.
Like trivially, because just the way that the level generation works there's not an easy
higher than 90.
Like, it's not like, okay, like other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list, because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people, but like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like that the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. Like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular area.
Is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like we've discussed some things in that area like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the like it shouldn't be the case that because this is the issue.
Oh my gosh, I paused at the perfect moment. That is like the most perfect pause. Are you willing to speed up the player? Are you willing to speed up the player? Direct quote, if it does not compromise combat. If it does not compromise combat versus white mobs in the campaign. Oh my goodness. He can't even. Nash, I'm sorry. This is my honest take. I'm not just trying to be this last Epoch shill. He can't even say, absolutely, Zizarin. Just like Mark said, everything is on the table. We're looking at enemies' health. We're looking at movement speed on boots. We're looking at movement skills. We have tons of plans right now to ensure the campaign looks good. There's nothing off the table. We care so much about our community. Our community is what drives this game, and we are nothing without them. If people are saying it's too slow, then we're going to move it up on the priority list of what's going to get fixed. And technically, you said nothing. It's just a word salad. Just
with this, right, is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we would have to find a way to do that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not like I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't.
We have been talking about it. We
Yeah.
do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. There are many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
but is there like the question I was okay? So is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
It's
like
not
for
as
damage.
bad. It's not as bad. Again, you can kill stuff fast.
It's the movement speed specifically that we're.
And the fact that we don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a 3rd or 4th character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my 1st character,
but you don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this. And I would prefer that wasn't the solution because then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on there. Like there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a movability
As said,
solution.
we have some things on the cards. We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they are good, and we convince ourselves, damn, we should have done this before.
Right.
Or
just in case anybody is curious, Zizarin is just trying to get an answer. Alt characters. He's talking not first playthrough. He is talking about specifically alt characters on a league being able to progress quicker. That's all he's trying to figure out. I love your game so much. I'm going to make a 2nd character. Is there any way I could progress the campaign faster?
they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, we're always a bit on discussing what those will be, because yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not
on every
off our radar by any
white
means.
mob on every character.
So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
like
have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like, you know, so this can be part of the consideration, I guess. But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing, of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we might want
I mean,
to
it's
do.
the
If people-
whole
if people like it, we
they
do
can
it.
go behind the boss's life bars and you know all that problem, and hopefully if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE 1, because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in PoE 1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE 1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here, but we don't really get enough sockets early on, we don't get enough gear early on, and we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
Oh man, I cannot wait for this answer. I can't wait for this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, that they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably
skill issue.
80% of.
Did he just say get good? Did Jonathan Rogers just say get good to the whole PoE? Oh my. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is great. This is great. Oh, I'm seriously crying. I am crying. Oh, that is such. I have to hold on. That was too good. That was so good.
To really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, that they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably 80% of the gear I'll be wearing.
Hog absolutely lost it when John said that.
Sockets like in there. So like, if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to.
The intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant, ability to fix issues on your character. Like, there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is a lot
really
stronger.
Oh my God, they're still going on Ziz's stream. Wait a second, this podcast is still live? They're still sitting there?
There's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the power, but like, I mean, that's a different question again, right? Like, if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like what those should be,
which aren't necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. It's just as a qualifying thing that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing.
Literally, out of the entire interview so far, this is unequivocally like 1,000% the worst answer he's given. The worst. The absolute worst. When I play, I'm totally fine. I'm not seeing these same things. Like, that was the worst answer so far.
So, like, there's clearly some disconnect here as far as, like, what the amount of loot that you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose. So, like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for different people?
It might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like, I know something that was suggested was adding more Artificer's Orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we added those quite late. We didn't end up putting them in the.
So that's something that we could definitely do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like, that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that, well, casters don't have their weapon crafting bench,
and we do need to. We do need to fix. We have to add sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more Artificer's Orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing that the PoE 1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more Artificer's Orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if it's not happening to everyone, then it
Trevor,
is
I'm
a
still
thing
standing
that
up.
will- that would be better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and rune, obviously runes for them, and adding more deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this.
Mark is carrying.
I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that...
Oh my gosh, Goose. What do you mean there's starvation in the world? I have a sandwich. What are you doing wrong?
Like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't. And what you're doing there is then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so that we just have to be really careful about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like, it shouldn't be that just a single, like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like, we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
it's important. It's also...
In what video game? Literally, in what video game ever made? Like, knowledge is, experience is, literally playing Mario 3. If you know to hold down on the white box, you fall behind the map, and then you get the flute. Like, that's how it works. How can you... I try to think about a game as complex as PoE 2, or just an action RPG in general. Could you imagine the task of trying to make an isometric action RPG where knowledge does not benefit you? How? How? What a weird... What a weird thing to say. That is... Diablo 4. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Martin, that was pretty funny. It'd be impossible, of course.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, you're gone.
It's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front-facing, because that passive tree stuff, in PoE 1, sure, I agreed. And it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also... There's two problems going on there in the PoE 1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's like, here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time. And I know that's one small piece of that puzzle, or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at PoE 1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so like a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists.
Moxjet on Discord is Judd.
That is a thing where, like, again, if you know, you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, you don't know, and you like suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are like very front facing in your face, and are like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved through quests, though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow.
Surely, if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough artificers orb to make sure they can do that. That's the main thing that I would say.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No,
And
you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where just knowing this makes like doubles your DPS, then like that means that like the way it means that the balance has to be like surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like I don't think that can be something that like we don't want to have to make the monsters harder. So therefore, like we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a fine line there for sure. Right. But yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways.
Could you? I just sound like a broken record. If someone finds out knowledge is power, you put a lightning room in a weapon, you double your DPS. Oh, well, maybe you should Zizarin. Maybe you should just put in a side quest where you get a rune and it tells you, hey, don't forget, you can get big damage from your weapon. Well, if we did that, then you can't solve What? What the? He's literally, he's agreeing with you.
Away from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure. And I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogden Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier or having more of them. Again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get. And so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but that's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit of just like some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put
by
that
studios
more
years
throughout
to come
100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the...
Brow just wrote, I miss the smoothies. Only a few people understand that joke.
Tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that... now, whether or not... I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
There aren't the other thing that just as a side note is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Correct.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
Look at Zizarin right now. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's literally just like, he's actually being respectful and he's allowing them to talk. He's probably done 10%, maybe 5% of the talking. He asks a question, they answer in 10 minutes, then he goes. He's literally just trying to like spoon feed them. Guys, people want to go faster. Like, he's brought it up through gear. He's brought it up through crafting. He's brought it up through the passive tree. He is literally doing everything in his power as an advocate for Path of Exile. Guys, people just want to feel powerful and fast in an action RPG. Are you willing to do anything? And he keeps getting kind of the same answer.
Is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE 1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played PoE2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking I was in like Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day. I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res. So I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like warrior left start, and I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the items. But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like there might
100%.
be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
Like
we'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards for sure. Like I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? Where like tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like, you know, because an alternate solution might just be that the resistance is given.
Guys, I promised we would watch it all. We're gonna watch it all. I know it's hard to watch. I feel it. I feel it really is hard to watch.
Even by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that certainly, because if you think of like the tree for one on obviously PoE1, and you combine that with the crafting bench on PoE1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. Well,
the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in PoE1. So that like changes things a little bit as well. You know, like the expectation is not that you have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation is that the expectation is that you should be able to get through from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0 was like another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious, what people are supposed to do there.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately, where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately. Right. So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now. What am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution, and that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard, but doesn't solve it in another regard. And it's important that yes, the runes are there to solve that problem, and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy. It is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs like it. there's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case.
Well,
like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said speed, but okay, can you give me an idea then?
But
when
that's
do you
important though,
think
because one of the things that PoE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high. And so if we just dropped more,
I bet I could find it relatively quickly. Jonathan Rogers on his interview tour prior to 010 early access launching. If you are not crafting early, if you are not crafting often, if you are not crafting during all of Act 1, we haven't done our job. I swear that's almost a direct quote. I think that's what he said. Right? Right. I'm pretty sure it is. I can't craft with... Right? Ziz is trying to say, I'm progressing through the campaign and I have mainly 1 and 2 mod items. And he gets immediately cut off. We failed if players can't progress. I remember that.
Gear, then
Verbatim.
we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving the we wouldn't need to do that. And once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place, but what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like it is a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire risk, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of the majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3. So it seems like very, very early heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen, because like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time, the amount of loot you get increases through the game just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due to the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that is as far as I understand.
Several times I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's actually happening. Because
that is unusual. Like I can't explain why that would be the case.
I concur. There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be. We're never going to rule out any bug or unintended thing where we can get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that. Because like, it's like I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like from whites to rares like pretty continuously.
A bug
as you're going through. So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
Yeah, I mean, even like I would say myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
So hold on a second. I've played 290 hours of PoE 2 at this point. I got a good understanding. How often do you actually hit an upgrade with the currency you get? I think that's a missing point. Even if you did get the currency, what is the likelihood it actually creates an upgrade for you, even during the campaign? 1 out of 10? Not once, hardly ever. 1 out of 10. 10% or less, right? Rare. Extremely low. So even if you did get some current, so basically it's a double-edged sword. People aren't getting currency, and the currency they do get don't actually give us upgrades. If you don't get a good base, it's pointless. Very rare. Okay.
I'd say through the campaign, I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking up every blue, looking for 1 stat, regaling, and then that missing and the item not being usable.
If you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like,
sure, but I've tried both.
Right. Well, I can't say much as to that, but like that is the reason you don't have regals. If you know, like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting. Like that isn't to say that gambling isn't better. Maybe it is, but.
Right.
You know, like that it does explain that particular 1 currency item at least.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like that alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like kind of common workaday crafting that you're doing all the time. So like it should be that the regals are the primary source of crafted rares. In that regard.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is. And you might find that it's just very sensitive
you
to.
Ever wonder the real reason Chris left? He's just sitting on a beach. I think
there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like I definitely.
Come on, Aaron, give us your thoughts. I've already said this is one of the worst interviews I've ever seen, and that's not. I mean, I really mean it. This isn't coming as a last Epoch shill. I'm not trying to dump on GGG. I'm talking as a business major, just simply how you damage control when your product is not being received good. This is catastrophically bad. It is catastrophically bad. You have arguably the biggest creator for PoE 1 and PoE 2. This is somebody that on launch for early access got like 70,000 subs. Insanity. Just sitting here trying to be respectful and say, hey, this is what people are saying. Here's my experience. Someone that's built my entire life, my entire career over this. You know what I mean? It's it's really something. Talkative Try, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I'm sorry, right now we've got all of our alerts off right now. Try, I want you to know, once your interview is over, I told this community, out of the 3 Tour of the Erased interviews, you did the best job. I just wanted to tell you that. I would not say that. I would not lie and say that. You did the best job out of all 3. So I just wanted to tell you that. I know you were nervous. You looked a little nervous at the beginning. You did a great job. You really did. Nice job. For everybody joining from Talkative Stream, we're watching Zizarin's interview. Thanks. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. If you did a bad job, I would tell you.
Definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, that it might just be that. And I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the you should have the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So you know, you probably
Give you
have
a
the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just do so probably even today and figure out what's going on and whether or not
Frosty says, I am everywhere and nowhere. Yeah, you did a good job.
it meets our expectations. So
I try to imagine myself, for whatever reason. Aaron, you're going to do a PoE 1 league interview with Chris Wilson and Mark, right? I would be pooping my pants going into that. You know, that is not easy. It's not easy. Yes, Frosty's here. Everyone's here.
So the next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I would say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have one charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third. And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Chaos resist, and bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like, this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like, singular solution to...
Hey, thank you all for the follow. As long as you're following on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway.
To doing anything with that. And as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus, they have 2, and at 81, they get 3.
I mean, we probably will
idea.
increase the number of charm slots. Like that's something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet. But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like effectively ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So like we needed something that was going to actually cause them to happen. Like, you know, during the campaign before you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign, it kind of was a bit silly.
Do you know, we didn't actually universally double the stunning. I know you mentioned that just to clear
it was
that
only
up.
it was ailments that changed, not stunning.
They stun you more as
charms.
things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked.
Have I tried specters? Yes, I had a meltdown day 1.
But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we were like, we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got lost in the weeds. So like, the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it, or mitigate the thing that caused it. And those where some do and some don't, so that needs to change 100%. And then yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is on the 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get.
But it was certainly our expectation or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like 1 is not what you should be running. Like 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay,
but it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like, like that wasn't even like even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like only frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think, and like for the most part, you actually notice the stun thing is separate. It's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if they did do a lot of damage, that'd be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a bit of a different. It's a bit of a different game,
right?
Like
but
when you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything involved.
Sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the charm stuff as well.
Yeah.
And do you think
I've never seen Jonathan Rogers so pissed off. I've never seen him so upset. When was the last time he smiled? And I know this isn't supposed to be like a, you know, rainbows and butterfly interview. Like he is definitely looking mad. His tone, the way he talks, blinking, mannerisms, he's not happy for sure. They're like parents arguing in front of children. It's bad. It's really bad. This is not a good PR. I think Ziz is pushing too hard. I don't know. We need the answers. No one sees the vision. Nobody likes to be in the hot seat.
Implicit will be tied to item level at all, so it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or a path on the tree.
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have to think about how we want to introduce that. Like that is a one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I just have to look at that.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is like charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how, you know, aside from how many you have and not just their implicit, like them.
Aaron, Zizarin submitted his questions yesterday, so they had time to prep. He admitted that. I'm glad he's honest about that. That actually does make a difference that they knew these were coming. Actually, that makes it far worse on their on their end. On their end.
Their base value. There's also just like I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely nonsense.
It worse. Yeah, it makes it worse. Somebody, I mean, again, this is hearsay from chat. I cannot confirm this. Just they're saying that he submitted them.
Like, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So
Yeah. In PoE 1 we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE 2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in PoE 2 the notables are very interesting. Like it's something that like I think that is notably good. So
more work to do there,
yeah,
though,
but there is more work to do. But I don't love the way that the
not
masteries
submit
kind
them?
of like blandified the notables, and so yeah, I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like
Joe
really
Shelley.
interesting masteries and notables.
Joe Shelley, we called him good old Dead Eyes when we saw him at BlizzCon. He's got like black eyes. Sorry, just never mind.
Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that like, you know, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you know, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, that like no one thing matters at all. So like that's, you know, just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to PoE 1. So like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time
Yes,
what downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's
at
also
all,
just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people.
Right.
And so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like, oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary.
Right.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about. And that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big argument to me, but there are, you know, there's intermediary grounds there as well. But yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't know.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then
As someone who really enjoying PoE 2 and loves the game in general, these are tough times to say the least. I get it. This is coming from somebody that's been playing and streaming and creating community events for Last Epoch for the last 9 months. During the dog days, oh man, I guess we're still in them. Yeah, I get it.
We don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something that's
that is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also just as a player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you get it when you get the notable.
It's hard to identify that in the moment because you don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something of what something could have been in the same way that you notice the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in PoE 1.
Sure.
Because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking I want the
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. The good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So
that's good.
Which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense, and just anecdotally, if the two options, right? If we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it. Or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
I mean, I would venture to say all action RPGs, most people scale offense over defense. I get where he's going, though.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds. And
does Jonathan have another screen he's looking at? I feel, I'm sorry, I'm always looking at non-verbals. Normally, he's looking at the camera when he does these, right? Doesn't he normally look at the camera? He's just thinking. He's refusing to look at him. He's watching the stream. He's looking at the vision. I think he is just stewing. He's bored. Tencent is telling him what to say. He's playing loud. Never mind.
Stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue.
That is the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I agree with that.
Mostly the case.
But then shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit, and there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, and since I can't really tank, there are multiple moves here that I can't tank, not just one big telegraphed one shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to overprepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one shot the boss, which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because
I agree with that. That probably is tough. That probably is tough.
You can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die, like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
Yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
No, but what I'm getting towards is that if if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like, we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only, like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do three of those, like, of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way, what you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah,
and what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that
Aaron,
kind of just
check
isn't
15
a PoE
seconds of this video.
way of doing things.
We don't have links
that
in
could
here.
be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like it would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. And I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right? You're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for. You're maybe getting the boss to 30%. You're not able to finish it. And you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight. I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's, I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like, but okay, sure, you're talking, okay, like, so okay, so that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition based gameplay context, which is not what we have. So like, it kind of means that like the boss doing abilities to be able to the boss trying to win is, or like, and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot,
send me the
isn't
video
a
on
different
Discord.
circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So like, you know,
there's the link.
It's so what I'm saying is, so what are you not agreeing with then about?
Well, I think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one-shots. But even just on like, as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. And you don't have a good way to regen them during the fight.
So I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well, it effectively is through the flask, right?
Well, yes.
I was no longer able to recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like, attrition via flask is what we have. So what I'm saying though there. Well, okay, sure, fair enough. Like, yeah, the flasks.
Mike's face. Did he just... Did he just pause? He just paused. Oh my gosh.
Like, and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So, like, you know, it's so what I'm saying is, so what are you not agreeing with then about?
Well, I think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one-shots. But even just on as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. And you don't have a good way to regen them during the fight.
So I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well, it effectively is through the flask, right?
Well, yes.
I was no longer able to recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like, attrition via flask is what we have. So what I'm saying though there. Well, okay.
This is the worst interview. I don't care. You could call me a last Epoch shill. I would say the same thing if this was Judd and Mike sitting here. This is the just from an optics standpoint. Forget what side of the fence you're on. Any objective person from an optics standpoint can see what, if you're just watching a debate and you can pull yourself back, right? It's horrible. No, you are correct. This is wild. I tend to defend this crap. It's horrible.
Sure, fair enough. Like, yeah, the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore
the campaign is quite attritioned.
It's just that
the kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game, where it can be very. It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech, that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all, which.
Well, okay, like if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Well, just to check real quick as well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which happens in the game and PoE 1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like, stand in the elder donuts and the dances and the like move into the lanes and the bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player, I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be. Which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now, right? Where it just isn't. And then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them, and then yeah, I just don't have an option for huge one shots at all.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point of view from that one.
Mhm.
The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So like, if it is a like universal, okay, like for example, would it be okay that, I mean, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get, we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like, this is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. There is the thing where like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so definitely I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, no, we won't disagree, but just like, I'm just curious, do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE1. Like I'm not inherently against that, but I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling
GGG.
fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today.
Jonathan looks like he's having fun.
The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is...
You've also got to think, right? It's more than just an interview. If I'm Jonathan Rogers and I'm sitting here, especially if I'm reading the comment section, what are the Steam reviews going to look like? What's happening on Reddit right now? What's happening on social media? How many times am I being clipped out of context? How, like, there's a lot. There is a lot going on in this head, more than just Zizarin's questions. Reddit is assessed. I could only imagine. You know what I'm saying? This is a huge PR opportunity, and it is blown. Yes, correct.
Not allowing you to mitigate it. It's like, so different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure.
Their research paper.
And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting, hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like, deleted. And it's like, oh, great. That was...
But it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, not even having to move. Like, that's also...
Well, especially without the gear.
Like, it's kind of... It's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss, like, which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like, like, surely the actual answer is, like, neither of them should be happening.
Yeah.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but, like, I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like, that is a thing people just like doing. And so, like, the amount of incentivization... And so then there's the issue of, like... Well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if, right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like, it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage... I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And so you kind of got like that issue of like it's just really, really hard to get that balance right. So the like and that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like it is people. There just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason, and I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So like the people probably concentrate on the damage.
Can't wait for D4.
I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it. Like damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further.
Yeah.
Because that having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage. Yeah, there are problems here, 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that.
Well, yeah, I have other questions about defense as well.
Gosh, I just can't stop going back to it. Like, again, this could have been a PR slam dunk. This could have been, all right, we took our first hits. How are we going to respond? Hey, Zizarin, give us your opinion. Oh, it's too slow? All right, we're going to take that to the board meeting. Oh, defenses aren't right? We're going to fix that immediately. Hey, people have voted with their time. They have voted with their voices in reviews. We see it. We see it. Okay? Obviously, our vision is not correct because people aren't having fun. And here at Grinding Gear Games, there's nothing more important than this community. So if you're not having fun and people aren't enjoying the game and the update, then it's on us to fix it to ensure people are having fun. Zizarin, you being one of the biggest advocates for Grinding Gear Games, you being here in the past, we wanted to give you this opportunity to give us your feedback and what you're hearing from your community so that we can fix this game so that people can get back to having fun. You just sit there and you just eat crap. If you got to eat crap for 2 hours, you just sit there and you take the hits over and over and over again. And that's it. All right. Hey, Zizarin, thank you so much for the time. Thank you, community. We are here for you. We're more bought-in than ever. We see that we pivoted wrong, and we're going to get this back. You will see an update within 48 hours. And you just sit there and take it. They literally went the complete opposite. Literally the complete opposite.
So armor break, I would say like effectively disables armor right, as a defense
GGG.
for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor.
That's right. Tech.
Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with armor break and fizz overwhelm in PoE 1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So yeah, are you happy with armor break and fizz overwhelm being in the game?
Well, in PoE 2 context, I am not happy with the current state of monster armor break. No, that is also on my change today list. So I need to. There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor.
I understand your point, Aaron. If you see it from Jonathan's point of view, they did that for PoE 1 for 13 years, and they ended up with a game that they don't love, and they are seeing PoE 2 going down the same lane. But this is also a business, right? So for sure, like if your game, you want it to be a little slower, you want meaningful combat, you want combos, you want parry, you want block, you want dodge roll, you want to iterate on PoE 1, of course. Like, sure, make the game that is your vision, of course. But it's also a business. So if 65% of people say, we're not having it, and the reviews are literally, you're getting massacred. You're at a 41% on your last 11,000 reviews on Steam. Like, from a business perspective, if people don't like your food, you got to change the menu. Like, I don't know.
And that isn't... So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like
I feel like Mark is
it
doing what you suggest,
disincentivizes.
yeah.
I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
Yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and yeah, it's just like, yeah, it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, I know 100% agreed it is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that and the speed and a bunch of these other, and Arbiter, and there's a whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, we've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long-term solution?
OMG.
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
In order to change,
be able to immediately say that.
In order to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Autobot, did you catch that? Listen, this would be better if Jonathan just pulled a boss move and was like, you know what, this interview's just done, and got up and walked away. He is, I can't think of any interview. He is beside himself. Did you hear his, he's not even looking at the camera on armor.
And a bunch of these other, and Arbiter, and there's a whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, we've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long-term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
in order to change,
be able to immediately say that.
In order to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay.
I can't breathe, Lady Medusa. Holy.
That's fair.
Like, I don't think we've fully understood the
We
issue
did a
there.
few things. Like there was some overwhelm on some bosses, and we removed it. And there was, there were too many skills converting too much into element. And I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like, it obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number shift,
but that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like, it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
Obviously, the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's you've got to be careful with that. But look, maybe
because
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
Anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90, and for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87, so very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
which means yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that, and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of have a look at that. It's just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been.
We have it. We have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a.
Okay, listen. Okay. Am I okay? I don't want to like conspiracy, like infer. I don't want to infer too much. That sounded like they're saying, we'll just grab your character and see if you're full of crap. Did anybody get that feeling? Look at Jonathan's face. Don't worry. You don't need to do anything. We will take your character. Did anyone else get that? The look on his face is like, no, we already have it.
What we'll do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of have a look at that. It's just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been.
We have it all. We have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a.
Perfect. Yeah. The regen did make a big difference.
That was his first smile too. That was like, don't worry, we can just take anything we want. Oh.
But I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see chaos damage very early in PoE 2. In PoE 1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. But yeah.
Sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern, because in standard you wouldn't.
Stop looking at my files, GGG.
It's just balanced to be okay. But in hardcore, where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern, and I don't think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium core concern, because like if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
Oh sure, but like I mean the damage, like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Viper's hard.
It is hard. It is a hard fight. That's just a side note that's separate. But like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play, because like we're balanced assuming you have no chaos resistance, and so
what does she do that's chaos? Obviously the big purple meteor storm that I want to make some changes to, because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking clarity or that fairness problem. And then
the
how many
spare
of us
things, right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is, aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah, right.
So all of her green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it should be chaos.
It's physical hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is chaos damage.
I got a smoothie.
Because the poison damage is based on the hit.
And don't
your
say
armor
I'm
effectively
spoiled.
mitigates
I'm not
the
spoiled.
your armor mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah.
Ooh, it's like a peanut butter. It's like a. That's good, hon.
The meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem, because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous, earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion card. Like that poison
but
feels
that-
lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is
Yeah, yeah.
never chaos damage,
Yeah.
just to be
Okay.
clear. Which in PoE1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spears from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. Because it's very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense. I wanted to ask you a little
She
bit
is
about.
hard.
She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit about pushing. As a player, I experience that sometimes, like as like it's almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe.
I love that idea. The heavier your armor, the more push resistance you have. I like that idea.
You have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing like full plate, but like, yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of, well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
So here are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like when
sword,
they-
like a
yeah.
sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure. Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation, really. It's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and
Do monsters push you in last Epoch? I know it's a weird question for me to ask because I've played the game 4,000 hours. They push you. I can't think. Yes. No. Yeah. A few can. They used to. The Beetle. Emperor of Corpses can push you around. Actually, you used to be able to push the Emperor around. They used to. I don't get hit. I get in my head, I'm trying to think. I can't think of that a time where I was like, that was driving me nuts.
there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I want it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
Right.
In the parry case in particular, and like
in some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the antlions
Yeah, and
are
then
not
some-
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly the bane of my year.
That's just a
Yeah.
That's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to regress.
It still happens sometimes.
It seems to just break every.
I don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and.
Yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
yeah, sure. There's also that
annoying.
Yeah.
Jeez,
Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No. It will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like yeah.
That's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things-
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Zizarin, you being one of the most experienced players of Path of Exile, I'd love to know why you don't agree with that.
So during early access, we've talked about like respec and lowering respec costs and stuff. And I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody is like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which can be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
I do find it to be, maybe not. I do find it to be very fucking
Medic,
cheap
you started
right now,
drinking.
Exactly. I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem. Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not been a concern, really.
I guess it depends how much you gamble or not.
It probably
Well,
does.
at that point, yeah, but even like, I'm saying even if you're just like early, so I don't think it takes that long.
No, there's
to
no
actually do a
ascendancy
pretty
respec,
substantial
period.
I have to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs, really. Like, I was, like, probably about 6 months ago, I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like, here's how much people will spend on vendors,
Right.
and here's how much, and there's
Yeah.
probably
How long
look,
did
those
you miss?
assumptions assume
Hours?
a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, they're now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like, my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what the experience is like. Because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not, like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part
This
of
interview is making me more excited for LE next
What is the
week.
price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that.
Well,
point.
sure, but I'm talking about
otherwise
ascendancy respect. Was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise it
developer.
depends a little bit on the
I didn't want to
severity of
pause
the
again.
change. But like, look, it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the how big those changes are, because I needed to get in there and actually do them first and then make that decision, really. Like, there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the Ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
it is more.
Can I ask you a question about it then?
Sure.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh no, and I'm like, I do understand. Do be clear, I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that. Like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE1 has Ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not. When you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But Yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every,
they are going to fold on this. It's going to end up happening. Last Epoch folded on it. It's in PoE 1. They honestly should just rip the Band-Aid off. Like, Ascendancy respec will come to PoE 2. Guaranteed.
Single time, which is fair. People care about it. Then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answer sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, why die on that hill?
I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that Energy Shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like, it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure. Then I mean, I have no objection to that.
We made the decision a while back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
Yeah. I did want to bring up.
Is it getting uncomfortable to watch?
If you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
Yeah. It has been.
We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI. Just as a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like what changed to make that not the case? Like I'm talking pre-release. Like, could you remember when the freaking like prowlers and G14 bled you? And,
we had bleed on a lot more things, and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on it. Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean again pre-release numbers things.
Cool.
Which was also unfun, by the way.
Yeah, they removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds to be able to proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list.
Okay.
It was actually on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it, so it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question. For myself, like, how are you feeling about the current, like, Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other, really. It's just, how do you feel about it?
I definitely, I don't know if this is just a PoE 1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing. Because, like, I would never divine an item. Like, because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like, we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like in need of it. But
like, are you saying that you believe that this is reducing the desire to actually use divines?
It's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item, so it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be. I guess is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I heard. I helped move it in there.
I mean, that's is that partly also just because the ranges and or power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
I mean, they're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good, some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
So that's just
it's just a thing that kind of happened, and then we honestly it just went under the radar the whole time. So
yeah,
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
Yeah. It was just something I was curious about, so far to bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor. Give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases.
Well, I mean, are you just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type where you've got a mod that, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
as a player, it just
if honestly, because the thing is, in PoE1, are there really people going around? Like, surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE1. I guess it's technically viable if you just. You reckon?
Yeah, quite a lot of like triple energy shield boots and stuff. Right. Or especially different in PoE1 because we have the
specialized
influence things.
Right. Again, seasoned players, not like
right.
Yeah, not new players, sure.
Random.
But it is an option, and it isn't really in PoE2. Like movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I mean, I don't know. To me, like, I mean, sure, I do not disagree with the fact that there can be scenarios in PoE1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them. Like for most of your PoE playing career, I would say that you're going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots.
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE1, which is the Ralakesh Impatience, they don't have movement speed on them, and like they're still considered like pretty much the best boot.
Right. But I mean, isn't it fundamental?
Zizarin's knowledge on PoE1 is like, no, actually, blah blah blah, and I believe him. I absolutely believe him.
Then just back to the question of like, you want to move faster.
Yeah, for sure, it is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so really it just comes back to that.
Move faster implicitly and less dependency on the mod, right?
Yeah, but I mean, whether or not it's implicit or based on the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which comes back to we need to have those discussions and
right.
Yeah,
it's similar.
A difference in PoE2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like Life Sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where like if I find a Life Sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on Life Sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are
Everyone
about.
needs to take a 5.
So I just not that is not a particular solution.
The bigger questions about whether or not the implicit the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean,
it's almost over.
It does, right?
It does.
It does.
Well, kind of.
But something that could be interesting is that if you find a Life Sprig on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level. So it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing. The whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up. That doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more there's a second part to that, which is whether or not Life Sprig should even have high level requirements ever, which is that's come up a bit.
That's a separate question. That's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be more discussion.
I mean, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just I feel like maybe you didn't like this. I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game. Like so it's not that it's not that it levels up, it's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you
Movement speed
effectively.
is a
And
privilege,
somehow I
not a
see that as
right.
different from like your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why we did. There was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying what? You're saying if you find it at level 80.
I'm saying if you find it at level
let's say
80, 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh sure,
Yeah,
I thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago. But
No, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
No, there's a second thing there.
The second one was that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. Sorry.
Yeah.
In that case, then sure. Like,
I mean,
that's
I
the
would
thing.
personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low-level life sprig, and that's you use a low-level.
Yeah, but I don't love that either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
And like, there's a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know
Right.
whether players actually like that or not. So that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
What you
Yeah, I
proposed.
was just curious because we do find them a lot.
I don't know if players would like finding low-level uniques more often. Is that what he just said? I want to find low-level uniques more often. What?
Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire
head
timer
hurts.
every time a monster dies. And that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets?
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything.
That
and
wasn't
it's
what he
just
said?
Like trust me, that was a buff. That change. Like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, you will understand if you play it the other way. It's
There
really
might
bad.
be an intermediary there. I want to explore some options.
Well, it's
For
also-
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able to do something like that. So
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a time.
No
and
matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like, okay, let's say
Oh, I
everyone's
see what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it doesn't. It increases a bit, but not as much.
And
Okay,
so
I
instead
understand.
of like, all about to
Sure.
revive except for one, he died. And
Yeah,
now
that's
6 seconds again.
that actually is viable, and that
Okay.
maybe is a change we could make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly,
trust me,
the
bro.
troll in me was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, the
I want someone to rewatch this and tell me how many times Jonathan Rogers says the word like. Who wants that task?
that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair. I mean, I think a lot of people would like
yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and so we should probably do something more like that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
My head would explode. Rather play the
I don't love
campaign
it.
3 times.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
Week-long task.
I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I could see a world where reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that. If
If to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like, I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like, yeah, like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway. So it's like,
yeah,
you know, like
that being said, it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Poll is
I don't
up.
love it.
What do we got?
Like, I would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like...
Dude, please please listen to this. Please, GGG.
Do so much backtracking.
Also make it where if the rare is 1/16 of an inch to the right, it like pops up on the map so you're not running past them. Please.
Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like, there's been a few
we
different
straight up discussed last night that like just having the minimap icons on
there was a
always
discussion of doing icons
good.
on all the time, right? Because you're not gonna miss the monsters if you see them.
The main reason for that is like the current way it works is that it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear, and honestly that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
It's just that we kind of want to like the main thing we're worried about with that change is the whole you just play on the minimap, like you're not even looking into the game.
But I think that fear.
I'm very in favor of that.
Well,
I love
okay,
that.
like, do we just turn off?
Literally just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least for me.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
I kind of do that anyway.
One of the like when we were trying to find that in Video Crash, the one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like this is so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah,
that's fun. No, I would love that.
Yeah. I want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just 2 out of 3?
Sure.
Does it like round down? Does it round up? If there's only 2 rares, is it literally just 1?
They're
just
smiling
enable
now.
seeing the rares on the
I agree.
It's probably
I
better
like that.
just to do
I agree.
I like that. Another quick question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this O2O release. And I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
because
100%. Like, because it still expands like a donut, right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre O2O, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was like, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So, yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I add it to the today list. It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So obviously PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favorite system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it, so then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and tick the...
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah,
like you just have a tab that just shows you the equipped gems. You just click on and you level up that way.
Yeah, so all the classes, then my gems, and then all gems. That's probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question: the Smith's Hammer ability. I was watching, I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like tink, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about, I think, with maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we had that last one. Yeah. And those changes didn't occur. They have occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like that's... it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake.
Sounds familiar. Of course.
So there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about 3 or 4 days before we shipped. Actually, it was talk because the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something, and then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about exactly what that should be. But something along those lines would be the way.
Should work.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part like so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're, you know what it actually was. It's okay. So we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago. We're like, okay, what is going to make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm going to do, like I'm going to do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And like an evidence of that in PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select Ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee Ranger, like it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that, from the very beginning, you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you want to play.
Yeah. Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venter strongbox, chef's kiss, love that thing. Please put it in PoE1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but
I'm basically checked out of the interview at this point. I'm listening, but man, oh man.
It's items that we can't recombinate anyway. I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah. Something needs to change there. Like it isn't right.
We actually removed some corrupted drops before 020 went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Yeah.
So we just straight up were like, we need to just start
15
removing
minutes.
the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So, we just need to fix that.
It's almost as long
is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
Thank God.
I believe we would. So what was
we're adding a socketables affinity. We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And obviously fragments.
Elon
breach and or catalysts. Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. We're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within I would expect to see that within a week. Probably is my guess.
Team to do that.
We're not going to add that. This is like currently it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever.
I've had the stream muted for over an hour. This is so damn cringy.
Cool.
It's almost done.
Actually almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with. But I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate. Yeah, just what do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real
Yeah,
experience.
kind of waiting for more info and data there for
Yep.
sure.
Yeah.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers, or numbers of mods, and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2%. This whole system sucks.
There was a real like. It's interesting because like with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you know, like, they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively good weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want to. So like we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So like, you know, like it's just not it's not I can't really say anything about.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's fair. It's something I haven't
Right. Like I just don't know how it feels enough, you know.
There were two major item systems that I was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on and then would calibrate. One was recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is there's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which, I don't know how that happens, but I saw that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's, feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame.
I have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how endgame is now than how it was in 0.1.
I have also heard that, but again, very anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill issue.
That was also the case for us, which is why we changed it.
So that's why we just were like, let's fully redo this.
So I'm the wrong person to ask for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps. So I love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely going to have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100% sure. I think the issue that people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you say C, do you mean in like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
Both, I guess. Like just. Like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now?
Yeah, yes, that's why I'm asking. Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're revealed, or
just before the patch went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
Yeah,
and they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it, so that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many. So Towers and Citadels being that.
It's about to drop.
And then
you could have like a
40.
Very short distance.
I think after
maybe,
40.
Yeah, so
like
but we don't currently have a
mixed anymore.
Distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or it isn't. And so maybe we can mess with that and have it be like, you can see
Makes
like
sense.
you know some depth in or something like that, just to make it a bit better.
40% on Steam.
But
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself,
It's
I
good
like
to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community in particular as well. And of course, people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me, because I'm very, very curious about the map drops and how people feel about
before the
now that
interview?
it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, not a huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So yeah, I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So if any of that comes up, just give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE 2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of clear speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players are telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Rowan and the Lightning Strike?
Well, lightning.
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is
towards the end of the interview, I'm starting to actually feel bad for these guys. They must be exhausted.
correct, quite frankly.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing. But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing, I know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear, which I assume is what you meant.
Root 2 made me promise to ask that.
Yeah, so look, it's pretty clear. It is the number one played build right now is Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and is like a clear like.
Oh, for sure, these guys have been
just
dragged
use it
over
in
the
whole
rocks
screen
at this
employees,
point.
right?
Oh yeah.
But the trouble we have now is, like, you know, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
Can we nerf that? Like, you know.
No, that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So,
what are the odds PoE 2 drops 1.0 game launch in 2025?
You know.
Yep. So a few PoE 1 questions and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
5%.
I mean, are we telling people?
No way.
Have we said anything about that?
I think we were like, I think last we said was A and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
Wait,
of
you
May.
cut out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I'd said nothing. I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, you know, up to within a 2-week kind of band because, you know, things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised. You should be, for sure.
Cool.
I do.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Wait, was the question, when are we going to hear about a league for PoE 1? And they said, you will hear about a league at the end of May? Is that right? I don't want to rewind. Is that right? Yes. Okay.
Any chance of WSC in PoE 1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it, and so I will just mention like kind of like
that is exactly what EHG is dealing with Last Epoch. The characters are not designed for WASD. That's why it's launching in its beta phase for Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, April 17th. So just know it's the same thing.
Like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE 1 works in PoE 2, at that point, it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE 2 back to PoE 1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE 2 in PoE 1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively we always sort of imagined that we would take the PoE 2 character rigs and put them back to PoE 1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. Obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in PoE 1. You already
Hog, did you hear him? You're gonna get your PoE 1 microtransactions. He just said it.
Bought. So like therefore we have to wait until we've got full compatibility before we can do that.
Another thing is like incentivized to make change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
that we have to rig everything to all
we
the
currently have
stupid
to-
PoE1
yeah,
character
we
models
have to
every
currently
time.
do-
Yeah.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE1 character models, like character rigs, that means
Okay.
that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So and then
Also,
at that point we could add W.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now, and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to PoE2 characters right now. That is what
awesome.
they're
There you
doing,
go.
So.
So I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that.
Eventually, they'll get there,
I
guys.
have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
It was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of things. So, like, it is our intention to get that in.
Awesome. Another thing that I really love in PoE2, the highlight effect. Like when I right click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality of life.
Right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yes, it's still going. I like Mark's face.
Yeah, should be
Sure.
fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do that.
100%.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
either we're just not going to. It just
Yeah,
won't. It
Yeah.
won't, you know, it won't just happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is, Val orbs in PoE2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique, we have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like we were able to do that. So like I'm not going to say never in PoE1, but just the amount of work it would take to like look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite large.
Most would take only like 2 seconds and would just be
Sure,
fine.
sure.
But
But there's like implications
it's
for a lot of
Yeah.
it's like There's
Makes
just
sense.
a lot of uniques in PoE1, right? Like a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
That's all
probably
good.
not great. But yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of as I said, was just feeling.
Hey, I like that he said that at the end. I like that.
No,
I appreciate it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with here's actually 15 changes we're just going to go make immediately, which is
Right.
awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some
Right.
and a whole bunch of discussion. So I actually, the value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes.
Hog,
I'm
all
hoping
is
obviously
forgiven.
it'll help, but it is good because at the end of the day, it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that and using users as the intermediary. And I'm sure a lot of these opinions yourself, you're part of that, but it is very important that we keep doing this because
I wonder what's on the PoE2
it will create
subreddit.
greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've tried hard to focus on that as well, but it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So, but yeah, thank you guys so much for your time.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you, and thank everyone for watching.
Yep.
And playing.
Yeah. We appreciate it. Bye.
Bye.
PoE2 Reddit is brutal right now.
Whew. Try to die less than I do. Okay. I don't know how I did because I have not had chat open, so I don't.
He did good. I don't think Zizarin held back. I thought he did pretty good.
I don't know if you guys hate me now, but I can promise you that I did my best. That was my best, at least.
Ziz did a good job, in my opinion. Too much of the vision.
I thought you were a GGG shill, and I was wrong. Thank you. Oh, thank you. That means a lot. I don't know if you're joking or not, but I really appreciate that. Because I saw a lot of questions at the start and on Reddit where people were like, this entire thing is like pre-prepared, and Ziz is just gonna ask the questions he's allowed to, and I was like, these are all my questions, man. I made these. So
Hog, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. Ziz just killed the game. How can he be a shill? It's Hog, baby. What's up, Hog? Hello, sir. Welcome, Raiders. Dude, we went through half of the last Epoch news posts. Then we watched Try's EHG podcast. Then we watched Zizzerin. We've been live for 7 hours. I've not killed one monster in last Epoch.
I promise you I did my very, very best. Jesus, thank you so much for all the subs. I really appreciate it. I actually collect money. I got some more.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh,
I haven't eaten
thank
any.
you. Thank you. I really do
shake.
appreciate it. I hope you guys think I did a good job. That I'm not saying it was the best anyone could ever do, but that was my best. That was.
What a change between the LE stream and the PoE2 stream. Yeah. That's quite the difference. That is quite the difference. You know, I really tried to make this point, and I don't know, maybe my opinion would be different if it was last Epoch from an optics standpoint. Strictly optics, body language, cutting each other off, disagreeing, being combative, being disrespectful, being defensive, not looking at the camera, rubbing your face, not smiling, body language, tone, pacing, pausing, falling over your words, blinking feverishly. That was one of the worst podcast interviews I've ever seen from a developer side. I really mean it. Again, forget PoE, last Epoch, forget the tribalism of what's better, what's worse. I'm simply saying from an optics standpoint, it was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. It was bad. It was poop. GGG, crap the bed. Oh, way worse than smoothies. It was incredible to watch. Mark did what he could. Jonathan apologized at the end. It was rough. It was rough. Because in my head, I'm trying to think. I'm thinking about the couple of years of Diablo 4 interviews. Last Epoch dev streams. Last Epoch's recent interviews. All the... what'd they do? 20 different podcasts leading up to 0.10, right? Early access launch. I'm thinking about all of them. It took my soul just to watch it. The live stream chat was wild. I can only imagine. It was rough viewing. What did John apologize for? It was the LE curse, clearly. It was brutal. It was brutal. It was brutal. So, I honestly give Zizzerin credit. In that situation, I try to think of myself if I was disappointed in EHG and I was interviewing Judd and Mike and I had to hit them with some hard questions. It'd be tough. Like, that would be a tough interview. And Zizzerin pushed back. He gave his feedback and community feedback. He came with his gun loaded. He disagreed with them. I thought he did a pretty good job. I killed 3 White Claws watching Aaron's rebroadcast. You had to start drinking. I was reasonably fine with Mark the entire time, but John took me to an enraged state with his actions. I bet Riker didn't get hit the D4 lead with tough questions on more lazy borrowed powers. Are you going to hit EHG with tough questions? Am I going to hit EHG with tough questions? Somebody, my chat was saying I'm required to ask Judd what the vision is. Just so Hog can get meme content. I am not agreeing to that. I'm not agreeing to ask Judd what the vision is. All right? Don't laugh. Don't laugh at that. That's not funny. Do it? You said yes. Why wouldn't you? I thought you wanted to be a legend. When did I say that? What are you talking? Oh my gosh, the vision of itemization. We must know the LE vision. You guys are monsters, dude. Legends never die, dude. Ask him in the Smeagol voice. No hair on your hiney. Oh my gosh. Why do you guys put me in the... I do it. If you don't ask, the fishing trip is going to be brutal. What? Aaron is a legend. He's the LeBron James of last epoch. Oh my gosh. Later, Autobot. Brutal. Here we go. Here we go. This is the vision. I don't even know what you would ask EHG. They're going to open up Friday.
That was my...
Where is it? Friday, Tombs of the Erased, Tour of the Erased, the final podcast. Me and Frosty LaRue will have the patch notes Q&A. Patch notes Q&A, the final podcast for Tour of the Erased this Friday. Ask if they know how armor works. Come on. Come on. Nice StarCraft background, of course. Come on. Frosty will be in labor. No, he'll be fine. Right, Frosty? We'll be okay. Frosty? My goose is getting cooked. Dragon class win. Aaron, do it sneaky like. Ask if it's all coming together as they envisioned. Ask them about movement speed. You guys want me to just turn it into a meme? Yes. Yes. The whole thing. Yes. I mean, you start a meme fest on the 17th. Oh my God. Meme a tiny bit. Yeah, kind of. I want to know how Mike is going to stomp the PoE2 vision. Yeah, you want me to ask Mike? On the separate screen? When we're on the extra screen for the podcast, bring up Hog's video and let it play. Hey, together we're going to watch a little meme content with Mike. Oh my gosh. OMG, what? It'd be perfect, right? That would be, please do it. No. Everyone's going to jail. Run it by Mike first. No, we're not doing that. Mike's seen it. Everyone's seen it at EHG. Free us, please. Yeah, Mike's already seen it. Mike's already seen it. Dude, I have so much preparation to do for that podcast. We got to build out all the questions. I got to build out all the new scenes. Oh, it's going to be a lot of work. I've already got 2 videos that need to be out before tomorrow's stream. I've got contract work. You know, I'm busy. I got a wife and kids. I got to add them somewhere in the schedule. Just play it in the background on repeat. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, right. All right. We're at 7 hours. 7 hours and 13 minutes. Announcements, and we are out of here. I'll have 2 videos tomorrow. I'll have Talkative Tries breakdown interview, which was absolutely awesome. It really was a great interview. So we'll break down all the stuff that Carve dropped. That'll be tomorrow morning. And then around noon, afternoon time, we will drop Hype Day 3 from EHG with their news post. Then we will go live. We'll stream for a little bit. Tomorrow will definitely be a shorter stream because tomorrow night I'm doing all the preparations for Friday's podcast. That is pretty much it. If you haven't yet, make sure you join the Discord. Action RPG Treasure Hunt. This is the 8th treasure hunt from the community. The sign up is in Discord right under general chat. Join the Discord. Get into the 8th treasure hunt. This is going to be the new community event that we start on the 17th. Got to get my little timer back up here. Treasure hunt kicks off in 206 hours. 206 hours. I guess I could turn all this stuff back on. All right. We are good to go. Podcast on Friday. Treasure hunt is up. Join the Discord. 2 videos tomorrow with short stream. Last but not least, don't forget to check out actionrpg.com. It's my newly launched website. Totally unmonetized. Just looking for people to push buttons. Right now, there's 37 build guides for Last Epoch. And the goal is to have all of them up to date by Season 2 launching. And we could start working on updating the website once we get the patch notes on Friday. Cool? Yeah, let's draw a giveaway, shall we? As long as you are following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. Let's draw today's giveaway, shall we? So, Pumpser, first character. I'm undecided. Right now, I am leaning towards Primalist, Beastmaster, Summon Bear. Summon Bear. Dude, we didn't even get to talk. Gosh, we didn't even get to talk about the stream. We didn't even get to talk about the dev stream for Last Epoch. There was so much stuff revealed. We might have to watch it back tomorrow and just pause and talk through it. It was unbearable. They also leaked all the new information for the sets. Bear's set is getting a buff. I wanted to tell everyone. I wanted to be able to divulge that, but I couldn't because of the NDA. So, sure. I did. I wanted to tell you guys, but I couldn't. Make a video about all the leaks. Idle system. Come on, man. Guys, I'm on your side, right? I'm one of the good guys, right? Guys, right? No. Yeah, there's swamp. No. Sure, we're on the same team. Will our companions loot gold? Yes or no? No. I'll wait for the patch notes on what to play. Honestly, anything off meta goes. There you go. What team? Any resources you'd recommend for learning the systems? Yeah. If you go right here, I just refreshed the last 5 videos. This will really help get you up to speed. This is my boot camp series on YouTube. I have Circle of Fortune, Merchant's Guild, Grow Stronger, Defenses, how to create a loot filter, and how to craft. If you watch these 5 videos, it should help get the ball rolling. Learning how to craft is the most important. Learning how to craft is the most important. All right, let's do this. I'm tired. I'm mentally tired, you know. It's been a long work day. Henry, thanks for the 5 subs. Dude, we're 5 away from 700. Booty Boot Camp? That's right. Thanks, Henry. Thank you so much. I have played Minion Necro every session in LE. Please tell me there's a new item / way to play incoming. You could play it Electrify. You could play Electrify minions. That's new. But Thanos, if you're like me and you like minions, you should trust me on this one. And roll Beastmaster. I know Beastmaster is not the same as Necro, but it is minions, and it's going to be awesome. Henry has gifted 10 subs to the channel, and we hit the goal of 700 subs. Thank you so much for your overwhelming generosity at the end of the stream. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very, very kind. Thank you. Oh, God, you're still going. Diesel, that Zizarin stream, that might have been the longest podcast we've ever watched. It was so brutally long. It was very, very long. Thank you, Henry. I had to stop, man. No, I get it. I couldn't take it anymore. It honestly didn't get a whole lot better. Other than at the end, Jonathan Rogers said, "I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, and I'm sorry for how I acted." It was tedious too. I know. All right. Starting the countdown right meow. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. So how different do Werebear and Bear Companion builds play? Completely different. Well, I guess they're kind of close. 4, a 3, a 2. No, they're pretty different. A 1, barely. Very funny. A 1. And entries for today's giveaway are closed. All right, the real person. This is going to be a real person. I don't want to hear this is a bot. Just save it. Just save it. The winner of today's giveaway is click. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on a second. It's not rigged. It's not rigged. Henry, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. You're also the winner of the giveaway. What do you mean, way to target me? Don't write that on the screen. Okay, guys, this is pure RNG. This is not pay to win. Diesel, come on. You can't make this shiz up. Come on. Guys, you believe me, right? Aaron knows what side his bread is buttered. Oh my gosh. Extra entries, question mark. Guys, Dare to win. I can barely take it anymore. My $60 isn't moving this metric, sir. If only clips could be 5 minutes long. You guys, this is not unless I'm a white mob. This is pure coincidence. Wasted mind. This is okay. Just because he gifted 10 subs and then 10 seconds later he wins the raffle. That's coincidence, guys. You'll never live this down. Guys, this is... He had a 1 in 120 chance. Insider trading. Guys. Pay to win, pay to win. Aaron Stream is now D4. Where's the horse mount? Oh, sure. 1 in 100, 1 in 120. Guys, this is like everybody that does crafting in PoE 2. At some point, you hit that slot machine. This is like getting that perfect roll. It happens. It happens, right? This is not RNG. Streamer client. I've never had a roll hit. Every stream, Aaron says it wasn't rigged. It's rigged. I don't have the streamer client. But not after 10 gifted subs. We protest on the 17th. I'm not a hater. Grats, friend. Thanks for the gifted sub. Thanks, Medic. Medic, this doesn't look as it's perceived, right? Medic? Bad optics. It's still rigged. The man openly admitted to having the streamer client on LE2. It looks bad. It's over, Aaron. Honey, it's not what it's guys. Henry, congratulations. Make sure you send me a DM on Discord. Aaron almost just said this doesn't look as bad. Oh, we're gonna end the stream right now. Look, this is gone. It's gone. It's gone. Aaron is canceled after this works. What? For the price of 10 gifted subs, you could... Wait until Reddit hears about this. Send it to Hog. Oh my gosh. 2 videos are on the way tomorrow. We will be streaming again, talking through all the last Epoch news as we prepare for Friday's Town Portal podcast, the final tour of the Erased. If you need anything, hit me up on Discord. Aaron's supporter pack. You guys just won't let up. You're not going to let this one's going to hang around for a long time. I could feel it. This one's going to hang around for a long time. There's somebody on YouTube that joins every giveaway, and his name is Bot, B-O-T. And I'm just waiting for Bot to win one of these giveaways. I'm just going to end the stream. When that happens, that's it. I'll never hear the end of it. Terrible ending of that interview. What? You didn't like it? All right, everybody. My DMs just went pop. Oh my gosh. I hope you all have a fantastic night. You're all awesome. If you need anything, hit me up on Discord, and I will see you mañana. Bye.